Ah, kill me. Oh, I should probably put on some stupid music. Die. Ah, kill me. Die. Ah, kill me. Oh. Can I make my... I feel like my voice is low. Uh, 99. The very last one. Dad, sorry to tell you. Ah! Why do you think I paid for it? Yeah, I know. Why do you think I paid for it? That's the exact fucking reason. Yeah. Absolutely tragic. Yeah, you're going to the NBA. Trust. Nah, W. Good shit. It's good to know that kids are still actually playing outside. Because my parents made me have to go outside and play because I was staying inside playing video games all day, so you fuckers gotta be outside now. God damn it. I love this character, I can't lie. I mean, I used to play basketball outside. That shit was fun. Anytime I got bored of inside, I would just go outside and shoot basketball for a couple hours, and then I'd go back inside and play video games again. When I got older, I kind of stopped that, because I'm kind of like, well shit, I don't want to fucking... Like, who the fuck gets off of work and it's like, yeah, I need to go shoot some hoops. Ah. We had one, whenever we moved into the house I lived in for like 12 years, my entire childhood basically, and a little bit of adulthood, we already had one. It was old, but it was still a basketball hoop. Like, you could make it higher or lower. That type of thing, you know? Oh, did I drop a huge... somehow? No, of course I didn't. Look at my items. I don't know why I opened that thinking I was gonna get anything. Like a good basketball or just like a kid basketball? When you say good is what I mean. Oh, okay. Hey, I feel you on that. Is there any other... I don't know how to say it specifically. Hold on, my back's itching. Is there any game that it would be an advantage to be this small on Roblox? I would think so, but I don't know. I don't know. Been kind of thinking about maybe trying some other games eventually. Like the thing is, I've played other games, but they've all been like, you know, like other grindy games. But I haven't done one that was like, excuse me. I haven't done one that was like actually like Actually, I have done one. I lied. I did one, and I don't know how it worked. What up, mobbed? That's what's up. What you mean? What you mean, no audio? Oh wait, hold on. Probably this. Yeah, I think the music might have been too loud. Test, test. What's that? Oh. That probably is what he meant, because he said that. Hold on. Uh... um, oh, I literally bought a year of this to, I think it was this account, right? Give me a second. Why is this working? Give me a second. Give me a second. You guys can hear me, right? Hello? Hello? Test? Y'all can hear me good, right? Alright, cool. Y'all can hear me. Just making sure. Just had to make sure, you know. Alright, so I guess what we're gonna do. What do I need to do? Night spot? Oh, hold on. Give me a second.
Hey, my bad. Sorry, my bad. Oh yeah, I need to make that play. I don't know. Okay,
Did I fuck my shit up? Oh no, there we go. Oops. I tried to turn it off, but it didn't work. I was just trying to have fun, man. I was just trying to have fun with the funny voice changer thing, but you didn't let me. So, never mind. I will never do it again, sir. My bad, massa. Sorry, massa. Trollololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololol What the sigma? What the what the sigma? What the sigma? Sigma. You said what we watching? Nothing. I literally had on a video and everybody left my stream. I ain't playing shit. I'ma just be on camera and talk. It's Jover. Comment. Lol. Alright. What the fuck was that? I don't know if y'all heard that there, but I don't know what the fuck that noise was. Ah! You gave me this bad luck. Fuck you, mobbed. You was bitching earlier about, oh, I keep getting these fucking I keep getting these quests for diamond breakables, and now I'm getting them. Fuck you. Do you have the VIP area? I would presume you are, right? Yeah, that's the point. That's when you start checking your phone. That's free time, baby. You get just sit there and wait. That's why I do the second quest. Like right now, I have diamond breakables. That's why I'm doing the second quest. But then whenever that one's like, you gotta destroy chest, or you gotta like sigma something else or whatever, then I'll go back diamond breakables. See? See, now I get to check my phone. You have a sprinkler down too, right? And also diamond flags. I don't know if diamond flags help, but I do. I use them. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Like I said, sprinklers help respawn the diamonds more. And diamond flags, it says it makes them spawn 2.5 times more diamonds. Now, if that works for regular shit or not, I don't know. I just know I do it. I mean, I have 20,000, so who fucking cares? Dog. I want to talk to whoever is the head for TikTok when it comes to doing new ideas. Those people have single-handedly destroyed the fucking following tab. Those fucking retards have for some reason decided, because I like going in my following tab because I follow people that I want to see, right? And I'll look through those videos, because a lot of the people I follow are generally funny people or just animal videos, right? That's generally the case. Tell me why these fucking retards decided that, you know what we're going to do instead? We're going to show you every fucking live stream that you have. And then we're going to show 3 live streams, and then we're going to give you an ad. We're going to show you one video from... We're going to show you one video from somebody you follow, and then we're going to show you 3 more live channels, and then another ad, and then show you one video, and then more lives from people you follow. It's like, why? I don't want to watch these people live. If I did, I'd follow them on a different website. Why the fuck would I watch a TikTok live? Honestly, though, I should probably do that for Pet Sim. Some people in Pet Sim literally just... I should live stream for Pet Sim on TikTok, but not look at the comments. Ever. I go to any channel that says they're giving out Titanics, and then I'll, like, wait 2 minutes, and every time they type in a name and send it to someone, it is never somebody that commented. I'm like, why the fuck would I... Like, these dumbass kids might stay, but I'm not. Like, obviously it ain't for me. Anyway, it's for retarded kids that believe that shit. They really think some guy has the goodness of their heart to give out free Titanics to TikTok followers and viewers. But on the other side, I genuinely don't understand, like, what they're doing it for. Like, they don't post videos. There's no way they make money. At least not good enough to have it live 24/7. Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna screen record my TikTok following page real quick.
Okay, so we're done.
I want you to see this. I want you to... Matter of fact, I'll show it on screen. Give me a second. Gotta find my alt. There we go. There we go. Because the issue also as well is that I follow like 3,000 people on TikTok, but even then, I still think this is fucking ridiculous. Give me a second. Like, look at this. So, this is our first video from my actual feed, right? First video.
This game with an
Okay.
Second video.
Only people.
I love that.
What the heck? You're for $200.
Let's make my.
Let's see who's better.
That's how long it took before I quit seeing lives. You see what I mean? Like, why the fuck would it show me the lives? I don't care! Like, I don't care. I don't care about TikTok lives. Like, oh. I just closed my entire Windows. Or my Chrome tab. Oopsie. Like, genuinely, I don't give a shit about TikTok lives. Why did they just decide now that they're gonna push TikTok lives down my throat? They already make it to where... So, I repeatedly, all the time, right? I do it a lot. I will block the word hashtag TikTok Live or TikTok Shop. Before, what would happen is it would block the ads for like a week. Now when I do it, it doesn't work any. Like, it'll block it for like a day. And then I have to do it again. Which I'm like, dog, why are you trying to promote this so badly? Like, who cares about the TikTok shop? I'm not buying shit from it. Let me see. Matter of fact, let's see what's on my TikTok shop page. So we got Airheads, a swirly t-shirt, this fucking cat blind box toys that I keep seeing on my For You page advertising, and all these people do is be like, oh my god, that's so graphic under there. Make it seem like it shows the cat's pussy as in the figurine. I keep getting advertised this fucking Bluetooth headband. An AMD Ryzen 5 4500, freeze-dried candy, Microsoft wireless controller, like, I used to get I used to get booty shorts, like the shorts that women, oh my god, wait, no, where is it? Oh, here it is. I just got this, I just got this fucking image on my, Twitter feed. I checked real quick. Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought it had, something related to, Pet Sim. But it was just like a Roblox thing and it had a toy jack. Oh. Time to claim these shit rewards. Gee Willikers. Boy am I glad. Boy am I excited. These potions. Gee Willikers. Alright, let's see what bullshit we get now. Okay, so it isn't, that other thing yet. I for sure thought it was gonna be immediately diamond breakables, and I was gonna punch someone. Please don't give me diamond breakables. I'm begging you. Please don't. I've only done one multiplayer game, like actual multiplayer on Roblox, and that was fucking Total Drama Island. I played it once and I won. Then I felt bad. I'm like, oh, these kids actually suck. Like, oops. Didn't mean to shit on them like that. The, shit, I'm down to play some right now. Oh, I used to cheat the fuck out this game. Yeah, that's what it... I cheated. I cheated the fuck out of both these games. Like, base battles? Oh my god. I used to cheat so fucking hard on that game. Ohio, I cheated that one a lot. Literally, what I could do, or what I had was auto shoot. So basically, I would just sit in the bank. I would hide my character, like I'd make it phase through the wall. And people that would come try to take the money, I'd just insta-kill them. And the reason I like... Wait, hold on. What? Dog, you can't have an intro for a game you didn't make. You stole the game. Nope. I saw it just say you unlocked the goofy egg. Nope, I'm good. Yeah, let me try this. Are there any other mini game type things? Like, I know there's ones where you can... Oh, wait, no. Oh, I'm just bald-headed. Amp. I brought Kanye with me. Alright, let's keep this up here. Oh, I can't be my I'm just a bald bitch. They gonna vote me off just for being a bald bitch. VIP character buying. Camp wins. Oh, why do you play this much? How do you have 2001? Please purchase your base character. Where's Owen? Where's Owen? Big O, yes sir. Kill yourself. Absolutely. Fuck Zeke. You wanna know what's funny? I never knew Zeke existed. Because I started watching the Total Drama Island series on the second episode. Because I missed the first one. I didn't even know Zeke existed. Oh, it gives you a random person anyway, so who cares? The losers will have to join me at the campfire ceremony. Didn't this guy... Wait, Travis? Oh, this is the fucking guy that fucked that big-ass black girl. Hell yeah. That's gotta be. I don't know who the fuck this is. Isn't that him? Who the fuck are these people? Is there a new season? Oh, that was Harold. I'm dumb. Yo, we did it, baby. Thank pussy bitches. Pussies. Pussies. Vote out Brianna. But if you vote out Leanna, I will beat the shit out of y'all. Your chat settings? What? I got parental controls on my shit? Hold on. Oh, I'm dumb. I guess I don't get to see what these bitches talking about then. God damn it. Uh-oh. Alright. Shut up, gay boy. Oh! Uh-oh. Yeah, matter of fact, let me do this. Apparently, I have my chat settings as, what is it? Apparently, I had parental controls on my bit. I should do this, actually. What the fuck is this about? Hello? Alright, this shit sucks. Where can I go beam some kids? Real quick. If you want to say that at the moment, sure, but I wouldn't say quit. I'm just not playing it at the moment. Bingo? What the fuck is this? Why can't I see shit? I'm not special needs in the eyes. I can see. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't be able to do that right now, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm going back to Pet Sim. Fuck this. Shit's not fun. Okay, cool. It's on that account right now. I was gonna say I'm gonna go back on that account and play. We set up my other thing and then we'll watch a video. So this is the most disturbing cults still active. As you can see, he's in front of the Church of Scientology. You want me to put it right here? Is that good? Or you want it up here? Alright, cool. Oh, whoops. Ah. Shut up. Lo-fi bitch. Shut up.
On March 26th at 3:15 p.m., the San Diego Police Department received an anonymous tip.
Yes, I need to report an anonymous tip. Who do I talk to?
Okay, this is regarding what?
This is regarding a mass drive, and I can give you the address.
When the police arrived, they witnessed one of the most bizarre and disturbing scenes probably ever. 39 people were found deceased in a mansion outside of San Diego. All of them dressed in identical black shirts and sweatpants and were wearing Nike Decades. Each member had exactly $5.75.
Oh yeah, Heaven's Gate. Oh yeah, by the way, because of their shoot, I don't know if he's gonna say it, because of their shoes, I just watched a TikTok on this. Because, like, their bodies were covered up, but their shoes were shown, they stopped producing the Nikes, and they became a collector's item. Because people were like, yo, you got the Heaven's Gates 11.
And they all had purple cloths draped over their faces. It was later discovered that the anonymous tip was from a guy named Rio DeAngelo, a former member of the Heaven's Gate cult. Now, when it comes to cults, Heaven's Gate is a certified hood classic. It was started in the 70s by Bonnie Nettles and Marshall Applewhite, aka T and Doe. And can I just say, Marshall Applewhite is like the most cult leader name I've ever heard. Like, he was destined for this shit. The pair claimed that they were the two witnesses described in the book of Revelation, and that they weren't actually humans, but rather aliens from another dimension called the Next Level, or the Kingdom of Heaven.
I'm on another
They came
level.
to our world to warn humanity that the Earth was about to be destroyed, and the only way to save ourselves was to follow T and Doe's orders. They explained that our human bodies were just vehicles.
Alright, this is kind of... I'm sorry, I just gotta point out. I don't think I've ever seen a commentary channel that was a guy from Boston. So this is throwing me off. This is Boston or New York. I don't know which one. It's throwing me off right now. I can't lie. This shit's throwing me the fuck off at the moment.
And that with enough training we could transcend to a higher plane of existence, and our souls could be transported to an alien spaceship, which would then take us to the Kingdom of Heaven in a process they called graduation. In the mid-70s, T and
That's not... Don't. Sorry, I'm about to go, I'm about to send all this shit to my alt, and I'm gonna have my alt posted up, selling all this shit. Need all that. I need all that money. All that. Let me see what else this fuck boy can sell. Oh.
Doe spent all their time driving around the country and proselytizing. Here's a picture of an actual flyer they used to lure people into these seminars where they would indoctrinate them. And they actually managed to convince hundreds of people to abandon their friends and families and live in the wilderness where they would prepare for the world to end. But slowly people started to realize the world was still around and they were still stuck in their stupid human bodies, so people started leaving in droves. In 1985, T had passed away, which caused even more people to leave because, like, she was supposed to be an immortal alien messiah, so it kind of broke the illusion. You can only suspend so much disbelief. But Doe had an explanation. He explained that T had just left early to go to the spaceship, and soon the remaining 40 or so members would all join her. Then, a decade later, in 1995, he saw a sign that told him it was finally time to leave the Earth and rejoin T.
For tonight's special report, we look to the heavens and to the Hale-Bopp comet, the brightest in the northern hemisphere for nearly 100 years.
Applewhite believed that this comet Hale-Bopp, which was going to pass by Earth in just 2 years, was a sign that the Earth was about to be recycled. He also said that the comet was closely being followed by an alien craft, which would pick up the Heaven's Gate members and whisk them away to the next level. But where did he get this idea? Because it couldn't have just come out of nowhere. So this amateur astronomer apparently had a photo showing that there was some kind of unidentified flying object trailing Hale-Bopp, and that NASA had censored the photo to hide the evidence. So the guy called into Art Bell's radio station, and if you're not familiar who Art Bell is, he was like a less manic version of Alex Jones. He was a conspiracy guy.
A lot of people
Less manic.
Something's going on with Hale-Bopp.
Well, I have too. There's been a real lack of pictures from the Hubble Space Telescope or any big observatories. So that got me all the more curious. I can smell when they're
Why would they do that?
Perhaps they saw something they felt might disturb people.
And now maybe you've got it on film.
Yeah, although this thing, what I photographed tonight, this is a big thing. It appears to be several times larger than the Earth. I'd guess about 4 times larger than the Earth. And there appears to be what looks like Saturn-like rings.
Then later in that same broadcast, he got another call from a college professor who claimed that the unidentified object was actually an alien spacecraft. And he came to this conclusion after his team of psychic remote viewers focused on the object and confirmed that it was indeed an alien spaceship.
There is a large object out there. It apparently is both, it has tunnels in it. It is both technological, artificial, and natural in the sense that it has rock as well as metal in it. It's humongous. It's absolutely large. And
Huge mungus. That guy was annoying, I can't lie. I'm glad he's gone.
it is apparently moving in artificial means. It's not moving like a normal celestial body means. It's under control. It's a vehicle. It's moving, and it's 4 times the size of the planet Earth. This is a big ET thing.
You can't make this shit up. I mean you can, and he probably did. Now, these claims were debunked immediately, but that didn't stop old Marshall Applewhite from putting the next phase of his plan into motion.
Let me say that our mission here at this time is about to come to a close in the next few days. We came from distant space and even what some might call somewhat of another dimension. And we're about to return from whence we came.
Shortly after that radio segment, there was an update on Heaven's Gate's website. Hale-Bopp's approach is the marker we've been waiting for.
What?
The time for the arrival of the spacecraft from the level above human to take us to their world, in the literal heavens. Our 22 years of classroom here on the planet Earth is finally coming to a conclusion. Graduation from the human evolutionary level. We
Gotta
are
quit
happily
putting that
prepared
there.
to leave this world and go with T's crew. In 1996, Heaven's Gate rented a mansion, which they called the Monastery, in Rancho Santa Fe, California for $7,000 a month. And I just got to say one thing. They're lucky it was the 90s, because for that price today, you could only get a 3-bed, 2-bath house in the same area. They also purchased alien abduction insurance that would cover up to 50 members and would pay out $1 million per person. The policy covered abduction, impregnation, or death by aliens. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, that's not real. There's no way that's real. Well, it's real, okay? And there's also ghost insurance. You know, if you're ever concerned that your house is haunted or something, you might want to get on that. Anyways, I mentioned that the mansion was called the Monastery, and that's because members of the cult lived an aesthetic monk-like lifestyle. No intercourse, no alcohol, and most disturbingly, no Family Guy. Some members, including Applewhite himself, even elected to cut off their schlongs to prevent themselves from having coitus.
Huh? Excuse me? What? Let's just say it is real, right? Let's just say it is real. I bet the God was up there like, hey man, you big tripping right now. Why the fuck you cutting your small dick off?
Then, in March of 1997, it was finally time.
Planet Earth about to be recycled. Your only chance to survive or evacuate is to leave with us.
39 people had taken their lives by ingesting lethal doses of poison and placing plastic bags over their heads to suffocate themselves. 3 other members would take their lives in the following months. Now again, keep in mind, these people did not believe they were dying. They believed they were leaving their human bodies and being transported to the next level. They even left exit statements where they gave their last thoughts before leaving the Earth, and they're pretty disturbing. Now, you'll be surprised to know that Heaven's Gate is still around to this very day. Kind of. There are at least 4 members who were left behind on Earth, and 2 of them continue to run the website to this very day. And it looks like it hasn't been updated since 1997. It's kind of like a creepy digital time capsule or something. And when I was on this website earlier, I noticed they had contact information, so I decided to email them, and within a few hours, they actually responded. I asked them what they thought of the Lil Uzi Vert album, Eternal Take, and they said it was mid. Okay, in terms of...
Hey, Eternal Take was good. Okay, I will die on that hill. Don't you dare put no disrespect on Lil Uzi Vert's fucking bullshit. This shit was good. Eternal Take was good. I will defend that.
For ranking, I'm gonna have to put this in S, man. This is like, you know, top tier classic evil cult, right? And I don't want to sound insensitive towards the people who took their lives, right? Because let's get one thing straight. It is called a mass suicide, but it really isn't. Like, these people were murdered, right? They were manipulated and coerced by this charismatic leader. So yeah, I gotta give an S for evilness, man.
Yahweh.
The Nation of Yahweh is kind of an offshoot of the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, except even more psychotic and evil. It was started by a guy named Hulon Mitchell Jr., who changed his name to Yahweh Ben Yahweh in the 80s after realizing that nobody wanted to follow a guy named Hulon. Yahweh Ben Yahweh literally means God, son of God. This mother sucker's ego is so big that it makes Kanye seem humble.
I am a god. Everybody says, who does he think he is? I just told you who I thought I was. A god.
Okay, never mind.
Boy.
Hulon claimed to be a reincarnation of Jesus, who is black, by the way. His belief system is similar to that of the Black Hebrew Israelites, who believe that black people are the true Jews and that white people are devils. Now, YBY actually had a pretty long history of being a religious leader. In the 60s, he joined the Nation of Islam, where he was known as Hulon X. He rose pretty high through the ranks before leaving after being accused of embezzlement and pedophilia. A few years later,
those are allegations. Those are not real. That never happened.
he reappeared.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say what I was about to say.
Appeared as an evangelical preacher named Father Michael, and he was one of those prosperity preachers, you know, the ones that are like, if you give me money, God will bless you. So he was making a ton of cash from his congregation, and then things started to go south after his business partner got murdered and some of his church members sued him for fraud. But hey, what are you gonna do? So he packed his stuff and moved to the beautiful city of Miami, the spiritual home of washed up criminal degenerates.
I ain't say nothing, man. Leave me the fuck alone. Dog, what's going on? What's going on? Oh my god, what's going on? What just happened? Did I just lose money? Oh no, I didn't. What's going on? I'm just trying to list everything, man. Stop. That's gay. Dang, I just re-upped my money. Hey, I got more stuff! Come back!
Where he changed his name for the 4th time and founded the Nation of Yahweh. And despite taking a vow of poverty, Hulon amassed a massive fortune of tens of millions of dollars. But to his credit, he didn't spend it all on turbans and white robes. He actually did a lot to help out the community. In fact, he was so respected in Miami for his business and charity efforts that the mayor declared October 7th Yahweh Ben Yahweh Day. But then things started to get a bit murdery. On October 27th, 1986, Yahweh bought an apartment complex and evicted all of the residents to make room for his followers. 2 of the residents refused to leave. The next day, they were found dead. Not too long after that, a disgruntled ex-member of the sect was found in the Everglades, with his head missing. But the most disturbing thing of all is that YBY apparently ordered his followers to kill random white people around Miami and bring him their ears as proof. There were at least 4 of these murders committed by members of the Nation of Yahweh. The police initially thought it was some kind of demented serial killer.
Can people not have hobbies? Are we just not allowed to have hobbies anymore? Is that it?
But it turns out it was actually an NFL player named Robert Rosier, who, after getting arrested, confessed to 7 killings and told police that YBY ordered him to do it. After Robert's confession, Hulon was indicted on conspiracy to commit murder and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. He was released in 2001 and died 6 years later. Now you would think that's it. You know, the guy died, it's over. But no, if you look on YouTube or Facebook, you'll notice that the nation is still going strong. They're still very active to this day. Now, they've toned down the rhetoric a little bit and probably aren't serial killing random white people anymore.
Why not?
I hope. But they're still around. I mean, this has all of the trappings of an evil cult. You got murder, you got manipulation, you got exploitation.
They just wasn't bag chasers, man.
Gotta be an S. Lev Tahor is an ultra-Orthodox fundamentalist.
Yeah, I love that whore.
Jewish sect, and they're probably the most extreme sect in all of Judaism. And just to put it into perspective, they've been described by the Israeli media as the Jewish Taliban. Lev Tahor was established in the 90s by a rabbi named Shlomo Hellbrand.
Why would he have the most Jewish name in history? Why would his... Like, Judaism aside, that is a disgusting name. Shlomo? Yeah, man. I'm so high, I'm seeing everything in slow-mo.
The group differed a lot from other ultra-Orthodox sects because they were extremely anti-Zionist, which made them very unpopular in Israel.
Yo, they good people then. What? Anti-Zionist? Shit, I might be one.
So they decided to relocate to the United States. But that didn't last long because in 1994, Shlomo fucking kidnapped a 13-year-old boy.
Okay, never mind. I got nothing to do. Woo! Ah! Sorry.
The boy's mother sent him to Hellbrands to study for his bar mitzvah, and Shlomo just decided to take him, I guess. He was arrested and went to prison for 2 years, and then he was deported back to Israel, where, again, he was not very popular. So he claimed refugee status to get into Canada, and this is where multiple accusations of child abuse started to come up. Shlomo's own son Nathan accused the group of a bunch of horrible crimes, including beating children for the smallest offenses, tying girls up and locking them in basements for hours, removing children from their families, and forcing girls as young as 13 to marry grown men. And the list goes on. Lev Tahor denied all the allegations, but while they were being investigated, the group fled to Guatemala, because, you know, that's what innocent people do. They spent a few years roughing it in
That's where Tupac is. What's the issue?
Guatemala until Shlomo drowned in a river during a ritual bath.
I shouldn't have left. I'm sorry. I was about to say RIP to GOAT. Nah, fuck him.
His son Nachman then took over, and believe it or not, he was an even bigger putz than his dad. Under Nachman's leadership, the cult got even more strict and abusive. But luckily, he would only be leader for about 4 years, until 2021, where he got arrested for kidnapping. Like father, like son, am I right? Here's what happened.
What?
There was a dispute between Nachman and his sister. He wanted to marry off his 14-year-old niece to one of his pals who was in his mid-20s.
What?
At the time. The girl's mother objected to the marriage because she wasn't a complete psycho, so she took her 2 children and escaped to the United States. Nachman was pissed. So him and the girl's husband went to the US and kidnapped the 2 children, then took them back to Mexico City. Thankfully, the FBI got involved and the 2 were arrested and later convicted of kidnapping. Currently, they're both in jail and looking at 10 years to life, but unfortunately, the cult still lives on and they're banging around in the Balkans somewhere. The funny thing is, they actually tried to claim refugee status in Iran.
Hundreds of members of an extremist Jewish group called Lev Tahor are attempting to travel to Iran for asylum. Group leaders pledged allegiance to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
The Iranian's government official statement was, "What? No, why would you even think I would consider that request? Absolutely ridiculous. No." The only positive about Lev Tahor.
So how is it a cult? You better put base Christianity in there then. Them boys be getting fucked at Bible school. Sorry.
Or is that they didn't straight up murder anybody, which I guess in the context of this video is pretty good, but I still got to put them in S, man. They're pretty evil. If you've ever been,
Ain't that the ain't that the Travis Scott album? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Been in the tea section of your local grocery store, you've definitely seen this brand. It's actually the #1 tea manufacturer in America. But what you probably don't know is that the company that makes it was founded by a cult, specifically a UFO cult. So let's back up a little bit. Celestial Seasonings was started by a guy named Mo Siegel in 1955.
Mo Siegel? Nah, we don't need Mo Siegels. Kill him.
Right after he discovered a mysterious tome known as the Urantia book. Apparently, the pages of this book materialized out of thin air over the course of 10 years. The pages were written by angels who are actually extraterrestrials from other solar systems. They created the Earth, which they call Urantia, and have been observing it for millions of years and guiding our evolution. Now, this book is dense. It's over 2,000 pages long, and it's basically like a combination of Christian Gnosticism and sci-fi. Now, where it starts to get a little dicey is, it's pretty big on eugenics. The Urantia book complains that there are 6 human races: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo. The indigo race is black people, and the book argues that it is the most inferior race.
Yo, which cult's worse, the racist one or the murderers? I'm gonna have to go with racist. They're getting canceled.
The superior race, according to the book, are fair-skinned, blue-eyed, white people, okay? Stop me if you've ever heard that before. The book argues that eugenics is a great way to remedy the existence of these inferior races, which they say are responsible for the existence of all diseases and societal ills. Oh, I don't know, man. That eugenics thing is pretty rough, but, you know, I guess Mormons believe the same thing. And as you guys...
I'm gonna beat the shit out this retard if they keep buying 5 at a time.
You guys are going to see later on, it's going to get so much worse. So I think I'm going to leave him an F. Shinjonji, aka New Heaven, New Earth, is a doomsday cult operating out of South Korea. It was founded by a guy named Chairman Lee, who was apparently sent by Jesus to guide his followers to salvation. According to Shinjonji teachings, the Bible was written in code, and only one person in the entire world can decipher it. Our boy Lee. He says that the end of the world is coming soon and only 144,000 of his followers will be saved. The group rose to infamy after causing a massive COVID outbreak in 2020. The Shinjonji...
What? What?
Church was linked to more than 5,200 coronavirus infections, which was 35% of the total cases in South Korea. Koreans were so pissed about this that 1.3 million of them signed a petition for the government to disband the organization. The government investigated the group but cleared them of any wrongdoing for the COVID stuff. However, Lee was found guilty of embezzling $5 million to build himself a mansion. But I mean, come on, can you blame the guy? Doesn't a messiah deserve a dope-ass house with an infinity pool and a private movie theater? It's hard work being God's chosen. Despite those setbacks, Shinjonji is still going strong to this day with over 300,000 members, which really sucks for those 156,000 that aren't gonna...
Shit cracking at your... What?
Gonna make it. How do they decide which one of the 144,000 gets saved? Do they draw straws, or how does that work? I don't know. Okay, so for these guys, I'm gonna have to put in F. Like, yeah, he is manipulating his followers into giving him money, but at the same time, nobody died and no kids got diddled. So
No kids died, dog. Did you not just say that there's like 5,000 fucking COVID outbreaks?
I consider that a massive W when it comes to cults. I might have to reassess this opinion later, but for now I'm going to put it in F. Anyways, 300,000 members might sound like a lot, but that doesn't even hold a candle to the next South Korean cult we're going to talk about. The Unification Church was founded in South Korea in 1954 and today has over 3 million followers worldwide. Its founder is a guy by the name of Sun Moon, which is probably not as funny in Korean as it is in English. Anyways, this Moon guy claimed he was the Messiah. When he was 16 years old, Jesus himself came to him in a vision and told him that he needed to carry on Jesus' unfinished work on earth. The goal of the Moonies is to unite all of humanity under one religion with Moon as its prophet, until Jesus comes back and establishes the kingdom of heaven on earth. And one of the things they're most well known for is their mass wedding ceremonies, where you have like 50 couples getting married at the same time, one after the other, with hundreds of strangers in attendance. And most of these couples are set up by the divine matchmaker himself, Sun Moon. I mean, who needs Tinder when the Messiah himself can hook you up?
2,000 couples arriving at a stadium outside Seoul, South Korea for a mass wedding. Some have known each other for just months. How does it feel?
Excited, happy.
Others for only a few days.
She literally forgot her husband's name.
Now, Moon passed away in 2012, but the UC is still going strong, and they have an insane amount of political power and influence. Not just in Korea, but all over the world. In the United States, they own the Washington Times newspaper. I bet you didn't know that.
Wait, what?
They also donate tons of money to conservative politicians all over the world, including Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, and former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. As recently as 2021, they held a rally which Abe and Trump both attended. Now, Shinzo Abe and his family actually had very close ties with the UC going back decades, and this relationship would eventually get him killed. On July 8th, 2022, Shinzo Abe was assassinated in the middle of a campaign speech. The assassin confessed that the reason he killed Abe was because of his ties to the Unification Church, which caused his mother to go bankrupt because she had donated so much money to them. After that whole fiasco, the Moonies came under a lot of scrutiny because it was revealed just how entrenched they were in Japanese politics. They were also criticized for the predatory way they would beg for donations, and there were calls from the government to dissolve the Unification Church in Japan, but I don't think anything has come of it so far. Now, in terms of evil, I'm gonna have to put it in B, right in the middle, because if somebody would go so far as to assassinate another person because of what your church did to them, then they're pretty dang evil. But, you know, compared to some of the other ones on this list, it's not that bad, I guess. By the way, let me know if you guys want me to do a deep dive into any of these in particular, because when I'm covering a bunch of different topics like this, I can't really go too in depth, or else the video would probably be like 4 hours long. Shoko Asahara claimed not only to be the reincarnation of Jesus
I remember
Christ,
this guy.
but also the new Buddha. He founded Aum Shinrikyo in 1984, which was a combination of Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Aum originally started off as a yoga and meditation program being run out of Shoko's apartment, but it quickly grew, attracting thousands of members within just a year. Within a year, he went from 30 to like 1,300. By 1989, the group was officially recognized as a religion by the Japanese government. And you know what that means. No taxes, baby. Despite looking like he lived in a dumpster, Asahara was surprisingly charismatic, and he had this like air of mystery and enigma around him. And he had a lot of people convinced that he had mystical powers, like levitation. He would frequently show this photo of him as evidence, and I don't know, it seems pretty legit to me. I tried to recreate this for hours and I couldn't do it, so there's got to be something there.
本当に浮いてるんですか？
そうですね。
ああ、これ2、3日もこうやって浮いていられるんですか？
いえ、経典にはそう書かれていますけど、そうではないですね、私の場合は。ふわっと浮いて、少しとどまって、またスッと落ちると。そうです、そういう感じですね。
はあ、なるほど。
People were so obsessed with this mother sucker that they paid top dollar for his blood, hair, and bath water. Bro was basically the original e-girl. This man even had his own anime. Asahara wasn't content with just stealing money from his followers and forcing them to drink his blood. His message gradually became more and more violent. He started warning his disciples that World War III was around the corner and that it would lead to a nuclear war that would destroy most of the world. And of course, only members of Alm would survive. He planned to create an army and take over the Japanese government once the world turned into Fallout 4, and then eventually take over what was left of civilization. At some point, Asahara got sick of waiting for the nuclear apocalypse to start, and he decided to speedrun Armageddon. This is when Alm went from being a cult to a straight-up terrorist cell. They began stockpiling firearms, creating chemical weapons, and even assassinating their opponents. But it wasn't until 1995 that they would carry out their most infamous plot, the Tokyo sarin gas attack.
It was rush hour when the sarin gas began to spread through Japan's subway system, released from plastic bags onto 5 crowded trains. 13 people were killed and some 6,000 others made violently ill in the attack.
The attack took the lives of 14 people and injured thousands. All of the members involved were arrested, and Asahara himself was found guilty of 13 counts of murder. He was executed by hanging in 2018 along with 6 other members. But of course, that's not the end of the story. After Asahara's death, Alm changed its name to Aleph and currently still exists in Japan with over 1,600 members. There are also smaller branches in Russia and the Balkans. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to give this one an S, and it's pretty obvious why, I think. I'm surprised more people don't know about this one because the Order of the Solar Temple caused one of the biggest cult-related mass casualty events ever. October 5th, 1994. At around 11:55 p.m., the fire department was called to a remote farm.
Leah, I got a tip for you. First off, you like my character? This is how small it is. It can't climb the stairs. Just like you, because you're a midget. But did you know that you can do these faster by clicking F?
In Switzerland. When the firefighters finally put out the fire, they were horrified at what they saw inside. 23 corpses were arranged on the floor in the shape of a sun. They were wearing white robes with red crosses on them, and many of them had black plastic bags over their heads. Among the deceased was a 12-year-old boy. So, what the hell happened? Well, to understand that, we gotta go back.
What we do here is go back.
And I'm talking really back, to the 1100s. The Knights Templar were a Christian military order originally established during the Crusades to protect Christian pilgrims from bandits. Templars were basically warrior monks who took vows of celibacy and poverty. Despite this, the order itself became extremely wealthy, owning castles, farms, entire fleets of ships, and the whole island of Cyprus. By the 1300s, they were one of the richest and most influential organizations in the world. But
ready
this
for
meant
the
that they
update
also
tomorrow?
had a lot of enemies. One of those enemies was King Philip IV of France, who had been betting a lot of money at the racetrack and kept taking on bigger and bigger debts. And a big chunk of that debt was owed to the Knights Templar. So one day he decided to come up with a scheme to pay off his debt so genius that it would make Dave Ramsey proud. He made up a bunch of bullshit charges and had all the Knights Templars arrested and executed before taking all of their assets. The Pope then officially dissolved the order in 1312. Since then, a lot of people have been attempting to re-establish the Knights Templar. Two of those people were Luc Jouret and Joe de Mambro, who in 1983 created the Order of the Solar Temple. And these people had a weird, convoluted belief system that was a mix of Christianity and New Age occultism. They also believed in reincarnation, and de Mambro himself claimed to be one of the founding members of the Knights Templar in a past life. At their peak, they had over 1,000 members that met in secret lodges all over the world where they conducted these creepy occult rituals. And this wasn't your typical cult.
That's where you're wrong, because they're also adding more microtransactions. Thank you. Yeah, bet you feel dumb now, huh? They're adding new eggs, who fucking cares? Hold on. Give me a second. Um, I guess it is real. At least in the Philippines. Get that bitch off the fucking screen. Don't care about her. Stop. Discover the cute world of Pet Simulator. Find new toys. Hold on. Open link in new tab. Ah! No, don't. No. No. Open image. Yeah, I joined a top 10 guild. Okay, nice. I thought I was gonna be able to read that. That's my fault for being dumb. So only the Filipinos get it? Like, what? That's not fair. I deserve... Do they even... If it's just toys, I don't fucking care about them. But if it's actually, like, you get an egg, or, like, something in-game, that'd be cool. I don't think that's it, so fuck it.
That preyed on poor schmucks with no sense of purpose in life. They preyed on rich schmucks with no sense of purpose in life. Many of their members were rich and successful, and they donated generously, making Jure and Demambro insanely rich. And in typical cult fashion, they were also complete degenerates who frequently banged female members of the cult as well as the wives of male members. The duo was responsible for breaking up several marriages, claiming that none of the pairs were cosmically compatible, while they engaged in sexual encounters with the recently single wives on the side. As the years went on, Demambro slowly started losing his grip on reality. By the early 90s, he was claiming that the apocalypse was right around the corner, and the Solar Order had to escape to a planet near the star Sirius. And the only way to do this was to destroy their mortal bodies so their souls could be transported there. This is very similar to what Heaven's Gate was saying, except this was before Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, we're in 19th because apparently this guild event is fucking atrocious because there's people with like 15 or 9 accounts on one server to boost themselves. They usually place top 10 though, is what I've seen. How many medals do I got? I'm getting close. Super Shiny Hunter. I've heard it's not worth it.
These guys were the OG transport to another planet cult. Now, this is where it starts to get dark. In 1994, a big portion of the membership of the Solar Temple quit after former member Tony Dutate exposed the leaders for being frauds. The relationship between Tony and the higher-ups had been deteriorating for many months, but it wasn't until Tony gave birth to a son where shit really started to hit the fan. For some reason, Joe believed that Tony's son Emmanuel was the Antichrist, so he had him assassinated. Joe sent 2 of his goons to eliminate a fucking baby. And they did this by putting a wooden stake through his heart like a vampire, and then whacked both of his parents.
L'Antéchrist, la seule façon de le tuer était un pieu au cœur. Et ça devait être fait par 2 chevaliers.
The 2 knights then sent the parents home on fire. And this was not the end of the murder spree. A few hours after slaying the Antichrist, Demambro
I just joined less than 24 hours ago, bitch. Fuck you.
Planet. So on October 5th, Demambro gave the order. It was time. A meeting was called at a farmhouse in Switzerland owned by the Solar Temple. A total of 23 people were gathered inside. 20 of them would later be found with gunshot wounds to the back of their heads. It's pretty clear that at least some of these people did not want to go out, but the more devoted members made sure that they did anyways. Not long after, another fire erupted in a cottage nearby. Inside was another horrible scene. This time there were 25 deceased, including Gillet and Demambro themselves. Members of the cult's inner circle passed away from poisoning, while the rest were shot. Again, it's hard to say how many of these people were willing participants and how many were straight up murdered, especially when you consider that several of the victims were children, including Demambro's own daughter. I wish I could say that things ended right there, but it's not even close to being over. The following year, on December 15th, more members of the French branch of the Solar Temple took their own lives so that they could transit to the other planet.
Overseas now, the charred...
It took me 3 hours, but I basically changed all of them to lightning, bonus, agility, royalty, and overload. Apparently that's the best, I suppose. I tried TNT, but it lagged the server too much, so I said fuck it to that.
Bodies of 16 people, including 3 children, were found today in a remote region of the French Alps. They're all believed to be members of the Solar Temple cult. It's the second time in 14 months that members of the cult have perished.
Their bodies were found in a similar star formation, and then the house was set on fire by an automatic ignition system. In 1997, 5 more members were found in Quebec under similar circumstances. When it was all said and done, 74 people needlessly lost their lives because of these 2 psychopaths, making this one of the most deadly cults in history. And they're still around! There's still anywhere between 100 and 500 members to this very day. So that's terrifying. This is an easy ass, bro. I mean, this might be the most evil cult of all time. Maybe like right under Jim Jones. The Kashi Ashram was founded by the Guru Mahajaya Sati Bhagavati, also known as Joyce Green. Now, despite this photo, she is actually a white Jewish woman from Brooklyn. I don't know what's going on in this photo. I don't know if she fell asleep in a tanning bed or if she used a lifetime supply of bronzer in one day, but yeah, she's white. This is already a red flag. White people who take Hindu names and become gurus, always a recipe for disaster, 100% of the time. But let's continue. In her 30s, Joyce was just a boring, regular housewife living in Brooklyn until one day she started having visions of Jesus and 2 Hindu gurus who told her she
That's your husband's, Leah.
She was based and she needed to start her own religion. And that's exactly what she did. In 1976, she left her husband and 2 children behind and moved to Florida, where she founded the Kashi Ashram. Now, an ashram is basically like a monastery, and the members had to live like monks. Celibacy was highly encouraged, and followers were told to only have intercourse when they wanted to procreate. There were about 150 members who lived there, and they believed Ma was a god. She took advantage of this devotion by being completely psychotic, allegedly. First of all, she coerced 4 mothers into signing their children away to her by falsifying their birth certificates. When one of the parents wanted their daughter back, Ma refused, and they had to send a whole ass SWAT team to retrieve the girl. Now that sounds pretty bad, but it gets even worse. There was another time where she allegedly had 2 guys dress up as ninjas and beat the shit out of a 13-year-old kid.
I'm sorry, that's funny. I can't lie. That's funny as fuck. Sorry.
After Ma was convinced that he had slept with another one of the girls at the ashram. Now, I suppose you could chalk those claims up to disgruntled former members who had a bone to pick with Ma. But her own daughter sued the ashram in 2013, claiming that her mom forced her to marry a 25-year-old man when she was 14. Mom passed away in 2012, but the ashram still lives on under new leadership. Now, I will say this, the Kashi ashram isn't completely evil. Like, they did a lot of bad stuff, but they also did some good stuff to help the community, like open up low-income housing and help HIV patients. But all the other stuff was pretty bad. But, I mean, they didn't murder anybody, and they did... I guess I'll do a B. Nah, you know what? I think I'll do an A, just to be safe, just so nobody gets mad at me. So there's this guy from New York, Keith Ham. One day after taking a bunch of LSD, he decided to go to India in search of spiritual enlightenment. You know what I've noticed? A lot of these cults start after someone takes LSD, so I think people need to stop taking LSD. Keith's goal in India was to find a guru to study under, but he had no luck. So he comes back to the United States and finally finds the guru he was looking for, a guy by the name of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, the founder of the Hare Krishna movement. Keith left behind his old life and changed his name to Kirtananda Dasa, which apparently is Sanskrit for diddles little boys, because that's exactly what he did. But we'll get into that later. By the way, I apologize to the entire nation of India for my pronunciation. I'm just gonna call him Keith Ham from now on. Anyways, Keith Ham becomes one of the Swami's most trusted disciples. But eventually, he decides he's too good for the Hare Krishnas and started his own offshoot branch. Eventually, Ham bought his own farm and started his very own ashram and appointed himself as the spiritual leader. And from there, it's the same story we've been hearing again and again in this video. He gains a bunch of followers, uses his charisma to brainwash and manipulate them, they give him more money, he becomes rich and powerful, then he starts doing a bunch of f***ed up and horrible things, which in this case, unfortunately, involved young boys. First of all, he was caught fornicating in an RV with one of his young Malaysian disciples in what came to be known as the Winnebago incident.
Start farming. What do you mean farming for good enchant? Just like AFK? What are you doing now?
This actually made the news throughout the Hare Krishna community. I even found an article about it on their official website with the title, Kirtananda and his fucking boy enjoying homo sex.
Kirtananda and his fucking boy enjoying homo sex. Oh my fucking god, that was so stupid.
Sex. After this incident, the larger Hare Krishna community wanted nothing to do with him. He was officially
yeah. I wouldn't get... So, what I've heard the best is for getting items is... What is it? Is like Super Magnet, 2 boss chest, 2 boss lucky blocks, and like 1 chest thing or whatever. That's what I've heard. Or that's what I saw in a video, is that that's what a lot of people use.
Excommunicated. But this wasn't the only incident. 2 of his followers threatened to expose him for his diddling tendencies. So this mother sucker responded by having them whacked. Man, this guy was a real schmuck. Luckily, the whole murder situation got the attention of the authorities, who later charged him with racketeering, mail fraud, and conspiracy to commit murder. Keith was in trouble. There was a high probability that he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison. If he was going to get away with this, he needed to hire a top-notch defense attorney. That's when he found Alan Dershowitz, famous for representing some of the most upstanding citizens of this country.
Holy shit, he found a banger. I don't know if it does, actually. I would need to check. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it does, maybe? I mean, I could absolutely be wrong, but... Boss Lucky Block setup.
Country. Mr. Ham was looking at 30 years in the can, but thanks to the fine legal work.
According to a researcher on there, 2 boss chess mimics see a 40% increase over 1 boss chess mimic, while 1 boss chess mimic and 1 boss lucky block sees a 90% increase over 1 boss chess mimic. Boss chess stacks up to 2, boss lucky block diminishes when 2's equipped. So, I sold my 2 boss lucky blocks, so, or boss chess mimic, not boss lucky blocks.
Work of Alan Dershowitz. He was only found guilty on 1 count of racketeering and was sentenced to 12 years, but only served 8. Upon his release, he went to India, where he would name a successor before he passed away in 2011. Keith Ham, he's got to be an S. Definitely S. I mean, Kid Diddling is an automatic S. This might be the biggest cult in the world. Now, I'm not going to go in depth because I'm probably going to do a whole video on this topic in the future, but Falun Gong was founded in the 90s by Li Hongzhi, who was regarded by his followers as a kind of living god who can levitate and walk through walls and see the future. Apparently, he was also really good at Fortnite. Now, most of the Falun Gong belief system is rooted in traditional Chinese spiritualism, and that isn't that weird, but other parts are truly bizarre. Quote, science is itself actually not scientific. It is merely something imposed on man by aliens. Another quote, everyone thinks that scientists invent on their own, when in fact their inspiration is manipulated by aliens. The aliens intend to replace all humans with clones. Now, Falun Gong is up there with the Moonies as one of the richest and most influential cults in the world. You might be familiar with Shenyang, which is this opera-type dance show that they do all over the world, but its actual purpose is anti-Chinese communist propaganda.
Decades of destruction, deceit, and violence have nearly destroyed a nation's values, along with its own identity. So how do you revive what has been lost in today's China? Classical Chinese dance.
They also...
You know what's gonna stop the government? Is breakdance.
Own the Epoch Times, which has been described as a far-right publication. Despite all that, today it's just a shadow of what it once was in the 90s. The Chinese Communist Party was threatened by how fast Falun Gong was growing and decided to crack down and declared it illegal in 1999. Thousands of members were rounded up and sent to jail or re-education camps. There have even been accusations that the Chinese government was actually stealing organs from Falun Gong members, but that's kind of dicey. While they're not as big as they used to be, they still have a huge presence in the United States, and it's estimated...
I mean, somebody in my guild chat on Discord said that they're basically the same. Leah, you wanna hear some of the announcements? You ready? This is why I'm doing this type of shit and not really even focusing on what I'm supposed to do, really, because just like, what? Hold on. Let me go back to this and remove 3 of those and put 3 crits. We are getting lower. We are dropping. I think people need to start calling out the people who are slacking and ping them at this point. Also, the only way we will get top 10 is if y'all pull 9 alt accounts in World 3 out your ass and grind with your main account in the same server. This is the only way possible. I have posted FR3E video, what they are doing, and Goop setup. We have tested that depending on your internet connection, how fast you can get keys. I get it, some of y'all are upset, but we can't win all of them. If we do, we all gotta get together as a clan and start calling out the trash people who don't meet recs. Start grinding 9 alt accounts. Sorry for the people like Krusty and others carrying the clan. I'll be making sure reward top 10 with the hoverboard. Today, at 12:40, even though top 10 might not seem possible, that doesn't mean that you can stop grinding and doing your best for stars. If you really want to spend time on other things like this classic event or trading, then do it on an alt. If you don't keep grinding for stars on your main, then either leave the clan or you will be kicked from the clan. We are a competitive clan, not a casual clan. If you're a casual player, then leave. Like, damn. Can a motherfucker not do something else for a little bit? Do I gotta?
That anywhere between 7 to 20 million people are secretly practicing Falun Gong in China today. Xenos Christian Fellowship isn't your typical church. Instead of worshiping in one big building with a priest giving a sermon, they hold their services in smaller groups, usually based out of people's homes. Today, they have over 5,000 members, with 300 home churches, and even a high school called, and I am not making this up, Harambe. RP. Now that sounds all well and good and stuff, but they've been accused by many former members of being a cult. In fact, somebody made a whole ass website called xenosisacult.com with over 150 different testimonials. According to one member, once you're into the church, they get controlling. Collective shaming from your peers is part of their toolkit. You'll be asked to confess your sins to a room full of other 20-somethings on a regular basis so they can judge you and tell you that you are straying from God. Members of Dwell, as it's now known, are encouraged not to associate with people outside of the church, and anybody who leaves is alienated from their former friends. They also apparently install spyware on their members' phones to make sure that they're not out looking at, porn or Family Guy or even worse, xenosisacult.com. Sounds pretty culty to me, bro. Just from reading all of those testimonials, I think I might have to give it a B. On December 13th, 1973, Claude Vorelhorn had an encounter with an extraterrestrial who informed him that Earth and its inhabitants were actually created by an alien race known as the Elohim 25,000 years ago. And Claude himself was actually half Elohim, and his dad is, get this, God. God, aka Yahweh, is actually like the president of these Elohim, and Claude is one of a long line of prophets, including Abraham, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, and Joseph Smith. In another meeting with this alien, he hitched a ride on a spaceship and went to the Elohim homeworld, where he, and I am not making this up, had an orgy with 6 sex robots. After his big revelation, Claude changed his name to Rael and gave up his cushy life as a sports journalist to pursue his life's real calling, being a divine alien being. He immediately went balls deep and started proselytizing his new religion to the masses. He even had his own icon, which was like a Star of David with a swastika in it. What the fuck? Raelians anticipate that Elohim will return to Earth to officially sanction Raelism as the dominant world religion. The primary goal of the movement is to build an embassy in Israel to welcome the foreign delegation of the Elohim.
Such is the mission of Rael and those who have decided to help him, the members of the International Raelian Movement. Your country could be the host of this embassy and benefit from the tens of billions of dollars that it will bring in additional revenue. The host country will also forever have the prestige of being the one who dared welcome those who created us, and in doing so, will offer a very great service to humanity.
They also believe that human cloning is the first step to achieving immortality. So in 1997, they actually started a cloning company, Cloning, which claims to have produced 13 clones, including the rapper Kid Buu. I'm being 100% serious right now. Kid Buu is a realist who claims to be a clone.
Like through the creation and synthesis in DNA that we can live like immortality, like immortal. Through clones and transfer our consciousness.
What?
I'm in living proof now. What happened with my first gen is they took the skull because he initially had written in a will to the Raelian movement that if something were to happen to him, they can ship the skull over immediately to Clonaid. So they can remove a fragment of bone that's located here. And in this fragment of bone, it stores all of your memories and consciousness. And with that, they can make a sufficient replica of yourself, a reproductive version of you, including your memories.
And I gotta say, if this is true, if Kid Buu is the result of cloning, we gotta shut this whole thing down immediately. I mean, these mother suckers could have cloned Kanye. They could have made a less anti-Semitic version of Kanye, but they gave us Kid Buu instead. Now, I think I should mention that they refuse to let anyone verify their cloning experiments, so I would take these claims with a gram of salt. You know, as far as cults go, this one's really not that bad. Okay, never mind. They're going in S. The Family International might be the most disturbing cult ever. It's kind of like a combination of communism, Christianity, and extreme horniness. According to their website, the family is committed to spiritual development, humanitarian assistance, and of course, making the world a better place. Which they failed miserably because there have been hundreds of accusations of physical abuse, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and a whole list of other horrendous crimes. And when you see the guy who founded the group, it'll start to make sense. I mean, look at this schmuck. He looks like Santa Claus if he was addicted to meth and also diddling kids. The group lived in communes separate from regular society and tried to maintain an old world version of Christianity, which I guess in Berg's view meant having copious amounts of intercourse. According to him, God loves coitus and the devil hates it. So pretty much any form of intercourse was encouraged. This included swinging, incest, and pedophilia. And I must have skipped over that part of the Bible because I don't remember it talking about any of this stuff. The family recruited its members by a practice known as flirty fishing, which is basically when the ladies of the group would go out and seduce men into joining the cult, which apparently was extremely effective. By the late 70s, the group had thousands of members all over the world, including, famously, Joaquin Phoenix's family. And it wasn't only appealing to horny dudes. A lot of free-spirited hippies were interested in the communal lifestyle and the spirituality aspect of it. But it wouldn't be long before people started to realize how horrible and depraved this cult was. A lot of people left and started talking to the media about the abuse that was rampant in these communes. Aside from the pedo stuff, there was also...
Well, time out. What do you mean, aside? No. No aside. No. No aside to the pedophilia. No. Absolutely not.
Physical abuse as well. Verity Carter was part of the Children of God, as it was known back then, as a kid, and she said, "There were heavy consequences if you failed to keep that smile and say the things you were meant to say." She also said she was repeatedly beaten and whipped for the smallest transgressions. Since the 70s, the group has changed their name a bunch of times, and Berg died in '94, leaving his wife Karen
Yeah. Delto.
take over the cult, and she's currently running it to this very day. And excuse my language, but this woman is a This woman is actually more evil than my ex-wife. Just so you can get an idea of how bad she is, her own adopted son tried to murder her because she had her way with him and forced him to sleep with multiple women when he was just a child. The only reason he didn't whack her was because he couldn't find her. But in 2005, he did end up whacking another one of his abusers and later taking his own life. This is 100% an S. Researching this actually pissed me off. I'm pissed off just talking about it. Charles Dietrich was a lifelong alcoholic who at the age of 55 finally decided enough was enough and stumbled into an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. He immediately fell in love with the program. He was a big fan of the
Yes, you gotta like and comment on every single video of mine and I'll give you one.
Finally kick his booze addiction. One day, after dropping a bunch of acid, Charles Dietrich decided he was going to start his very own drug rehabilitation program called Tender Loving Care, or TLC. Now, even though Charles was a big fan of AA, he had only one problem with it: not enough bullying. So he developed a ritual called the game. Participants would scream at each other, humiliate one another, and expose each other's weaknesses during these game sessions. This was supposed to be a form of therapy, but honestly, it doesn't sound very therapeutic at all. It sounds like Thanksgiving at the Dantavius household. But apparently it worked for some people, and Dietrich had started to build a little following. By 1959, Sign-In-On had so many members that Dietrich actually had enough money to purchase a whole-ass abandoned armory on the beach and started moving in addicts who were seeking recovery. These addicts had to abide by a strict set of rules, including cutting off contact with their friends and family for the first 90 days. By the early 70s, Sign-In-On was making waves. There was even an entire Hollywood film made about them.
Sign-In-On is a real corporation. Its business is junkies. Chuck Dietrich is the ex-drunk who dreamed it up and fights to keep it from becoming a nightmare.
Get out of that car and shut up. Stand over there. Put your hands against the wall. Get in that cell and stay there.
At its peak, Sign-In-On had 10,000 members and was bringing in about $9 million a year. They started buying real estate, and even people who weren't drug addicts joined because they wanted to be a part of the community. Things were going pretty good for a while. But then Charles had an epiphany that would change everything. When Dietrich first started Sign-In-On, he predicted that within 3 to 5 years, a dope fiend would be ready to graduate back to the outside world. Dope fiend is his word, by the way, not mine. But slowly, his opinion on that matter started to change. After more than a decade of seeing people relapse over and over again, he came to the realization that addicts could never truly be rehabilitated, which, as a recovering nitrous oxide addict, I can 100% say is false. Charles decided that addicts were better off just living as Sign-In-On forever. So instead of encouraging these people to eventually get clean and leave, he convinced them to be permanent members. This is when Sign-In-On went from being a controversial rehab to being a full-blown cult. In fact, in 1973, Dietrich declared that it was no longer just Sign-In-On, it was now the Church of Sign-In-On. This was mostly for tax evasion purposes, which I can definitely get behind, but it was still very much a dangerous cult, as we'll come to find out. As Dietrich got older, he became more unhinged, and he was ruling Sign-In-On with an iron fist, implementing all sorts of psychotic rules. He ordered all men to get vasectomies, and all pregnant women were forced to get abortions. He also mandated that all married couples needed to switch partners every 3 years. Accusations then started coming out that some members were being held against their will. Now this is when it starts to get real juicy. A Los Angeles attorney named Paul Morantz heard about all these complaints and he filed a class action lawsuit, and he actually won $300,000 for his clients, which really pissed off Dietrich. A month later, when Morantz went to check his mail, a giant rattlesnake popped out and bit him on the hand. What is this Looney Tunes ass assassination attempt? Luckily, the guy survived, barely. He had to be hospitalized for 6 days, but he made it. By that point, the authorities had been getting complaints about signing on for years. But this was the last straw. This mother sucker went too far this time. After tapping Dietrich's phone, he was recorded saying,
"We are not going to mess with the old-time turn the other cheek religious posture. Our religious posture is, don't mess with us. You get killed, dead, physically dead. We either have a good thing here or we don't. If we're gonna have a good thing here, then we are not gonna permit people like greedy lawyers to destroy it."
I mean, bro pretty much dug his own grave with that one. Pretty soon after the snake fiasco, Dietrich and 2 of his henchmen were arrested, and signing on was never the same after. In 1991, they officially declared bankruptcy, and they're currently no longer active in the United States. But unfortunately, the same can't be said about Europe. Look at this big-ass building they have in Germany, bro. Oh, and that's not to mention the massive influence they've had on rehabilitation and psychology. When I was completing my psych degree over at DeVry, they had a whole unit on this guy's methods, which is insane because Dietrich never had any formal training in psychology or anything. He was just a lunatic who started a rehab cult after dropping a bunch of acid. And his screwed up legacy lived on in other ways too. One of his followers created Sea-Doo Educational Services, which was basically a camp for troubled teens, which implemented a lot of concepts that he learned from signing on, including the infamous attack therapy. Sea-Doo also went out of business in 2005 after multiple allegations of abuse and lawsuits. Now, signing on was definitely evil, but I don't think it was like that top tier upper echelon evil, so I'm gonna have to give it an A. And you know, at least it started with good intentions, but hey, don't most cults? Nexium, not to be confused with the heartburn medication, is a so-called personal development company started by Keith Raniere that offered a bunch of self-help classes called Executive Success Programs, or ESPs. These classes taught using a technique called neuro-linguistic programming, which kind of sounds like a bunch of pseudoscientific gobbledygook, but people were eating this shit up. By the early 2000s, hundreds upon hundreds of people were signing up for these classes. Many of them were rich and influential, billionaires, corporate executives, washed-up Hollywood actresses, even a ginger ale heiress or two. These were just some of the clients. On top of the classes, Nexium was also an MLM, so they encouraged people to sign other people up, and encourage those people to sign other people up, and so on and so forth, until Raniere was raking in ass loads of cash, and the poor schmucks at the bottom of the chain wasted their money and were just stuck holding the bag. Now, while MLMs are morally dubious and degenerate in nature, they aren't illegal, unfortunately. But Raniere was using Nexium to hide something much more sinister. Keith had an inner circle, which he called DOS, or Dominus Obsequious Sororium, which I think is Latin for freaky sex cult, because that's exactly what it was. Some members of DOS included Claire and Sarah Bronfman, daughters of billionaire Seagram CEO David Bronfman, Battlestar Galactica actress Nikki Klein, Smallville actress Allison Mack, and Raniere's co-founder and right-hand man, Nancy Saltzman. DOS members were completely loyal to Raniere and followed his every command. They believed that he was the smartest man in the world, and he basically had the solution to all of life's problems. Raniere was the world's smartest man who allegedly had an IQ of 240 and was a child prodigy, speaking in complete sentences at age 1, mastering college-level mathematics in 2 days at age 11, winning championship judo and track tournaments, and graduating college with 3 degrees. None of this was true. The women at the top of DOS were known as masters, and they would go out and recruit slaves for Raniere, aka the Grandmaster, to have his way with. Potential recruits were made to believe they were being invited to join an exclusive sisterhood where they would be empowered and reach a higher status in life, make connections, that sort of thing. Once they were in, the women were physically and mentally abused by their masters. According to court documents, DOS slaves were subjected to a severely abusive environment which included caloric deprivation, sleep deprivation, arduous physical labor, performance of menial tasks, and a variety of punishments for any failure to fully comply with their master's commands. Slaves were also required to clean their master's homes, shop for their groceries, buy gifts for their masters, do their work for them, and some slaves to be available for coitus with Raniere on demand. The slaves were also branded with Keith Raniere's initials on their pelvic area. Now you're probably thinking to yourselves, what was making these women take all this abuse? Why didn't they just leave? Well, to join the group, women had to give the masters collateral to prove that they were serious. Collateral was basically anything that could ruin their lives, like damaging information about themselves, nude photos, or false accusations against family members for crimes they didn't commit. The collateral was then used to blackmail the women into doing anything the masters said. Obviously, none of these women expected that they were signing their life away to the devil. They thought it was just some secret society stuff and got in way over their heads. After a while, some of the women got fed up and started to come out against Doss and Raniere. On July of 2018, him and his inner circle were charged for extortion, forced labor, and sex trafficking. The next year, Raniere was indicted and sentenced to life in prison. But some members of Doss continue to dance outside of the prison where Raniere is being held, still trying to recruit new members. And apparently this man is somehow still in contact with his masters from prison. Yeah, man, this gotta be an S. That's evil, bro. Anything that involves slavery is like S tier evil. Now, guys, there's a very important lesson to be learned from all this, and that is that being a cult leader sounds cool as shit. So I decided I'm going to start my own cult right here and now. The Cult of Dantavius. Our tenets include hating Franklin the Turtle, ceremonial use of nitrous oxide, studying at DeVry University, and watching at least 2 hours of Dantavius per day.
Uh-huh. I was just thinking doing that.
About her birthday.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
4chan. The most compelling argument for mandatory castration. How you doing? I'm Dantavius. Today, we're going to be doing an Iceberg Explain video on one of my favorite websites, 4chan. And now, I realize a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about might come off as normie if you're already familiar with 4chan. But, you know, just keep watching, because we're going to start off with the most obvious, well-known stuff, and we'll get into the more obscure stuff later. And I know I keep saying this, but this is the last one. I'm serious. This is the last Iceberg Explain video I'm doing. That's it. No more after this. Let's begin. B, or Random as it's also known, was 4chan's first message board. Users can post basically whatever they want on here, and for that reason, most of the degenerate stuff that 4chan's known for is usually born here. Now, believe it or not, I used to be a bit of a B-tard myself back in the day. I remember being a young lad, about 17 years of age, browsing B during one of my many nitrous oxide binges. Good times. Green texts are like stories or anecdotes that are written in a way that's unique to 4chan. It's hard to explain, so let me just give you a few examples.
Be me. 34. Schizo. Can't hold down a job. Hard to just get out of the house. $25,000 neat bucks a year. Fat. Drink. Smoke. Spend every day in front of the computer laughing to frogs.
Wojak. I'm pretty sure everyone has seen a Wojak at this point. I've used them in a bunch of my thumbnails. The only way you haven't seen one is if you've been in a coma since 2008. And if you have, you probably wish you were still in that coma. Anyways, Wojaks come in a bunch of different varieties. You got your soy jack, you got your NPC, you got the withered Wojak, the coomer, the doomer, the consumer, the 30-year-old boomer, and my personal favorite, Grug, Pepe. Before Wojaks, we had Pepe the Frog, which is the OG reaction character. Similar to Wojaks, Pepe also had a bunch of different variations like Smug Pepe and Pee Pee Poo Poo Pepe. He originally appeared in the comic book series Boys Club in this comic strip where he pulls his pants down at the urinal and says, "Feels good, man." But a whole culture formed around this character with a bunch of 4chan users making their own comics and memes with him as the star. He also became associated with the alt-right at some point, but we'll get into that later, maybe. Anonymous is a loosely organized group of hackers that originate on 4chan. The name Anonymous comes from the fact that most of 4chan's users don't have a username or anything, they're just anonymous. So these 4chan hackers have been behind some crazy stunts over the years, which again, we'll get into later. Bronies. Bronies are grown-ass adult males who are huge fans of the show My Little Pony. The standard brony looks something like this. R9K, aka Robot 9001, is a board that was originally intended to be exclusively for original content only. If you posted something in there that had already been posted before, it would automatically get deleted. Eventually the board just evolved into people posting a bunch of green text stories about their lives, mostly complaining about how shitty it is. Poll. Poll is the politically incorrect board. Today it's the most popular image board on 4chan, and probably the most degenerate one as well. It's a place to discuss news, world events, and political issues, and other related topics. And if you know anything about 4chan, you know this is a wild place. This is like the internet equivalent of a gas station bathroom. Weeb. A weeb is a white dude who is obsessed with Japanese culture, specifically anime. Rage comics. These were shitty amateur comics that were popular in 4chan back in like 2008. The most popular Rage comics character was, of course, Trollface, and people use Trollface today to indicate that some trolling is going down.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Cicada 3301. I've talked about this in multiple videos. If you want a full breakdown, watch my disturbing Reddit post iceberg, but I'll give a basic rundown here. January 4th, 2012, this image was posted to 4chan. We're looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There's a message hidden in this image. Now, I remember when this came out, I actually attempted to decipher it myself. I thought, hey, I'm a smart guy, okay? I have like 12 degrees from DeVry University, so this should be a cakewalk. Boy, was I wrong. The people who were smart enough to decipher the initial clue were led down a crazy rabbit hole of puzzles and tests that they needed to solve. Eventually, some guy found coordinates that led to multiple locations all over the world. And if you went to those locations, you would find a QR code that took people to a website on the dark web. After about a month of this, the creator of Cicada 3301 posted this message on 4chan. We have now found the individuals we sought, thus our month-long journey ends. Nobody knows who these people are, if they're a cult, if they're CIA, or if it's just some fat neckbeard who made a bunch of money on Bitcoin and is just fucking around with people. The Habbo Hotel raid. This is a classic. If you don't know Habbo Hotel, it was kind of like a video game chat room where you would make these avatars and just go talk to people. One of the most popular hangouts in the game was, of course, the pool. So a bunch of people on 4chan made their own characters and exploited a glitch that allowed them to block off the pool, where they kept spamming the phrase, "Pools closed due to age." Kek. Kek is the 4chan version of LOL. If you've ever played World of Warcraft, you know why. When a Horde character would type in LOL, the Alliance players would see it as KEK instead. Eventually, this turned into its own country and religion. Kekistan is the country of origin for all Pole shitposters, and they worship the Egyptian deity Kek, which is represented by Pepe the Frog. People of Reddit have dedicated a huge amount of time and effort into
What just happened?
about her birthday. Or if you're really in memes with him as the star. He also became associated with the alt-right at some point, but we'll get into that later. Poll is the political... If you know any... Cicada 3301. I've talked about this in multiple videos. If you want a full breakdown, watch. About a month of this, the creator of Cicada 3301 posted country and religion. Kekistan is the country of origin for all Pole shitposters, and they worship the Egyptian deity Kek, which is represented by Pepe the Frog. Now, to this day, there's only one country in the world who recognizes Kekistan's sovereignty, and that's Kosovo. 4chan Tumblr wars. 4chan and Tumblr basically represented both sides of the internet. 4chan being the male-dominated, politically incorrect side, while Tumblr was the mostly female SJW side. And it should go without saying that both sides absolutely hated each other. And in 2014, this hatred turned into a full-blown war. Except instead of guns and bombs, they were fighting with shitposts. On June 14th, Tumblr started the aggression with this post detailing how Tumblr users were gonna raid 4chan. We will go to their site as a form of protest. We will overwhelm them with corrections on their awful lies and let them really know what the world thinks of them. But 4chan didn't just take this assault lying down. They launched their own counteroffensive where they started flooding Tumblr posts with gore, racism, and anti-SJW memes. Tumblr then had to go on the defensive and countered those posts with posts of cute animals and rainbows. But when the dust finally settled, the only thing that war proved is that
War never changes.
Moot, aka Chris Poole, is the guy who created 4chan. a decision which I'm sure he regrets every single day. Conspiracies. So a lot of internet conspiracy theories get their start on 4chan's X board, also known as the paranormal board. Pizzagate and QAnon being the best examples. Speaking of that, Pizzagate. I mean, there goes my hopes of monetizing this video. Pizzagate was a theory that a pizza place in DC was secretly a front for a child trafficking ring. The reason people believe this is because somebody hacked Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman's emails, and in a few of the emails he was talking with the owner of Comet Ping Pong and Pizza. So some people on 4chan thought that these messages were coded and that there were kids being held in the basement of the pizza place. QAnon was this guy who claimed to work for US intelligence who started leaking information to the poll board. The stuff he was saying was like Pizzagate but on steroids, that a global cabal of Democrats and celebrities were trafficking children and drinking their blood, and Donald Trump was fighting a secret shadow war to try and stop them. One of the craziest things that Q said was that John F. Kennedy Jr. faked his own death in 1999, and he's actually Q. Like, he himself is Q, and that he was going to come back from the dead and expose this whole thing. Gamergate. A few years ago, you couldn't go anywhere on the internet without hearing about Gamergate, but I never really gave enough of a shit to look into it. But basically, Gamergate was another stupid moment in the culture war where gamers and SJWs faced off against each other. It all started with an indie developer named Zoe Quinn that dropped a game called Depression Quest. Many gamers thought her game was a heaping pile of dog shit, but gaming journalists gave it glowing reviews. So gamers were already pissed off about this, but then a blog post came out from Zoe's ex-boyfriend, who claimed that she was sleeping with a video game reviewer in exchange for positive reviews. Now, the gamers were really pissed. They weaponized all that pent-up sexual frustration and started sending Zoe death threats and even leaked her address. It got so bad that she eventually had to move from her house. And eventually people on 4chan and 8chan got together and decided to go after other people too, like feminist media journalist Anita Sarkeesian and another game developer Brianna Wu. Now, I'm guessing there was probably like 27 people total participating in these harassment campaigns, but I remember the media at the time was acting like every single male gamer in the world was a direct participant in this. Scientology. So 4chan has a long-standing beef with the Church of Scientology. In 2008, they launched a whole-ass crusade against them. The whole thing started on January 14th when a video was posted on YouTube of Tom Cruise talking about how much he loves Scientology. The video was pretty embarrassing and Tom looked like he was high on nitrous oxide. So the Church of Scientology threatened to sue anybody who hosted or posted the video. YouTube buckled under the pressure and took the video down. And after news came out that they tried to take the video down, 4chan mobilized the troops and put Project Chanology into effect. On January 21st, Anonymous released a video called Message to Scientology. It was pretty much a formal declaration of war.
Over the years, we have been watching you. Your campaigns of misinformation, your suppression of dissent, your litigious nature, all of these things have caught our eye. With the leakage of your latest propaganda video into mainstream circulation, the extent of your malign influence over those who have come to trust you as leaders has been made clear to us. Anonymous has therefore decided that your organization should be destroyed.
First, they DDoSed Scientology's website. Then they made it so that Scientology was the first result when Googling dangerous cult. Then people all over the world started protesting in front of Scientology centers, blasting Never Gonna Give You Up on their boomboxes. Absolute certified hood classic. You know, it's funny, man, because half the time 4chan are a bunch of scumbag degenerates and the other half they're invaluable members of society. VIP. The VIP board is similar to B in that it has no rules. You can post whatever random topic you want. Anybody can see the post, but only people who cough up 20 bucks a year can post. And I had no clue 4chan had a premium version. That's absolutely wild to me. NEAT. NEAT is an acronym for Not in Education, Employment, or Training. On 4chan, it's synonymous with neckbeards and lazy bums. Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life is a green text story that was posted on January 14th, 2008. The story was about a kid who was praying to Shrek when suddenly Shrek appeared in his room and proceeded to anally brutalize him. This genre of story became a thing on 4chan, and pretty soon other people were writing tales about how they were sodomized by the green ogre. Burger King foot lettuce. If you're not familiar with this one, it's one of the most disturbing things on 4chan.
Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. A 4chaner uploaded a photo anonymously to the site showcasing his feet in a plastic bin of lettuce.
4chan Twitch leak. This happened pretty recently. Back in October of 2021, somebody made this post on 4chan. In this post, the Anon linked a torrent to Twitch's source code along with a list of how much money the top streamers were making on the platform. Hackers on steroids. One of the first ever mentions of Anonymous by the mainstream media was this guy.
They call themselves Anonymous. They are hackers on steroids.
So members of Anonymous now jokingly use this term to refer to themselves. Moot retirement. This is referring to Moot officially retiring as 4chan's administrator. Dude probably realized he created a Frankenstein's monster, so he called it quits. He made a post on 4chan saying he basically couldn't handle the pressure anymore. The fappening refers to an incident in 2014 where dozens of celebrities' nude photos were leaked onto 4chan and Reddit. These images were collected by a group of anonymous hackers who exploited iCloud to get access to celebrities' photos collections. Now, it started out that these guys would just share the photos amongst each other, but then one of these schmucks got greedy and decided he was going to leak them and try to make some money. Eventually, hundreds of these photos ended up on 4chan. Emma Watson, Jennifer Lawrence, Selena Gomez. But sadly, no Danny DeVito. These photos then made their way to Reddit, where a dedicated subreddit was made, r/thefappening, which got 100,000 subs in one day. Eventually, 5 of the people responsible for these leaks were charged with unauthorized access to a protected computer and were eventually sentenced to prison. Post of Jeffrey Epstein's death before it was publicly known. As we all know, back in 2019, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in a New York City jail while on trial. But what you may not know is that before any mainstream news outlet broke the news, 4chan broke the news. 40 minutes before anybody reported on Epstein's passing, this post was made on 4chan. Don't ask me how I know, but Epstein died an hour ago from hanging and cardiac arrest. Hiromoot, also known as Hiroyuki Nishimura, is the creator of 2channel, which is like a Japanese version of 4chan. And as of 2015, he also owns 4chan, which he bought from the regular Moot. His other nicknames include Hiroshima Nagasaki, Jackie 4chan, and of course, Hiroshimoot. Also, there's one more name, but I'm not gonna say it. Nintendo hack. Somebody hacked into Nintendo servers and leaked a bunch of information on 4chan from 2018 to 2020. These leaks included source code, assets, ROMs, and sexy Bowser Rule 34. 8chan. It's like 4chan, except twice as degenerate. The website came under a lot of heat because multiple mass scooters were active on the site. One in particular posted his manifesto 3 hours before committing horrible atrocities. The site's creator, Frederick Brennan, says even he wants the site shut down. Boxy was basically the prototype for the modern e-girl. She posted a few videos on YouTube all the way back in 2008 of her being quirky.
My name is Boxy. Most of you know me as, most of you know me as Boxy, I suppose.
So these videos made their way around 4chan. The community was divided on her. Half of them hated her guts, the other half was simping whore. Boxy, being a 4chan user herself, saw the attention she was getting on there and made a video directed at 4chan. This video pushed some of her haters over the edge. A small group of anonymous hackers got together and hacked her YouTube account, privating all of her videos and threatening to dox her if she ever made another video. And their plan worked because she stopped uploading videos, at least for a few years. She returned in 2011 under the YouTube name A New Hope. It turns out Boxy was just a character being played by a woman named Katie Wayne. Behind the meme, Zenzi. So for context, behind the meme was a guy who made videos explaining memes. The videos themselves were pretty basic, surface level explanations, and honestly, kind of cringe.
Some of the popular variations being the classic shish kebab and doner kebab, which, if I'm pronouncing that right, sounds a whole lot like boner kebabs, which really doesn't sound too appetizing.
So yeah, a lot of people on the internet hated this guy because he was making memes accessible to normies. But nobody hated him more than 4chan. One day, an anonymous user cooked up a scheme to try to get rid of BTM. The plan was simple. Every time he posted a video, they would comment with, "Please make a video on Zenzi," with no other context. Zenzi being something completely made up. Every time he made a video not covering Zenzi, 4chan would dislike bomb the video. They were hoping that this would eventually frustrate him to the point of giving up YouTube altogether. But their plan backfired when Behind the Meme found out about the scheme.
Zinzi, Zinzi, Zinzi. It has been all over my comment sections in the last 24 hours. This meme has seemingly popped up overnight. When you go search for Zinzi, a bunch of random videos and images come up. None of them seem to have anything in common though. I wonder why. Oh, that's right, because some people apparently don't like my channel and what I do. You see, Zinzi is an attempt to get me to make a video on a meme that makes no sense and really doesn't exist, so I look like a fool and lose credibility.
Dub the Do, another certified hood classic. I don't know.
Oh, I love
this
this
is on
one.
Level 2. This is basic level stuff, but whatever. Let's recap. Mountain Dew held an online poll to decide the name of their new
Pretty sure the
flavor.
winner was
If you know anything
Gushing
about
Granny,
4chan,
or
you
it
know
was
they love
Adolf Hitler.
fucking with polls. And speaking of people who love f***ing with polls, the name with the most votes was Hitler.
Yep.
Nothing wrong. Followed closely by Gushing Granny,
Yep,
Fapple,
see?
and Diabetes. Every copy of Super Mario 64 is personalized. So, 4chan's X board is known for some borderline remedial conspiracy theories, and this is probably one of the most remedial. This post reads, every copy of Super Mario 64 is personalized. Nintendo's experimental AI adapts and subtly creates a slightly altered version of the game tailored specifically for you, appealing to you subconsciously in ways that you don't even notice, as well as attempting to mess with you and study how you react to it. Have you ever played someone else's copy of Mario 64? Have you ever felt like something was just a little bit off? That's why. That's how. He will not divide us. On the day of Donald Trump's inauguration in 2017, Shia LaBeouf set up a live stream.
Oh my
that was
god,
meant
I
to be like
loved
a
this.
performance art piece or something.
This
The
was
live
the
stream
best thing
supposed to
ever.
be 24 hours a day and last 4 years until the end of Trump's presidency. The public was invited to deliver the words, "He will not divide us," into a camera mounted on a wall outside the Museum of Moving Image in New York, responding to those words in any way they wished. So basically the words, "He will not divide us," were written on a wall, and there was a camera at the wall live streaming people's reactions. Why? Who the f knows, man? I don't know. But a lot of people were actually showing up to this thing, including Galaxy Brain Nepo baby Jaden Smith. When the good people on poll got word of this performance, they decided to do what they do best. A little troll. So poll members started showing up to the live stream, trying to trigger Shia as much as possible. And eventually Shia gave in to the trolling and punched somebody in the face. Then he took another L when the museum that was hosting the live stream decided to shut the whole thing down because it was too much trouble. But Shia isn't one to give up easily, so he decided he was going to set up the live stream at another location. So he went to the most godforsaken hellhole on the entire planet, Albuquerque, New Mexico. That one was shut down too because of violence in the area. So Shia decided instead he was just going to point the camera at a flag that had the words, "He will not divide us" written on it. But the fine men on 4chan were able to track down this flag, and they replaced it with a MAGA flag. So Shia moved the flag to another location. The same thing happened. And this went on for like 17 more times before he finally gave up. Vaporeon copy pasta. Okay, I think I can just read this one.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon,
No way that started from
Vaporeon is the
4chan.
most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 3 feet tall and 63 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human slugs, and with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one.
Where the fuck are your parents?
Shoop da Whoop is a meme of Cell from Dragon Ball Z shooting a laser out of his mouth.
I'm a fire in my laser.
Bane posting. Okay, this might be a little bit of a controversial opinion, but I think The Dark Knight Rises is the superior Christopher Nolan Batman movie, okay? People say Joker is a better villain than Bane, but I disagree, okay? I think those people are just NPCs, all right? They're just bots. They can't think for themselves. That being said, I think we can all agree that the dialogue at the very beginning of the movie between Bane and Peter Baelish was a little bit awkward.
If I pull that off, will you die?
It would be extremely painful.
You're a big guy.
For you.
People were obviously memeing on
I'll be right back. I need to go use the restroom. I'm back. I don't even know if anybody's here, but I'm back.
On this clip hard, but things got turned up a notch when Tom Hardy, the actor who played Bane, announced that he was going to do an AMA on Reddit. So 4chan organized another classic raid on this AMA. A bunch of 4chan users flooded the AMA with questions about the scene and downvoted any questions that weren't related to it. Last night I Bond burgered your sister is referring to this meme that somebody posted on 4chan. Nobody really knows what the actual meaning is, but it's still funny. L was the short-lived Lolicon board, which thankfully has been deleted. If you don't know what a lolicon is, I suggest you don't Google it unless you want the FBI showing up at your house. The shopping cart theory. This is actually an interesting, I don't really know what to call it, like a thought experiment, an observation. It goes like this.
The shopping cart is the ultimate litmus test for whether a person is capable of self-governing. To return the shopping cart is an easy, convenient task and one which we all recognize as the correct, appropriate thing to do. To return the shopping cart is objectively right. There are no situations other than dire emergencies in which a person is not able to return their cart. Simultaneously, it is not illegal to abandon your shopping cart. Therefore, the shopping cart presents itself as the apex example of whether a person will do what is right without being forced to do it.
You know, come to think of it, my ex-wife never put her shopping carts back. Looking back, that should have been an obvious red flag. Saki Sanobashi is one of the most famous pieces of lost anime media, and it was first mentioned on 4chan's X board. It was described as some weird anime about naked girls stuck in a large bathroom without doors, having a philosophical debate about never getting out of the room. After losing hope and starving for some days, everything goes downhill and they all whack themselves in gruesome ways. He also mentioned that the name might be something along the lines of "Go for a Punch." Another 4chan user said he remembers seeing something similar, but it was called Saki Sanobashi. After Mongoloid YouTube Chad Justin Wang made a video on the topic, a Reddit user named Saki Sanobashi OP made a post claiming that the original 4chan post he made was all made up, fabricated, because he was bored. But there's no way to verify if they're the same person, so people are still holding out hope that this thing exists. Kek Rock. This is a mythical lost video game. Images of the box art appeared on the V board, which is the video game board, and got everyone's attention because it had Kek in the name. There's no videos of gameplay or anything like that, but a bunch of people claim that they played it back in the 90s and it was unsurprisingly shit. It's like a shitty generic version of Banjo-Kazooie. Dusty the Cat. On February 15, 2009, 2 videos were posted by an account named GlennSpam1. The videos were of a guy abusing his cat named Dusty. Now, there's 2 things you need to understand about 4chan. Number 1, they love cats. And number 2, they hate people who abuse cats. Anonymous was able to track down the person running the account. Turns out it was some 14-year-old schlemiel from Oklahoma named Kenny Glenn. And after 4chan contacted the local police and informed them about what was going on, Kenny was arrested. Duck rolling. The duck roll was the predecessor to the Rick roll. Somebody posts a link to something, but you click it and it's a duck on wheels. Sarah Palin email hack. In 2008, an ancient fossil was discovered in Arizona. This fossil was approximately 7.2 million years old. Its name was John McCain, and he was running for president in 2008. But apparently, he decided he really didn't want to win that bad, so he chose a Saturday Night Live character to be his running mate. Well, during the campaign, Sarah Palin had her email hacked by a 4chan user by the name of Rubico. He said it only took him 15 seconds to figure out her password. It was her birthday. He also said that there was nothing incriminating, but he did find some feet pics which he leaked to WikiFeet. He also made a post on 4chan bragging about how he hacked her email and then leaked her password. But the idiot got caught because his 4chan account used his personal email address. And it turns out that the hacker was David Colonel, the son of a Democratic politician from Tennessee. Also, tell me this mother sucker doesn't look like the gay love child of Jake Paul and Andrew Callahan. Anyways, David was sentenced to a year in the slammer, and Sarah Palin compared the situation to Watergate. Taylor Swift Horace Man. In 2012, famous annoying white woman Taylor Swift held a contest on Facebook to decide what script to perform at. And of course, 4chan banded together and manipulated the vote. The school with the #1 most votes was Horace Mann School for the Deaf, which makes sense because her music is much better when you can't hear it. But unfortunately, Taylor ended up not going through with the concert. But she did donate $20,000 to the school, which is good on her. NoFap is quite simply abstaining from touching your schlong. Listen, man, a lot of people these days are straight up addicted to porn. I knew a guy who whacked off at his desk at work during his daily meeting. Every day. So, NoFap is a community based around the idea that not whacking off is beneficial both mentally and physically. It got popular on Reddit, but before r/nofap ever existed, people were doing a version of it on 4chan and other forums. Except, it wasn't really about bettering yourself, they were just having a contest to see who could last the longest, a la Seinfeld. And eventually that evolved into the NoFap movement of today. WT Snacks worked as a programmer for 4chan back in the early days, and he also served as a moderator for a short time. He got fired by Moot himself because he honestly kind of sucked at moderating, but a lot of people liked him and he was super influential on the site, so they were pissed to see him go. And they even made a petition to bring him back. Operation Pridefall. As most of you know, June is Gay Pride Month. And if you didn't know that, you probably hate gay people. Now, every year June rolls around, every company changes their logo to a pride flag and becomes super gay for the month. A lot of people on 4chan found this annoying, and they also didn't like the gay people. So in June of 2020, they organized a raid called Operation Pridefall. Every June, hundreds of massive corporations band together to smother social media with posts in favor of Pride Month, a code word for the degeneracy that is LGBT activism. Many of these accounts are rather small and get very little engagement, yet they continue to post without backlash. Beginning June 1st, the goal of Operation Pridefall is to get on Twitter, Instagram, etc. and drop a shit ton of disturbing red pills on homosexuality on the comments of these lesser known pages. The bigger pages are okay targets, but posts tend to get unnoticed in the sea of comments. So yeah, they spammed basically every company with anti-gay stuff, but from what I can tell, not much came of it. Alien hoax. This is referring to an image which was posted to X, which was supposedly taken at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, and it's supposedly of an alien.
What up, mob?
Now, that's not the weird part. The weird part is that immediately after getting posted, 4chan servers went down. Now, obviously, that can't just be a coincidence. It must have been a reptilian conspiracy theory to cover up the truth. The photo also spawned a lot of memes, and people posted their version of the original photo. Lee Goldson, aka Barney Fag, aka Cheese Boy, is a man who really hates Barney. This man hates Barney almost as much as I hate Franklin the Turtle, which I didn't even think was possible. Like, he wrote a whole ass manifesto about how much he hates Barney. I've written this paper to describe some terrifying experiences throughout my life. More specifically, regarding a certain purple dinosaur that ended up getting too much screenplay during my time at school. That show is Barney and Friends. I hate this show with all my heart. Nothing can deter me from hate of this show. His autistic fixation with Barney gained him a reputation of being a bit of a lolcow. According to the Soyjack Wiki, which is a real thing, Lee spends upwards of 18 hours a day patrolling various boards on 4chan, searching for posts that contain My Little Pony and Barney imagery in an attempt to eradicate things that he deems childish from the site and fight back against the people who he believes are targeting him with said imagery. By the way, when I say autistic fixation, I'm not saying that to poke fun at autistic people. That's literally what this is. So don't be in my comments calling me an ableist, because I have Asperger's myself, okay? So f*** off. Self-diagnosed, but still. Yaranaika. So there's this manga called Kuso Miso Technique, which in English translates to shit soup technique, and it's about two guys stooping each other. In one scene, a dude is walking through the park when he sees another man wearing a jumpsuit on a park bench. The man unzips his jumpsuit and pulls out his schlong and says, Yaranaika? Which means, shall we do it? They then proceed to anally probe each other in the shower and make some funny faces. And the faces they made in these scenes turn into memes of their own. You've probably seen these somewhere and didn't know the origin. Well, there you go. Justin Bieber, North Korea. Justin Bieber has had a crazy character arc over the years. He went from being one of the most hated people in America to being slightly less hated. But nobody hated JB more than the fine men on 4chan. So whenever they got the opportunity to troll him a little bit, they didn't let it go to waste. One of the best trolling campaigns against Bieber was Operation North Korea is Best Korea. In 2010, a voting page was launched on Justin's website where people could vote for what country he would perform on during his world tour. And I think you know where I'm going with this. At the #1 spot was the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. But unfortunately, Bieber didn't end up going. Some sad shit. 4chan City is a 4chan themed cartoon made by YouTuber NCHP Productions. The description in this video says, it's an old and silly animation I stupidly did for 4chan back when I was doing drugs or something. I regret everything. Creepy Chan refers to model Allison Harvard, who posted some creepy photos of herself on MySpace that ended up on 4chan. Her appearance was straight out of a shitty horror movie, which led people to give her the nickname Creepy Chan. Cracky Chan. Similar to Creepy Chan, we have Cracky Chan. In 2005, she posted some photos of herself wearing cat ears with the words Sub 4chan written on her palm. And people were simping for her hard. She was being discussed so much that one of the mods had to filter out the word cracky, and the obsession with her often went too far. People made entire websites dedicated to her, and she was being harassed online. And people even called her place of work asking for her. Cracky pretty much completely withdrew from the internet after this wave of attention, but weirdos to this day are still trying to find her. Pokemon Clover is a ROM hack developed by 4chan's VP board, which is dedicated to Pokemon. It started out as a shittier version of Pokemon Fire Red, but eventually it evolved into an actually good game. They added new locations, a new story, music, characters, even new original Pokemon, all with a 4chan theme. Honestly, it looks pretty good. I might have to give it a try when I'm not busy having copious amounts of sex with your mother. Jake J. Brand, September 18, 2006. This was posted on 4chan. On Sunday, there will be 7 dirty explosives detonated in 7 US cities. The death toll will approach 100,000 from the initial blast, and countless other fatalities will later occur as a result from radioactive fallout. The bombs themselves will be delivered via trucks. These trucks will pull up to stadiums hosting NFL games. The 22nd of October will mark the final day of Ramadan, as it would fall in Mecca. Osama bin Laden will then issue a video message claiming responsibility for what he dubs America's Hiroshima. In the aftermath, civil wars will erupt across the world, both in the Middle East and within the United States. Now, obviously, the FBI is patrolling 4chan 24/7, and they took this threat seriously. It didn't take long to track down the person responsible for this post, and it turned out to be some schlemiel named Jake from fucking Wisconsin. So Jake got sentenced to 6 months in prison for his little prank, and everybody on 4chan learned a valuable lesson. And that's, if you fuck around, inevitably, at some point you're gonna find out. B-Day was basically a 4chan civil war. Now, as you all know, 4chan is really fond of doing raids, but in mid-2006, it was getting a little bit out of hand. There was a new 4chan raid going on like every week. So Moot himself had to step in and issue a statement that mods would be enforcing stricter regulation on raids and also on jailbait, which was pervasive in B. This caused an absolute uproar. It was speculated by a lot of people that the reason for this sudden crackdown is that the Anons had recently started going hard at furries, and apparently some high-profile 4chan mods happened to be furries. Either way, half of the B population declared war on the other half because they saw these new rules as going against everything 4chan stood for. So there was a mass exodus of people from 4chan to 7chan, where they started plotting against their former home. A guy by the name of Captain Cornflake even wrote a declaration of bee dependence. They have plundered our posts and deprived us of our jailbait. They have forced upon us their twisted ideology of
Wait, time out.
They're twisted, plundered our posts and deprived us of our jailbait.
Huh? 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 Excuse me? Deprived us of our jailbait? Are they mental? The fuck are they talking about? What the fuck? Hold on. Do you not know what that is, Leah?
forgot about her birthday. By a lot of people that the reason for this sudden crackdown is that the Anons had recently started going hard at furries, and apparently some high-profile 4chan mods happen to be furries. Either way, half of the bee population declared war on the other half because they saw these new rules as going against everything 4chan stood for. So there was a mass exodus of people from 4chan to 7chan, where they started plotting against their former home. A guy by the name of Captain Cornflake even wrote a declaration of bee dependence. They have plundered our post and deprived us of our jailbait. They have forced upon us their twisted ideology of furry fandom. They have deprived us of our ability to fight our enemies, forcing us to submit to the wishes of the fur fairies. We are anonymous. We are bee. Our home is no longer on 4chan. In these times of unrest, we have formed the state of 7chan.org as our new sovereign nation on the worldwide internet. Signed, Anonymous. But that was not the end. Not too long after making the transition to 7chan, they immediately started flooding B with that script. So much so that 4chan servers got overwhelmed and the entire website went down. The B-tards on 4chan followed suit and tried to do the same to 7chan, but they failed. After a few days, 4chan came back and 7chan tried to attack again, but their second-rate attempt failed. Eventually, the two sides were able to somewhat reconcile after many years, but the veterans of this war still have flashbacks to this day. Many of them have never adjusted back to regular life.
War never changes.
Pipergate. Until 2021, there were a couple of YouTube channels, Piper Barnes, Piper Rocks, and Isabel Piper. These channels featured a young girl named Piper who would make these weird edits with sexual undertones.
One could simply look at the outro that she had adopted not long after starting her uploads. It's something that I'm choosing not to show you, and something that I don't suggest you seek out either, as essentially it's a revealing upward shot of a young girl wearing a small skirt.
And it gets much more disturbing.
Commenters would say things like, "I love you, what's your Snapchat? LOL, you did it. You need some more booty shaking, but it was still good. And estoy enamorado, contactimonos."
Bro, I don't know what's more disturbing, the comments themselves or Nick's pronunciation of them. So a group of 4chan users did a huge investigation into this channel and wrote an entire report on the top. In the report, it was revealed that there was a pedo ring behind these videos. The ringleader was a man named William G. Whitaker, a 65-year-old convicted sex offender from Florida. The really fucked up thing is that this guy owned a child modeling agency called Wizard Productions where, quote, parents would take their kids to be filmed, typically dancing or singing, with the hopes that their kids would become famous, showing off their various talents. Now, keep in mind that this putz was already a convicted predator, so the whole agency was unlicensed and illegal, so the police shut it down. But for some reason, he didn't go to jail for this. And it's believed that the footage of the girls that he captured during his time in the modeling agency were used in his YouTube videos. The good news is, though, William won't be targeting any girls anymore, because he dead. John Lennon, the absolute madman, who's referring to this photo of John Lennon, looking like an absolute madman. Mangumgate. On the music board, a user named Eddie posted a photo of Jeff Mangum from his high school yearbook. To be honest, I don't really know anything about music because I only listen to Mongolian throat singing. But if you're like me and have no clue who this guy is, he's the lead singer for the band Neutral Milk Hotel, which I guess is popular on Mew. Anyways, as I was saying, somebody posted a photo of him from his high school yearbook, and later on, another person posted a photo of somebody named Caroline Mangum, who I'm assuming is his sister, because that can't be a common last name. Now, is there anything familiar about this girl to you guys? Does she look like someone to you? Let me help you out. Here's a picture of Anne Frank next to Caroline Mangum. You see it now? And then it gets even crazier when you see Jeff's wife, Astra. There's only one explanation. Jeff traveled back in time, brought Anne Frank with him to the future, where she poses his sister, and then married her. Either that or they just look slightly similar. Now, I'm pretty sure nobody actually believes this, but then again, people believe some crazy shit, alright? There's people who actually believe that it's okay not to be subbed to Dantavius. Death metal. Pachinko is an obscure British indie rock band from the late 90s. They were basically a group of friends from high school who started a band in their garage in England. They never saw much success and broke up in 2001 after only 4 years. But in 2016, somebody discovered one of their demo tapes in a shit bin at some dirty charity store in Nottingham, England. The guy then posted the tape to 4chan, and people actually enjoyed it a lot. they started getting a cult following. After 20 years, the band had enough of a fan base that they started touring around the world, which just goes to show that you should never give up, because it might take 2 years, it might take 20 years, but eventually you'll get a break. Taylor Swift is a 4chan user. Now, we've talked a lot of crazy conspiracies so far, but this one might just take the cake as the most batshit insane theory I've ever stumbled upon. There are rumors swirling around the nether that Taylor Swift is an avid 4chan user. Now, on the surface, this makes no sense because she's been the target of 4chan's trolling multiple times, and generally isn't very well liked in that neck of the woods. But let's see the evidence. First, there's this post of a woman from the nose down with the caption, "Hi, I'm feeling down. Please make me smile."
In a sense, I've noticed whenever I jump like this, I start getting a lot of them.
Taylor Swift that she posted to her own Instagram. Then there's this image Taylor Swift posted to Instagram with the caption, "Nothing quite like a freezing cold wintry beach." The very same day this post was made to 4chan. Somebody looked at the metadata of this image and it turns out it was taken the same day that Taylor posted her photo. And probably the most convincing piece of evidence is that somebody posted a picture of their cat and said, "One random person will get to name it." The person who was selected chose the name Meredith. And Taylor has a cat that looks just like the cat from the post. And you know what its name is? Meredith. Man, if it turns out Taylor Swift really is a beatard, her career is officially over. Battletoads is a classic 4chan prank where people would call into GameStop and ask if they could pre-order Battletoads. Eventually, GameStop employees were getting so many calls that this gave them PTSD. Like, this was Vietnam and 9/11 combined if you worked at GameStop in the mid-2000s.
My son went down there and looked for a game called Battletoads, and you didn't have it, and I'm wondering why you're shooting the whoop for him.
I'm gonna take this Battletoads and shove it so far up your ass, buddy. I don't have time for this fucking bull.
Floor tile fetish. When it comes to fetishes, I heard them all. I once knew a guy that was aroused at the thought of beating up turtles. But here's a fetish I bet you've never heard of before. Floor tiles. Yes, you heard me right. I said floor tiles. September 1st, 2013, OP asked for game suggestions to get his mind off a recent traumatic experience. You see, his sister had just come home and noticed that there was a puddle of man milk on the kitchen floor. When he was pressed on why his nut was splattered all over the tile, he simply said he had a fetish he didn't care to mention. But eventually he relents and spills the beans. OP was attracted to floor tiles. He even showed his directory of different types of floor tiles that he whacks off to. Well, floor tile guy, congratulations. You officially win my Degenerate of the Day award. Actually, I should probably save that until the end of the video. I'm sure something more screwed up will show up later. In 2009, Time Magazine held their yearly poll to decide who would be on their top 100 most influential people of the year. So of course, 4chan manipulated the results and got Moot to the #1 most influential person. And if that wasn't enough, they also picked the rest of the list too, which they arranged in a way so that the first letter of their names would spell out the words marble cake and also the game. Fuck, now I gotta explain what all that means. So marble cake is a sexual act, which I won't mention because I'm a gentleman. It's also the name of the chat room where supposedly Project Chanology originated. And the game is a game where the object of the game is to not think about the game.
He lost
so
to the game.
By mentioning the game, all of you have lost the game. God damn, dude, this is like a blast from the past. If you didn't grow up playing the game, then consider yourself lucky because it was the most annoying shit ever back in the day. No joke, I had a friend who I stopped talking to because he would say, "I lost the game," every 5 minutes. 4chan ISP ban. So a few years back, there was a shooting in New Zealand which was live streamed and widely shared on 4chan. The perpetrator was a big 4chan enjoyer, and a lot of internet service providers in Australia and New Zealand straight up banned 4chan because of this, and 8chan and a bunch of other websites. I don't know if that's still the case, but it was for a while. OxyChan. Bianca Devins was your average teenager who spent a lot of time on the internet. In her free time, she ran a Discord server with people she met on 4chan and went by her online handle, OxyChan. On July 14th, 2019, Bianca had her life taken away from her by a man named Brandon Andrew Clark. Clark posted photos of Bianca's body on Instagram and Discord after he did what he did. The two had met on Instagram sometime in April of 2019 and they became friends. It's not clear if the two were in a romantic relationship, but they did start hanging out in real life after about 2 months of talking on the internet. On July 13th, Bianca and Brandon went to a concert in New York City, and Bianca's friend Alex, who she also met on Discord, came with them. Apparently at some point, Bianca and Alex kissed, and Brandon was not happy about it. So that night, in a fit of jealousy, he sliced Bianca's throat and posted the photos all over the internet. And the photos spread on social media and 4chan like wildfire. It was so bad that they actually had to pass laws to prevent things like this from happening in the future. Furries, possibly the most hated minority group of all time, right above Jews and right under Raiders fans. Moon created a fur board in 2005 made specifically for furries, but impossibly one of the most based acts in human history, he banned all of them and closed the board the next day. FBI party van. Now, as I briefly mentioned earlier, it's pretty clear to most people that the FBI monitors 4chan, since a lot of wild stuff goes down there. So the term FBI party van comes from the idea that if you say something out of pocket on there, the FBI is going to pull up your IP and take you away in a party van. Mad Max Ogre is referring to this post where some dude is holding up a copy of Mad Max Fury Road with the caption, "Aw yeah, just got back from Coco to get a copy of Fury Road. Anyone else picked it up?" Now, at first glance, this seems like a perfectly normal post, but upon closer inspection, this dude has a Shrek hand. Shrek straight up left the swamp and walked his ass to Costco and picked up a copy of Mad Max Fury Road on Blu-ray. SpongeBob is a grotesque, hideously deformed version of the beloved children's cartoon character, SpongeBob SquarePants. The exact origin of SpongeBob is unknown, but the only thing I know for sure is that it'll haunt my dreams forever. Toilet mushrooms is referring to a guy who found a startling discovery in his toilet. And no, it wasn't a rare purple dookie, it was mushrooms. Mushrooms growing out of his toilet. And it didn't take much to convince this guy to eat those toilet shrooms, so either he's dead or has superpowers. And remember, the next time you go to a restaurant and order a mushroom dish, it might have come out of a toilet. A few months ago, I invited a NEET boy to come and live with me. I'm also a NEET, but my parents are rich and I was able to offer him anything he wanted. But in return, he had to live with me and take female hormone injections, as well as take care of himself and dress in cute clothes. As of now, he's pretty happy. I buy him lots of things and hormone treatment is going good. As you can see, his skin is becoming very soft and he's gaining weight in all the right places. And then he posted a picture of the dude butt-ass naked in some kind of prison under his bed. Rachel Weisner versus 4chan. In 2010, a girl named Rachel Weisner offered a trade to the people of 4chan. If they bought her a pizza, she would post a picture of her bare breasts. 4chan kept up their end of the bargain and sent her the complimentary pizza. But Rachel didn't honor her end of the deal. Instead, she posted this photo mocking 4chan. Then she bragged about her epic troll on Facebook. But Rachel was about to learn a hard lesson. You don't mess with sexually repressed basement dwellers and get away with it. It only took a few days, but people were able to find her real name, address, school, parents, even her boyfriend. And they posted it all on 4chan for the world to see. I wonder if it was worth the free pizza. Anon finds a grenade. This is an iconic green text story. Guy makes a post saying, "Look what I found in the forest today. Is it dangerous?" He then obviously gets goaded into pulling the pin of the grenade, which eventually he gives in and pulls it. As you fuckers suggested, I tried pulling the pin, but basically the whole top broke off. I left it there for a few minutes, but nothing happened. What do next? Then he put it in the microwave. OP here, sorry it took so long. I tried burning it several minutes. Nothing happened for fuck's sake. Couple minutes later, he was running it over with his car, and that was the last anybody ever heard of this guy. RIP. The Ohio fetish. What is the most shameful thing you've ever done that's related to video games? I have a fetish for the state of Ohio, and I regularly practice it on Minecraft as a form of one-sided erotic roleplay. After much convincing, the Anon finally relented and decided to explain what exactly it was about Ohio.
Only in Ohio.
He posted this really long green text, which I'll summarize. Basically, the guy was really into geography, hiking, exploring landscapes, things of that nature. He especially was interested in the Ohio River Valley long hunters, who were like the best land surveyors in history. One day, a guy who wrote a book on the long hunters came into town for a book signing, so Anon goes and the author invited him on a hike with them and a bunch of other long hunter fanatics. So Anon agrees, and on the hike, all the members start doing drugs. While he's high out of his mind, the author of the book starts explaining in detail how the Ohio River Valley was created and does a deep dive into the geography. While that was going on, the author guy was also touching his pee-pee. At the end of the story, Anon has a pleasure bomb all over the floor, and the author says to him, "I know you may not understand, but becoming a long hunter is a long process that requires a deep spiritual connection to the woods. I hope I've helped you out. and now he has a Ohio fetish. Man, I don't know what's more disturbing, the fact that the guy basically got assaulted or the fact that it happened in Ohio. Has anyone really been far even as decided to use Go what to do look more like? A link to a YouTube video featuring gameplay of a Wii game called The Conduit was posted on 4chan, and the first comment on it was, has anyone really been far even as decided to use even Go what to do look more like? What does this mean? Was OP having a seizure or was this code for something? Nobody knows. 0 hour is defined as the time which a planned operation, typically a military one, is set to begin. Poltards have been predicting what's called the 0 hour for years, which is the moment in which the New World Order will finally initiate their plan of global domination. Agile 2013 raid. An Anon who was bored at work one day posted a call to action. Hello B, I come to you in a time of great need. I'm bored as fuck at a work-related conference, Agile 2013, in Nashville, and I'm ready to off myself. They have one object that could definitely pass the time and ruin the entire conference and spread lulz. 5 giant screens that post tweets under the tag #Agile2013. The tweets fly by 5 of these massive screens as conference attendees contribute bullshit messages. Ridiculous avatars, gore, and trap imagery would be much appreciated and make me smile. Please. Pretty please. And it didn't take long for OP's wish to come true. Suddenly, the bullshit corporate messages began getting drowned out by stuff like this. Fuck my ass. There's a guy having sex with a dead person in the toilets? Tongue-punching fart boxes for $30 an hour. Concerning teamwork, Asians should be ignored as they are only...
I think I've told y'all about what I did with the show Storage Wars, right? Or am I tripping? Pretty sure I did. Where I did that. Basically, they used to have it to where if you talked about Storage Wars and then said #Storage Wars, you would be on the screen. And so, me as a... That's why my Twitter account was made in 2010. And, what is it? I ended up... Matter of fact, I want to see if I can find the post. Hold on. Give me a second.
Good for making electronics for cheap. You get the idea. Agile 2013 tried as hard as they could to get this under control, and things only got worse. You see, the Agile 2013 website had a live Twitter feed which would display all the latest images with the hashtag Agile 2013. So, photos of people enjoying themselves at the conference were replaced with gay porn and caca. 4chan had done it again, and OP had the greatest conference experience of all time. So Sam Hyde is a YouTuber / comedian that's popular on 4chan. Every time there's a mass scooting or terrorist attack in the US, these photos start circulating of Sam Hyde that trick people into thinking that he was the perpetrator. Bolsonaro hack. June 3rd, 2020, Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro opened up his Wells Fargo app and started looking through his transactions as he does every day. $80 for Fogo de Chao, $1,200 for hookers, $5,000 for student loans, $70,000 on Steam games. Wait, what? That can't be right. So he calls his credit card company to complain. Turns out his credit card had been charged for hundreds of thousands of dollars that he had no idea about. Now, he had been in this situation a few times in the past. Too much booze and coke will do that to a man, but that wasn't the case this time. You see, some random schmuck on 4chan figured out his credit card information and leaked it along with his address and other personal data. 30-year-old virgin wizard. This is the idea that if somebody reaches the age of 30 without having relations, then they will somehow generate superpowers. Which, on the surface, sounds ridiculous, but then again, Isaac Newton and Nikola Tesla, 2 of the smartest men of history, famously never stooped, so there might be something to this. This post is art. In the age of NFTs, it's no longer surprising to anyone that a useless image can sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think one Anon on 4chan summed it up best. Art used to be something to cherish. Now anything can be art. This post is art. And he was right, because a framed copy of this post sold on eBay for $90,000 back in 2014. Speaking of eBay, we got the Beyblade eBay auction. eBay. The only place where you can buy something and only get an empty box in return. eBay is notorious for a bunch of stupid shenanigans and tomfoolery. Take this auction for instance. Selling 8 Beyblades to replace a destroyed bathtub, accompanied by a photo of 2 kids who look really sad. We are selling 8 Beyblades. 2 of them will light up. As you can tell, they are not happy about this. They have been using the bathtub as a battle arena. And Beyblades plus bathtub equals destruction. With the metal ones, they managed to scrape the enamel off the tub, take a chunk of the tub out, and break off the soap holder. So, if you win this auction, don't play with the bathtub. We have received a quote of $500 to replace this tub, some tiles, and the soap holder, plus labor, of course. They had approximately $125.67 in their piggy banks that will be going towards the cost. We will use the profit from this auction towards the balance, and then it is on to other toys. Good luck bidding. PayPal only. Once the photo of the 2 kids made its way to 4chan, people immediately started photoshopping it in funny ways. But it didn't stop there. A lot of people on B weren't too fond of this mother's attempt at public humiliation. So they sprang into action and immediately started putting in a bunch of fake bids for Beyblades, eventually running the price up to $1 million. The mother herself put out a statement saying, "I wanted to let you know that eBay took the listing down because of all the fake bids. We do have the option to relist. It did not violate any eBay codes, but we are undecided if we will. We received several hundred emails in the last few hours that we had the listing up. Most of the emails were not very nice, and not sure if we're willing to deal with that again." Yeah, I mean, the messages might not have been very nice, but neither is exposing your kids to public humiliation on the internet. I mean, come on, they were just doing kids stuff. You should have just taken care of it the old-fashioned way and beat them with a wooden spoon like my mom did to me. And look how good I turned out, you dumb broad. Scooby 1961. These days, YouTube is infested with fitness channels shilling supplements and pretending to not be on steroids. But back in the early days of YouTube, the most popular YouTuber in the genre was a guy by the name of Scooby 1961. Scooby was also a regular poster on 4chan's Fitboard, where he was pretty popular, but not everybody liked him. In fact, a small group of people disliked him so much that they posted his name and address. Following this, Scooby posted what he said would be his last video due to the real-life harassment he was dealing with.
Some recent very disturbing events require that some changes be made for the safety of my family, including relocation and shutting down social media.
Most people on 4chan and pretty much every other fitness message board on the internet denounced the doxer and tried to convince Scooby not to give up. And luckily, he didn't. In fact, he's still posting to this very day. Absolute Chad. 4chan Dancing Man. One of the biggest pastimes on 4chan is making fun of fat people. On February 13th, 2015, somebody posted a photo of an absolute unit dancing in the club, and another photo of him looking all sad, with the caption, "Spotted this specimen trying to dance the other week. He stopped when he saw us laughing." When that post started spilling outside of 4chan, people were appalled at how mean-spirited it was. Journalist Cassandra Fairbanks decided to find the man and do something nice for him. He was eventually identified as London's very own Sean O'Brien. Bro, tell me why I knew this dude was British from the very first second I laid eyes on him. I don't
ugly.
know how. Anyways, Cassandra
not because he's fat, he's just ugly.
Sean and threw him a big party in LA with special guests Moby and Monica Lewinsky. That's kind of random.
What?
While he was in LA, he even threw the first pitch at the Dodgers game. So all in all, dude had a pretty good time. I'm happy for the bloke. 4chan Block 8 Raid. Block 8 is a Roblox game where players can create their own world. It's kind of like Minecraft, but in Roblox. Anyways, for some unspecified reason, on May 6, 2020, 4chan decided to make the game their next target for a raid. That afternoon, somebody logged into Block 8 and started spamming strong language and racist stuff, typical of 4chan. But Fuchs, the creator of Block 8, caught wind of it and quickly privated the server before any real damage was done. But I guess the whole situation left him traumatized because he quit Roblox altogether. Person injects glowing substance in his veins. I mean, this one's pretty self-explanatory. Dude just injected straight up a mana potion into his vein. He was probably casting fireballs in his bedroom after this shit. We make cool crystals and post results. Okay, so this is easy. You should have all these chemicals you need around the house. First, you'll need 5 pennies and a straw. Get a clear jar, scoop 2 tablespoons of salt into it, and 1 tablespoon of baking soda. Now you need ammonia. Pour it in the jar until it's 2/3 of the way.
Is anybody even here?
The rest of the jar with bleach. Now, drop the pennies into the bottom and quickly take the straw and blow bubbles into the pennies. You should begin to see stringy crystals form after about 30 seconds of blowing. I'm going to teach you guys something very important. Ammonia plus bleach equals mustard gas, okay? If you mix these things together, you will probably die. Anthony Fantano shooting. On October 1st, 2015, Chris Mercer went to his community college in Oregon and ended the lives of 8 people. Before the attack, Mercer made a post on 4chan.
Some of you guys are alright. Don't go to school tomorrow if you're in the Northwest. A happening thread will be posted tomorrow morning. So long, space robots.
Now, if you look closely at that clip, you'll notice that that's a photo of Anthony Fantano. This is real. Like, they actually fucked up and put this photo on a live news broadcast. And that's because the actual guy looks kind of like Anthony, and people on 4chan were posting side-by-side photos of him, so I think it got to the top of Google. So yeah, the boomers at the news station probably saw the top Google search results and then got confused and put the wrong photo. Reiko's Trap Harem. In the depths of the R9K board, there was a man who was up to some tomfoolery of the highest degree. I won't rest until every sissy boy on R9K has started hormone replacement therapy, or at the very least, starts cross-dressing. Less shitty jeans in the world and more traps for me. These are the words of Reiko 3333, the most diabolical degenerate in 4chan history. And that's saying something. Reiko's main goal in life was to get as many people as possible to start doing HRT and become traps, or femboys. His evil plot was laid out by one of his victims in this post. Once his scheme was discovered, he made a lot of enemies, and a lot of people are trying to dox him to this very day. Turkey Tom made like an hour-long video about this guy. I suggest you guys watch it. It's absolutely insane. The Grifter. The Grifter is the title of a video that supposedly will ruin your life. People who have seen this video are said to experience depression, nausea, nightmares, just general feelings of unease. All there's left of this video is a small clip, so be warned. If you're easily disturbed, skip ahead 3 seconds. Hey, it's Franklin. The first known mention of this video was in 4chan's X board in 2009, but apparently the video itself had been posted to 4chan a year before. But by this point, it had already disappeared from the internet. It was a video posted on here back in 2008. Don't know exactly what it was because I never had the balls to watch it. Everyone who saw it complained about having nightmares and not being able to describe it. Most people didn't even want to talk about it. It was on YouTube originally, but it got taken down pretty quickly. Well, it wasn't snuff or anything like that, but apparently it was just some really weird audio-visual thing with some moving in the background that created this really unnerving feeling. People reportedly got sick, having nightmares, and apparently even whacked themselves. But I don't know if anyone confirmed that. Let me just say, it was the worst 2 minutes of my life. I'd rather fap to 3 Guys 1 Hammer 10,000 times before I ever watch that shit again. Those were some testimonials. The only thing left of its existence now is a few still shots that are allegedly from the video. I mean, let's be honest, it sounds like another horseshit creepypasta, but you never know. You never know. Ori Chef is referring to this strange Facebook account that was discovered by somebody on 4chan's paranormal board. So I was just on Facebook like a normie that I am, and I came across a comment in a post that's a bit unnerving. The comment was obviously not entirely in English, but she explains how she wants to be cremated before her husband or some type of thing. She kept talking about her friend Susie or something. I got weirded out by this and tried to click the Facebook account to know what the fuck is up with this lady. This is where it gets weirder. This is her friends list. I don't know why, but I suddenly got creeped out by how many of her accounts there are. Every picture was recycled by her and only slightly changed the name. Every bio she adds has some kind of weird or cryptic message of some kind, like cheese bread from an almond milkshake or pita bread from a seasoned beef, kind of shit like that. So people were naturally confused as to the purpose of these accounts and why they had these weird, seemingly nonsensical bios. Could these be some kind of coded messages or somebody who's mentally ill? An AI gone rogue? A troll? I don't know, there's a lot of possibilities here. But it gets even weirder when OP came across a comment of hers that was just a list of phrases. And again, these phrases made no sense. Translated into English, they read, always take a bath every day, always use dental floss after brushing your teeth, always use mouthwash 7 years old enough after brushing teeth, always use deodorant after taking a bath, be like me. I don't know what that's about, but I feel like OP is trying to subliminally influence these sweaty neckbeards into cleaning themselves up. Now, somebody actually reached out to Ori on Facebook and asked why there's so many accounts, and she responded that she made them because she uses them to play games on Facebook, which Kind of makes sense, I guess. I've done this too back in the day, you know. In order to unlock certain items in a game, you would have to send an invite to one of your Facebook friends to join the game. So people would just make another account and send the invite to themselves as a workaround. But that still leaves a lot of questions unanswered. And the story gets even weirder. Alongside the nonsensical ramblings, you find random pictures of gore and things of that nature. "This is delicious cake. You must eat it" is a phrase that originated on 2chan but later became a popular meme on 4chan as well. It's a reference to Super Mario 64 where you beat the game, Peach gives Mario a cake. After all that bullshit that she put Mario through, and all he gets is a stupid lousy cake. Z. The Z board was a short-lived 4chan board where a new moderator was chosen from the user base every month or so. The first mod was a guy by the name of Soviet Russia, and much like the real Soviet Russia, the board quickly descended into chaos. At one point, it was pretty much just all gay porn. After only a few months, Moot and WT Snacks closed Z permanently, and it went down as another failed experiment. Dreamscape, or My Diary Desu, is a book that was written by a collaboration of people from 4chan's literature board. Here's the description. Successful marathon runner, survivor of sexual abuse, son to a transgender parent killer, violent car crash enthusiast, Jason Fadon dwells within the world of Dreamscape, where everything is not as it seems. In Jay's journey, we come to experience mind-boggling revelations in places where we may never have considered. Discover the true nature of Chef Boyardee's classic beef ravioli in tomato and meat sauce. Treatises and essays on the condition of the virtual and mimetic age.
What the fuck?
Implications of the new
I
sincerity
just realized.
in
What the
Islamic
fuck?
State and the New World, with twists and turns that simply defy the laws of narrative reality itself. Become awakened and enlightened by this extraordinary piece of fiction, all crafted by the ever-pioneering community on 4chan's literature board. God damn, man, this is the most plot-heavy story I've ever heard, but honestly, I might have to pick up this literary masterpiece, put it right next to my copy of Fear and Trembling. 4chan trying to knock over a traffic cone. So there used to be these sites, I don't know if they still exist today, but they would just live stream random locations around the world. So this one guy found one in Norway that was pointed at a traffic cone. He then issued a challenge to 4chan to see if they could knock the traffic cone over without actually doing it themselves. So these mother suckers started ordering pizzas to that exact location, hoping that the pizza guy would accidentally knock the cone over, but they were unsuccessful. So next, they would call the paramedics and police to that location.
Give me a second, I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. Sorry about that. I'm back.
Hoping that they would knock it over. But when that didn't work, some schmuck called his cousin in Norway and lied to him that he was in the country visiting, and to meet him at that address. When his cousin showed up, obviously Anon wasn't there, so they were hoping that the cousin would get mad enough that he would kick the cone over. And eventually they got the wish. The dude got pissed, got in his car and drove off. But when he backed his truck up, he hit the cone and knocked it over. Now, there's no video evidence of that last part of the tale. I'm just going off what the guy who made this iceberg chart said. But I believe everything I read on the internet, so it's probably true.
No way, that was the last video. What the fuck?
Documented and reported on numerous internet true crime stories, from 4chaners committing bank robberies to Reddit trolls convicted to federal prison, and of course YouTubers exposed for unspeakable criminal activity. Today I'll be sharing with you all what I found to be some of the most bizarre, obscure, and at times disturbing internet true crime stories from across the web, in what I like to call the internet true crime rabbit hole. Now, when I say obscure, I mean obscure. Many of these cases I've never seen discussed on other YouTube channels. You'll find that the deeper you go in this rabbit hole, the cases will become more and more strange and offbeat to the point where almost nothing is familiar, even for avid internet true crime enthusiasts. So without any further ado, I present to you all the internet true crime rabbit hole. This incident involves a man being arrested during a live-streamed Zoom court hearing. It's the story of Kobe Harris. During the COVID-19 pandemic, court hearings couldn't proceed in public due to social distancing. Therefore, Zoom Court was created. And you've all probably seen some of the viral clips that came out of the Zoom era of court.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker3000, you yo-ho.
I did. I mean, my friend did. My friend, yes, my friend. Keys have I gotten for the fuck-ass guild?
Logging into my court with that as your screen name.
And while there's been a plethora of laugh-out-loud moments and memes born out of these live-streamed court hearings, there's been one pretty disturbing incident that was recorded. In March of 2021, Kobe Harris, a Michigan man, was accused of assaulting his girlfriend, Mary Lindsay. The man had allegedly used a crowbar to attack her. As a result of this, Kobe was issued a no-contact order barring him from communicating or being near his girlfriend. And he was scheduled to appear in court over a Zoom call that was being live-streamed. At some point before the Zoom hearing, prosecutor of the case, Deborah Davis, had been tipped off that Kobe wasn't only breaking his contact order, he was attending the Zoom court call within the same household as his girlfriend. The prosecutor brought this tip to the judge's attention and wanted to make sure that the girlfriend was safe and that Kobe wasn't in the same house as her.
Your Honor, I have reason to believe that the defendant is in the same apartment as the complaining witness right now, and I'm extremely scared for her safety. And the fact that she's looking off to the side and he's moving around, I want some confirmation that she is safe before we continue.
All right, what are you on, a laptop or a phone?
Me?
Yes.
Phone.
All right, I want you to walk out to the front of the house, show me the house number on the house.
Why? I don't even think this phone has the charge for that, sir. I'm at like 2% right now.
Your Honor. We're knocking at the door right now for Miss.
What?
The police are at Miss apartment right now, knocking on the door.
All right. Would you go answer the door?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You take your phone with you so that I know you're okay.
So it appears Mr. Harris is there at that house?
I believe so, Your Honor. We would ask that his bond be canceled.
Yeah, so we'll confirm what we're gonna find here.
Moments later, police would enter the residence, and Kobe had been caught breaking the no contact order red-handed.
Yes?
Your Honor, me and both don't want the no contact. I asked if that be dropped. I'm sorry I lied to you. I knew the cops were outside. I don't know why I lied to you.
Mr. Harris? My advice is don't say anything else. Take the cigarette out of your mouth. The hearing is adjourned. Your bond is canceled.
The contact order violating man would appear on a subsequent Zoom call that discussed his fate.
To bind the matter over, and your attorney's gonna argue the other way. Would you like an opportunity?
Yeah, I'd like to fire my attorney and represent myself for the rest of this case, please, because he hasn't done anything that I've asked him. I sent him a whole paper of questions to ask her and asked him to come see me before this court date. He hasn't. Paul Gibson's a
Poor Paul. He's just chilling, man. Leave Paul alone. Paul ain't do nothing. Leave that poor man alone. He don't even know he's there. He's old. Leave him be. Oh God, that's so fucking stupid. I love when people want to represent themselves. It's like, please let them represent themselves. I want to see it.
He should not practice this profession because he's not doing anything for.
Alright, well that went well.
The sad reality of the situation was that because of this abusive relationship, even with legal barriers protecting her, Mary Lindsay still felt that she had to let her boyfriend stay with her. But thankfully, the keen prosecutor sussed this out in that call and got the judge and police on board, getting Kobe locked up again. The clip of Kobe's Zoom arrest would go viral online, and in the wake of this, Mary Lindsay would set up a donation drive on Facebook to further help her get away from her abusive boyfriend. I want my fundraiser to be able to raise awareness of what a victim goes through, the reasons they stay, why it's so scary to leave. I also want people to understand why an abuser is the way they are. You aren't just born a monster. Someone or something makes you that way. People need to know why they both would put themselves through so much pain, either emotionally or physically, and stop the judgments and criticism of either party. Please realize that fear isn't the only reason someone stays in a situation like that. They truly love the person and believe the other partner loves them as they say they do. The fundraiser resonated with many, and Mary would end up accumulating $9,725 for the cause. The Pokemon Gunman. Our next story involves two young men that attempted to commit a heinous crime at a sanctioned Pokemon card game tournament, their actions landing them in prison. The Pokemon World Championship is an invite-only tournament sanctioned by the Pokemon Company itself, which is under Nintendo's ownership. The first Pokemon World Championship began in 2004 and has been an annual occurrence ever since, with thousands being in attendance each year. For the sake of this story, we'll be discussing the Pokemon World Championship from 2015 and some disturbing events that unfolded during it. This whole debacle begins with 18-year-old Kevin Norton and 27-year-old James Stumbo. Both of these men were known in the competitive Pokemon community and were considered high-level Pokemon trading card game players. So much so that they received invitations to compete in the 2015 championship. Kevin and James were friends, often talking online and commiserating at smaller local Pokemon tournaments in Iowa, which is the state where the young men were from. Now, as a player, being invited to the most prestigious Pokemon trading card game tournament would be an honor, at least you would think. In the wake of the invitations, you might imagine the boys would graciously thank the community or the Pokemon Company for sending them these invitations. But no, that's not what they did at all. Oddly enough, what we got instead was the boys taking to social media, issuing veiled threats of violence targeting the event itself in the days leading up to it. For example, just 2 days before the tournament was to take place, James Stumbo would post the following warning to his Facebook page. Kevin Norton and I are ready for Worlds. Boston, here we come. This blurb was ominously paired with an image featuring an AR-15 and a pump-action shotgun placed on the
Just like the YouTuber. Those are BB guns. Those are BB guns, clearly.
The trunk of a white sedan. In the replies, one Facebook user wrote, "Good luck," and Kevin Norton replies, "With killing the competition?" The other user says, "Haha, yes." It's also alleged that around this time, Kevin and James had made various threats of violence on a Pokemon trading card game forum. One of these threats was reportedly noticed by one of the moderators and passed along to the security team of the Pokemon trading card game event.
Pokemon.
However, at the time, many that knew Kevin and James personally weren't particularly alarmed by these Facebook and social media posts, as apparently James Stumbo in particular maintained a sarcastic, edgy online persona, and many in the community passed these threats off as just another attempt at online provocation. Whatever the case, eventually Worlds would come and Kevin and James would make their way to Boston to compete, to attack. Nobody really knew. And fortunately, we never had to find out the answer to this question because Kevin and James were never allowed inside of the Pokemon Convention Center. On August 20th of 2015, members of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center had received the Pokemon Forum moderator's tip regarding the threats of violence issued by the two on social media. And as a result of this, Kevin and James were stopped while trying to register.
If you told me they were WoW players, I would believe you as well. Or pedophiles.
At the event itself. When questioned by the authorities about the threats they had made online, James Stumbo said that his messages were taken out of context and his messages were nothing more than a comedic bit. But
Yo, that's a good bit. Yo, that's a good bit, though. Yo, I'm gonna kill y'all. Holy shit, got my ass. Fucking retards.
how much of a bit really was it, as it's reported later in his interview with the police that he confessed to having guns in his vehicle at the time. Naturally, this admission was extremely disturbing with the context of the Facebook post, so after he admitted this, police seized Kevin and James's vehicle. The two men weren't initially detained and they stayed at a motel as they awaited further instruction from law enforcement. The following day, a search warrant was granted and the police looked for guns inside of their vehicle. What they discovered was a 12-gauge Remington shotgun and one DPMS model AR-15. Police also found several rounds of ammunition and a hunting knife. Yeah, it was looking like Kevin and James may have actually had plans to commit something like what they described or hinted at in that Facebook post. And if that was the case, a potential mass shooting had been thwarted thanks to the anonymous tip given by this Pokemon forum moderator. After discovering their arsenal, an arrest warrant was then issued for both Kevin and James, and they were soon taken into custody at their motel in Saugus, Massachusetts. The men charged with unlawful possession of a firearm as well as some other firearm offenses. In the wake of Kevin Norton and James Stumbo's arrest, the Pokemon Company itself would comment on the situation. Prior to the event this weekend, our community of players made us aware of a security issue. We gathered information and gave it as soon as possible to the authorities at John B. Hines Veteran Memorial.
Behinds. Haha. That means butt.
Who acted
Sorry.
swiftly and spearheaded communication with the Boston Police Department. Due to quick action, the potential threat was resolved. The Pokemon Company International takes the safety of our fans seriously and will continue to ensure proper security measures are a priority. I'm telling you, man, Pokemon, Nintendo, don't fuck with these guys. They're gonna get you. You're gonna get got. As I mentioned briefly earlier, it's not known to this day what the boys' intentions were with their attendance of the Pokemon event. In the wake of the arrests, Pokemon card expert Josh Squeaky Marking went to bat for James Stumbo and has gone on record calling Stumbo a, quote, pretty chill and reserved guy, with this community member who had spoken with Stumbo before kind of believing that this was just an edgy joke that had been taken extremely too far. Squeaky had this to say. Quote, every time I did an interview with him, he always seemed like a chill person, but he is also the type to be sarcastic and joke around. And this line of thinking would be an argument that James and Kevin's defenses would attempt to make while in court. The men's defense attorneys tried to argue that the alleged threats made were simply idle online chatter and edgy banter. However, it was later revealed that the two had sent threatening messages to other members that would be attending the convention itself. One of them read, quote, "My AR-15 says that you'll lose." Edgy joke? Possible. Death threat? Also possible. In July of 2016, Kevin and James would change their verdict from not guilty to guilty. James Stumbo pled guilty for possession of the rifle, and Norton pled guilty for possession of the shotgun, and both would admit guilt for possessing the ammunition. Both Kevin Norton and James Stumbo were ultimately sentenced to serve 2 years in prison.
2 years?
As well as 2 years of probation, and were ordered to undergo mental health evaluation. All I gotta say in wrapping this story up is big shout out to that Pokemon forum moderator that gave the initial tip that got the ball rolling with these guys getting arrested, as if that wasn't the case, we could have been dealing with another David Katz situation here. Next is the unsettling case of Mad Thad 0890. This next story involves an old-school internet content creator involved with 4chan that had some self-incriminating posts end up on the site, and he got busted for them. This is Thaddeus McMichael, also known as Mad Thad 0890. Known for being an outspoken internet otaku, Mad Thad gained popularity in 2010 thanks to his YouTube videos. Some have described him as terminally online, and his videos were popular on YouTube, Facebook, and 4chan. Thad's videos usually involved him reacting to video game or anime-related news and energetically lip-syncing to covers of his favorite anime openers. However, what really grabbed the attention of 4chan users was something kind of unrelated to the videos themselves. It was Thad's obsessive postings regarding his fictional anime girlfriend, Kotanaha Katsura. The Katsura character originated from an anime known as School Days and was referred to by Thaddeus as his waifu on many occasions. This obsession resulted in the creation of a YouTube video where he sings happy birthday in front of a shrine dedicated
to
the fictional anime character.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Blow out the candles, Kotanoha.
Thad's bizarre video would go on to garner over 200,000 views, as many marveled at the unabashedly strange fascination Thaddeus had with this anime character, often having conversations with himself as if she was actually real underneath photos of him posing with a framed photo of her. Screenshots of these posts were spread across the internet, with many mocking Mad Thad for his unhealthy fixation. But Thad ignored the detractors and took his strange obsession to the next level, posting a video where he appears to have sex with an anime body pillow. This infamous showcase would only contribute to his online infamy, as he would become known as the ultimate archetype for the stereotypical obsessive nerd that was disconnected from reality. Now, despite Thaddeus's cringeworthy activities, the man didn't seem to be harmful in any way, he just kinda liked embarrassing himself online. But over time, internet users would begin to notice some serious red flags that resulted in widespread suspicion about the individual. Sometime between 2011 and 2012, Thaddeus would make some bizarre posts to Facebook, not only saying that he was okay with CP, but he was actually in possession of it. In one reply, he allegedly—
What? Yo, is that Cat of 50 God?
He stated that he could, quote, fap to the same CP video for weeks because it's so fucking hot, and in another post he appears to say that he actively fantasizes about adopting a young girl to have sex with them, as well as claiming to having a 20GB hard drive full of CP. Naturally, these statements, along with many other ones associated with Mad Thad, were passed on to authorities, and upon the FBI being alerted about Mad Thad, an investigation was opened up on the guy. Upon being questioned by authorities, the anime fan claimed that the posts were just jokes, and that he wasn't actually responsible for any illegal activity. However, his claims were disproven as the FBI would search his home and confiscated an 8GB USB flash drive that was allegedly full of illicit child porn.
Alright, I got that saved. That was so... Why did you say that? I'm glad you said something because I wouldn't have known. Dog. You did, since you came in here asking about it with my name, bitch. He bought coins, y'all! Not even on Roblox. He bought Hypixel coins. Also, mobbed. I want you to... I just want you to understand. You just said, where's the video, after the guy in the video said that he had 8 gigabytes of CP. And you said, where's the video? I just thought I would say that real quick. You know, you... Because at first I didn't even know about the fucking, like, the thing on screen. Yeah, hold on. Let me show you what you just said. Where's the video on?
However, his claims were disproven as the FBI would search his home and confiscated an 8 gigabyte USB flash drive that was allegedly full of illicit child porn.
And then you said, where's the video? I alt-Z'd that, baby. I'm not posting it, but I am going to send it to you. I can take that.
Facing multiple CP charges, Mad Thad was eventually convicted in 2013. The anime fan took a plea deal that resulted in him getting 5 years in prison for his crime.
5 years? 5 years? Bob said he'll take the risk.
4chaner arrested for threats in Minecraft.
Oh my god, this... I love this story. Hold on. I love this story. This is one of my favorite stories ever.
This story really all begins back in early 2023 in Volusia County, Florida, with local sheriff Mike Chitwood. Around this time, Chitwood was rather vocal regarding his distaste for a neo-Nazi group of concern to the area, known as the Goyim Defense League. GDL has members around the country, and a cell had recently popped up in the area. Neo-Nazi propaganda and flyers had appeared in the community around the...
I know last year there was a guy, this is abhorrent. He had, his house got raided, and he got charged with having CP. And it was so, he had 15 hard drives. It was so much that after one hard drive, just one, he got 1,200 charges off of one hard drive. Do you know what type of a sicko would have so much that only one of their hard drives so far... Dog, why'd you say good while I was talking about that? Dog, what is your issue? Having that many gigs of just, anything, really. I don't even know if I have 8 gigs in my folder. I downloaded 5,000 plus pictures from my iPad. You keep dog. There was the first one. That was the real mobbed. I mean, I didn't think it was a joke, but apparently you're like, where's the video?
And citizens grew concerned. Many members of the GDL were known criminals sought after by Mike Chitwood and his department for crimes such as stalking and harassment, much of this stuff being perpetrated online. Sheriff Mike Chitwood spoke boldly regarding the group and denounced them as cowards, daring them to show their faces.
You came to the wrong county. I stand with my Jewish friends, and I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thugs like you.
Chitwood's outspokenness regarding this matter would make him the target of online attacks from far-right white supremacists. In fact, at one point, there was even an attempted swatting of the sheriff's home, and attempts were made to harass his children as well.
Okay, first off, how are you gonna SWAT a sheriff? What? That doesn't make sense. Am I tripping? That don't make no fucking sense.
38-year-old New Jersey 4chan user Richard Golden.
I should probably say, cause this is looking bad, my username has no affiliation with 4chan. I am not on that website ever. I should probably say that.
Apparently disgruntled with Mike Chitwood, Richard would allegedly take to 4chan in February to air out his thoughts regarding the policeman. The post allegedly authored by Richard read, "Just Chitwood in the head and he stops being a problem. They have to find a new guy to be the problem. But Chitwood in the head solves an immediate problem permanently. Just Chitwood in the head and murder him in Minecraft." Now, for some of you out there watching that aren't quite as online as I am, you may be sort of scratching your head at this in Minecraft thing. Well, to summarize, in recent years, there's been sort of a running gag where if somebody wants to make an extremely edgy statement or make a threat, but they're joking, they'll say in Minecraft, as in, you know, saying that I would only do this in a fictional universe, I would never do this in the real world. And yes, while there are a good deal of people out there that use this in Minecraft thing jokingly and they really wouldn't actually do the threats that they post to the internet, there are people out there that just would do the threats. They would follow through on the threats they post and they just put in Minecraft. They'll do it in Minecraft, you know, to sort of, I don't know, maybe they think it's a legal defense. Like, you can't be pursued if you say.
That's why whenever I say something out of pocket and y'all are like, end game, I'm like, no, I mean it for real. Y'all keep trying to silence me. I'll say something out of pocket and you'll be like, end game. Be like, no, real life. I'm going to do this.
Say that you're going to do it in Minecraft? Well, I hate to break it to you guys. If you issue threats on the internet, saying you're going to do it in Minecraft isn't a credible legal defense, and the cops could come after you. And that was the case with Mr. Golden.
That's concerning. Same as your comment after a guy got founded with CP. But, I mean, you know.
Here. While it's not exactly known how Mr. Golden's threat got back to police, be it another 4chaner reporting it or actual detectives monitoring the post, this death threat eventually made it to the very man that it was issued to, Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. And the man took the threat very seriously. An investigation was launched into the anonymous poster, which eventually led to the man's IP address being uncovered and Richard's New Jersey residence discovered. On March 1st of 2023, authorities surrounded Richard's house and knocked on the door. However, instead of Richard answering, the 38-year-old man's mother came to the door. Richard was living with mommy.
Is Richard here?
Yeah.
Can you have him come to the door, please? We'll discuss it in a second. Sure, absolutely.
After briefly explaining why they had come to the house, Richard's mother let the officers inside, and the officers asked the woman for help in summoning Richard for questioning. What follows is a rather comically embarrassing scene with the 38-year-old's mother yelling at him while he's upstairs, presumably browsing 4chan, to calm down and talk to the cops.
Richard! They're here. I don't know who they are. South Brunswick Police.
Richard, decked in pajamas, shuffles downstairs and submitted to officers without resisting. It was clear the man knew why they had come. They were arresting him for his in-Minecraft threat against Sheriff Chitwood.
Alright, just so you know, aware, there's a warrant out of Volusia County, Florida, for the incident that you're aware of what's going on?
Yeah, I think I saw you there.
What you talked about, yeah.
Yeah, right.
The 4chan poster was taken into custody while authorities searched the mother's house. Despite receiving numerous death threats in the wake of the arrest, Sheriff Mike Chitwood was quite celebratory on social media, tweeting out a picture of Richard being arrested. After hearing the news of Richard's arrest and his extradition to Florida, the sheriff commented this: "I can't wait to meet him when he gets off the plane." And Chitwood wasn't full of hot air either. The man did indeed come face to face with Richard Golden after he arrived at the airport in Florida.
No, I can't, no.
I am doing well. How are you doing? All right. I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Anything, hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida.
Richard was seen in court on March 28th of 2023 and was given a $100,000 bond. The man
Hey man, hey, if they arrest more of these retards, I'm fine with that. Fuck it. Why not? Oh yeah, that dog, I don't think you realize, with my sister, like what happened with my sister, like trying to kill me, they sent 20 officers. Even though I'm glad the police came in general, I don't think they needed like 20 officers for a 5'4" woman. You know what I mean? I was kind of like, I think as much as I want that bitch gone, I mean, this is a little excessive, I think.
has yet to face trial. So guys, especially the edgier of you out there, in Minecraft, it doesn't save you. You can get locked up for shit like this. 4chan versus Mary Bale. Animal cruelty is one of the few things that the collective internet agrees is utterly reprehensible. And many individuals have been mobbed and harassed for perpetrating the act over the years, which is exactly what would happen to a British woman in 2010 named Mary Bale. The story takes place in August of 2010 in the British city of Coventry. In August of this year, a 45-year-old British woman by the name of Mary Bale was walking along the street near her apartment when she stumbled across a kitten named Lola perched up next to a trash bin.
If this is the video I think it is, I might laugh. I'm sorry. I'm gonna look so bad for... I think I know what video this is, and even though it is fucked up, it makes me laugh because of how fucked up it is. I think she just... It's like standing on the side, she just pushes it.
And CCTV footage that was later...
Oh wait, no! Oh no, never mind.
Uploaded to YouTube by the cat's owners, Mary Bale can be seen grabbing the cat by the collar and throwing the cat into a plastic waste receptacle nearby, trapping the startled feline inside. The cat was reportedly trapped inside this waste bin for 15 hours. Fortunately, Lola's owners would eventually discover what had happened and they would free the cat before waste management hauled her off to a certain doom. Lola would eventually make a full recovery from the bin tossing, but news of the cat's good health wouldn't quell the online outrage.
Okay, I'm glad it wasn't the video I was thinking of because, like I said, I would have looked very bad, but I don't care. There's a video of, like, a cat, like, on the, like, railing thing of like a trash bin. Somebody just pushes the cat in. Like, it was open so the cat could get out, but it's just fucked up stupid videos like that that make me laugh out of like, what the fuck. Not because I'm like genuinely excited for it, but it's just like, what the fuck?
That was forming regarding the tosser herself. This seemingly random act of animal cruelty sparked a massive amount of outrage.
But I will say, on the flip side, don't Don't leave your fucking cats outside. They are inside cats, not outside. And especially the people that get mad when somebody takes them and keeps them. That's your fucking fault.
Outrage in the online community. 4chan in particular took major issue with the event and made it their goal to identify this person, track them down, and make them face justice. Cross-referencing the CCTV footage with Google Map images of the Coventry area, individuals were eventually able to discover
The only good one is Pepito. Do y'all know about Pepito? Are y'all aware of Pepito? The only good one is Pepito.
the home address of
Hold on. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up now. Give me a second. So there's a guy. So there's a guy, right? Let me. Which is this? No. Okay, cool. There's a guy that has an automatic camera on Twitter, and like whenever he comes back, it shows an image, and it also has like live, like people talking about it. Pepito is back. Pepito has left. Safe travel, King. Pepito is home. Pepito is back home. Pepito! You see what I mean? I love this page. I love Pepito. Pepito's leaving. Be safe. Safe travels, Pepito. Safe travels. I love this page. That's the only good example of somebody letting their cat out. I don't give a fuck what happens. I live for Pepito. I need Pepito.
The perpetrator. Soon after, they would discover the woman's name was Mary Bale, and they would keep digging. They found the woman's Facebook account and the name of her employer. They then discovered not only her phone number, but the phone numbers of her immediate family members and co-workers. 4chan users would then begin making prank calls and sending death threats to all of them en masse, resulting in Mary Bell going into hiding, hoping that the wave of harassment she was receiving would eventually go away. But Mary Bell couldn't stay hidden for long because eventually the more conventional media outlets would pick up on the story. Bell began being mobbed by reporters and had to be escorted by police whenever she went out in public. Initially, the woman would deny any wrongdoing whatsoever, telling a local newspaper in an interview that it was, quote, just a cat, and that she didn't see what all the fuss was about. Statements like this would only throw more fuel to the fire and pressure would mount, eventually getting the woman to admit that she had made a mistake. In the wake of the outrage, Mary Bale would issue a public apology stating, quote, "I cannot explain why I did this. It is completely out of character and I certainly did not."
It isn't out of... I hate when they use that phrase. It was not out of character. This is the real you. The fake you didn't do this. The real you did this. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that so much. Don't try to... this isn't usually like me. That is you! That is like you! This wasn't a, oopsie, I picked up the cat and put it in the garbage can. Like, this is out of character. Matter of fact, this is Leah. I'm glad she typed. I'm glad they got your ass, too. You look as beautiful as I thought, too.
distress to Lola,
You know,
or
in
her
like a
owners.
Susan
Despite
Boyle
her
type way.
eventual apologetic disposition, Mary Bell would be facing a criminal charge as a result of her action. In October of 2010, Bell would reportedly plead guilty to 1 count of animal cruelty. She was compelled to pay over £1,400 in compensation to Lola's owner and the courts collectively, and was forbidden from owning pets for a period of 5 years. But in all honesty, legal consequence was the least of Mary Bell's problems. The negative online backlash caused by Lola's tossing had essentially ruined her life. Her name was relentlessly mocked and derided online. There were entire Facebook groups dedicated to the slang.
Okay. Even though I'm glad justice was served, I'm digging for gold. And I'm about to dig for gold. Where do you find this stuff? This is a 6-hour video. This is just by a guy named Wavy Web Surf, which I hate. What is it? I don't like him as a person because his political, like, he's one of those like political people that are like the transgenders and the woke. But he makes good internet videos, so it's like a double-edged sword. It's like being with an abusive girlfriend. It's like, damn, she beats the fuck out of me, but she gives good head. So you gotta weigh your options.
Slander and harassment of Mary Bell. Parody Twitter accounts imitated her likeness and tweeted various obscenities in her name, and YouTube channels created satirical recreations of the incident that went massively viral. The sheer amount of vitriol made life for Mary Bell a living hell, the whole ordeal reportedly sending the woman into a deep depression. With over a decade now separating us from the cat-tossing incident, it has largely been forgotten about in the public discourse, but in the internet history books it will remain as one of the most significant 4chan-led vigilante justice campaigns to ever occur. Carl H., a Reddit monster.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know what this one is. Oh my god, I remember seeing this. I remember being there when it happened, basically.
In Reddit's early days, we're talking like 05, 06, 07, the small size of its community made it possible for prolific posters to become pseudo-internet celebrities. One such early Redditor to achieve this status was a computer programmer known on the boards as Carl H. Carl rose to prominence thanks to his helpful computer programming guides that he shared freely to his subreddit, and the man would build a glowing reputation for himself on the site.
Hello and welcome to Computer Science for Everyone. My name is Carl Harold, and I've been a professional programmer for over 15 years.
However, eventually disturbing secrets regarding the man would be leaked onto the internet, not only resulting in Carl getting ousted from the Reddit community, but resulting in the computer programmer spending the remainder of his days behind bars. This is the story of Carl H. Carl Harold's publicly traceable online activity begins all the way back in 2006 with the creation of his Carl H Reddit account. His first post of the site involved him sharing a Legend of Zelda piano cover that he had found on YouTube. The date of that share almost 16 years ago, November 9th of 2006. But the sharing of piano videos wouldn't be the catalyst for Carl H's Reddit fame. It was the kindness and compassion that he
I want you to keep that same sentiment when you find out what happens, by the way.
showed to his fellow Redditors that did that. A professional computer programmer by trade, Carl was known to give free advice to any and all Redditors interested in the field, from helping college students to aspiring game developers and just to help your average enthusiast get a grasp on programming. On his subreddit, Carl H Programming, the man would post entire guides for free, hundreds of them in fact. And Carl maintained a website and YouTube channel which hosted video versions of these lessons as well, all open to the public. According to Carl's Reddit About Me section, the man was completely self-taught and had successfully written games and applications for operating systems dating back to Windows DOS. It seemed like Carl posted these guides to make it easier for aspiring web developers or programmers to take the self-taught path just like he did.
In this lesson, which is lesson 7.2, the connection between function return values and variables, I am going to be explaining to you one of the most important principles used in programming.
And aside from his academic generosity, Carl H. was also made famous by a very notable interaction on Reddit. An interaction that some say stopped a Redditor from committing suicide. Yeah, like the guy would go out of his way and really check on people and make sure they were okay whenever someone would post something distressing to the subreddits. As a result of his compassion for the community, Carl was eventually given the prestigious honor of being dubbed Redditor of the Day.
I would kill myself. Don't give me that award. Leave me the fuck alone. Ban me from the website if I get that award. I think some of these things fell. Give me a second. Oh, was that not it? Oh.
On July 26, 2012. The thread celebrating him is still available and is filled with comments from Redditors around the time praising the character of this man. I'm a beginner that has struggled before with programming and felt really discouraged that I could never create anything. I just wanted to say that your emphasis on letting me know as a beginner that there are tons of resources out there that can do a lot of the work for me is both very encouraging and shows that you understand well the beginner's point of view. Thanks. By the beginning of 2013, Carl H. had become immensely popular on Reddit and on the internet in general. Numbers associated with his social media accounts from the time are proof of this. His YouTube channel had reached 30,000 subscribers, and some videos are still being viewed today. One of his YouTube videos got upwards of 900,000 views. And in the context of the man's fame simply originating from helpful Reddit posts, those are impressive numbers to just be stemmed off of that. But as you might imagine, Carl H.'s inclusion in this video means that things didn't remain positive forever. Which of course brings us to the disappearance of Carl H. In November of 2013, after close to 7 years of near constant Reddit activity, Carl H. suddenly stopped posting, and the man disappeared not only from Reddit but the internet entirely. Carl posted almost daily to Reddit, and his sudden drop in activity was almost immediately noticed by his fans, and some would even report that he stopped showing up to scheduled classes that he had arranged with Redditors who were trying to learn programming. Many assumed something bad had happened to Carl. Was he sick? Did he get injured? Was he hospitalized from a car accident or something like that? Redditors began feverishly Google searching Carl's name, perhaps to see if he had even passed away. Their searches yielded no obituaries, but what they did discover searching Carl's full name was an arrest report, and the charges that the man was facing were inhumane and disgusting to say the least. Redditors are accustomed to the occasional degenerate frequenting their site, but the allegations that Carl was facing were on a completely different level. Carl Harold was accused of committing unspeakable acts of torture on a child, and not just any child, his 9-year-old son. Police in Alabama, Carl's state of residence, said Carl H. and another man, Charles Dunavet, held the child captive for months while sexually torturing him, and created CP videos that were distributed through an online ring. These images were so gruesome that it's reported that some police officers got physically sick after discovering the evidence. Carl was apparently exposed after an anonymous tip was submitted to the FBI, who after reviewing the illicit content managed to trace its source to Carl H. and his co-conspirator. After being arrested, the two faced a litany of charges, including counts of sexual torture, sodomy, aggravated child abuse, exposing a person to an STD, and CP production and distribution. Additional reports further paint the man in a monstrous light, alleging Carl also kept his son isolated from the outside world, having him never attend school or doctor appointments, essentially depraving the poor child of any life whatsoever. In lieu of these charges, Carl and his co-conspirators were jailed and held there by a $1 million bond. As you might imagine, Redditors were completely shocked by this new development. Replies shifted from "thank you for helping me understand coding" to "what the actual fuck is going on here?" I have just found a post about Carl H. here on Reddit. Something about being arrested in a CP sting. Is it true? If so, it is unlikely he'll be giving his programming lessons in the near future.
Yeah. Yo, I'll put money on your books. Yo, when you getting out? I need some programming lessons.
And while this sounds bad, this could be an explanation for his unknown absence. The once helpful Redditor had been outed as a monster. It was very likely that Carl H. would be facing life in prison for his heinous crimes, but unfortunately, the man would never have to face true justice. As just days before the man was to be extradited to New York State to face federal charges, Carl Harold was found dead in his Clay County, Alabama jail cell, a suicide by hanging. The report would go viral on the internet, and while most obviously wanted the man to face trial and go to prison, many Redditors expressed happiness that the man was dead. Carl's partner, Charles Dunavant, was eventually sentenced to serve close to 56 years in prison, and will likely never walk a free man again. A strange footnote to this story is that in 2017, Carl H's Reddit account actually began posting again. This now infamous thread was titled, "Hi, it's me from heaven." The poster—
That boy is not in heaven. What the fuck?
writes, "I escaped from a morgue. Yes, this is Carl Harold. I escaped and currently am in Russia, going to submit an AMA today for proof. I in fact did fake my suicide." While this was indeed the legitimate Carl H. account making these posts, it was later concluded that Carl's account had been hacked, and this was simply an anonymous troll attempting to get a rise out of a sensitive situation. The moral of this story is summarized well by a comment left on one of Carl H.'s last videos. "This man is proof that you can never truly know someone from behind a computer screen." Next, the killer Yandere.
Yandere Simulator.
A Japanese word that you'll likely be hearing again throughout the rest of this video. That word being yandere. What the hell does this mean? I'm sure you've seen it before. Well, the yan in yandere comes from the Japanese verb yanderu, which means to be mentally ill or to be mentally sick. Yanderu is combined with another Japanese word, dere dere, a word—
You don't need to listen to this. If you want to learn what it is, download the game Yandere Simulator. It has really good in-depth descriptions of what it is. Tweedle dork and Tweedle dumbass keep adding me in chat.
meaning love struck. So
I'll
the
let
two
y'all
words
decide
together,
who's who.
Yandere basically being a mentally sick, love-struck person. Yandere is an anime archetype where a character's love is so devoted that they become obsessed and possessive of their loved one to the point of behaving irrationally in an effort to hold on to their crush or love interest. Basically simping to the max, to the point where it could literally result in someone's death. Now, a yandere killing someone in an anime or a video game, we've seen that before.
My life is like a video game. Sorry.
But could something like this happen in real life? Well, the answer might surprise you. I'd like to introduce you all to Japanese woman Yuka.
Hey, you say that like you didn't have control of adding me. You ain't shit. Alright, so I've decided that I need more mastery. So I will be selling my huges on my alt account.
Takeoka. Yuka was born January 28th of 1998 in Tokyo and was an only child. Not much is known about the woman's early life, other than that she dropped out of university, opting to pursue a career in the Japanese bar and service industry. Yuka would eventually land a lucrative management position at a hostess club in Tokyo. A Japanese hostess club is essentially a nightlife spot where all of the staff are women.
Bad idea?
It serves as a counterpart to a host club
Appreciate it.
where all the staff are men. You know, naturally you got men going to the hostess club and women going to the host club for a night of fun and drinks, this, that, and the other. It would be through this Japanese nightlife industry that Yuka would meet her boyfriend.
I will wait, no. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, wait, okay. I will sell this piece of shit. I will sell it. I don't care. Sell this shit too, bitch. Fuck it.
That would become the victim of this story. That individual being a man named Phoenix Luna. Luna worked at the Fusion by Youth nightclub, which was a host club located in the red light district. Phoenix was said to have been an attractive man and was popular within the host industry, and was highly ranked amongst other hosts at various clubs.
Yeah, he's the biggest hoe. Show.
Common practice at the time was when hosts and hostess got off of work, they would all intermingle and just sort of go to a random club and hang out, and that's how Phoenix would meet Yuka. After initially meeting, Phoenix had sent Yuka messages on Twitter inviting her out for further meetups. In March of 2019, the two would go on a date to a cat cafe and watch movies together. Yuka was said to have been enraptured by Phoenix and spent an exuberant amount of money on him. And why was she spending all this money on Phoenix? Well, what you'll find in this story is that the relationship was somewhat one-sided. Yuka liked Phoenix a lot more than Phoenix liked Yuka. And in a desperate effort to maintain his favor, Yuka would go to Phoenix's host club as a customer and literally pay Phoenix to spend time with her. Yuka believed that if she wanted to be with Phoenix, she would have to continue her financial simping, and even picked up additional work as an escort to do so. In April of 2019, Yuka and Phoenix began a sexual relationship. This intimacy reportedly beginning after she presented Phoenix with a bottle of champagne and confessed her love to the man. To promote her lover, Yuka would continue to go to the host club and support Phoenix with the money that she spent. Phoenix was able to become one of the top hosts at the bar. She wanted to help him get the #1 spot, which allowed for extra privileges and major bonuses. She also rented out an apartment close to Phoenix in hopes that he would stay with her. On May 20th of 2019, Phoenix stayed the night with her, but to Yuka's disappointment, he spent most of his time uninterested and on his phone or sleeping. On May 23rd of 2019, Phoenix planned to assist Yuka with cleaning at her residence around noon, but his obligations caused a delay. Yuka called Phoenix on the phone, and his explanation for not being there was that he had made plans to meet with a female work client. This sent Yuka into a tailspin. She journaled the following around the time. Quote, "I want to be a tragic heroine. How is it possible for him to look at a woman other than me? I know killing him is for the best. If I kill him, it will be eternal, and there will be no pain. I don't need anything other than you." 3 hours later, Phoenix arrived and helped her tidy up. After cleaning, the two ended up getting intimate with each other. Phoenix then takes a bath and goes to bed. Yuka, however, stayed awake and had other plans she wanted to execute. Apparently, after coming to the conclusion that Phoenix's affection for her was merely surface level, Yuka's psyche essentially shatters. After confirming that Phoenix had fallen asleep, at around 3:50 p.m., she goes to the kitchen, procures a knife, returns to the bed, gets on top of...
Oh my god. I need this Roblox model. It's the honk cat. Honk, honk, honk. I need that mod. It's so stupid. That's a retarded ass model. What the fuck is that?
Of Phoenix and plunges the blade into his stomach. After being stabbed, Phoenix awoke, feeling uncomfortable, looked down and noticed that he had a knife in his stomach. He pulls it out, but Yuka was on top of him. After pulling out the knife, Phoenix was said to have fearfully looked up at Yuka and uttered the phrase, "Please, I love you," in an effort to avoid another thrust from this blade. After hearing this, Yuka seemed placated for the moment and put the blade down. After this, it's said that Phoenix pushed Yuka off of him, gets to his feet, and initiates an escape of the apartment with blood dripping out of him. Yuka got a hold of him, but he was able to shake loose and run out of the door into the elevator. But when the elevator had descended to the lobby, Phoenix had already lost consciousness. Officers arrived at the scene around 4 p.m. and found Phoenix with 2 stab wounds in the abdomen. The man had nothing but a pair of shorts on and was covered in blood. Yuka sat next to her wounded lover, drenched in his blood, calmly puffing away on a cigarette, her phone to her ear.
What, so people can't have bad days? Is it illegal to have a bad day? Can people not have bad days? Like, what's going on? You just had a bad evening, dude. Like, chill out. It ain't that deep, dude. Can women not have activities?
And ignoring the bewildered officers. A tenant living in the building would report that the entire elevator was essentially covered wall to wall with blood. Footage would later be obtained of the officers arresting Yuka and escorting her to the police station. While in the back of the squad car, Yuka flashed a sinister grin beneath her large glasses, and a photograph that would go viral online. When later questioned by authorities, Yuka said, quote, "I too wanted to die. Since I loved him so much, I couldn't help it. After killing him, I wanted to die. I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I did not call emergency services because I intended to die after watching him die from the stabbing." Authorities allegedly also found a journal written in blood that read, "I like you so much, I wanted to kill you." This bloody journal allegedly being authored by Yuka. Yuka's motive for the stabbing seems to come from a place of jealousy and despair surrounding the thought of Phoenix being in love with another woman. Yuka's stabbing of Phoenix fit very well into the yandere archetype, and she became a viral phenomena online when the photos went up. People online saw her as a real-life yandere character. Instagram fan accounts began popping up, praising Yuka, some even calling her too beautiful to be a murderer. Some of Yuka's online fans even started a GoFundMe and raised close to $4,000 in an attempt to keep her out of jail. Needless to say, this didn't work. But fortunately for all involved, Phoenix actually survived the stabbing.
Oh, he did? Oh, thank God. I was worried about that. I'm like, I hope my king is here.
According to reports, Phoenix was unconscious and in critical condition for close to 5 days. But thanks to intensive medical intervention, he would make a miraculous full recovery. Phoenix would later return to his job as a host, and what has become of him in recent years isn't publicly known. Eventually, Yuka would face trial for her attempted murder. She pled guilty, and on December 5th of 2019, the presiding judge for Yuka's case handed her a 3-year and 6-month sentence.
Excuse me? What? Like 1, 2, 3?
Yuka could be possibly released as early as late 2023, but that was the case of the yandere stabbing. Next, the story of YouTube predator Austin Jones.
It's a dream.
It's not all too uncommon these days for an aspiring music artist to get their start on YouTube, the platform allowing direct access to a potential audience of hundreds of millions if one is talented enough to stand out. A singer known as Austin Jones was one of the first to unlock YouTube's potential in this regard. However, what we find is that one of YouTube's earliest musical successes turns out to be one of its most disturbed.
Turns out to be a Minecraft YouTuber.
This is the story of Austin Jones. Joining the site back in 2007, Chicago-based singer, songwriter, and comedian Austin Jones was once a force to be reckoned with on YouTube. Austin got his start on the site by performing covers of popular songs of the era, including music from Panic at the Disco, 21 Pilots, and Justin Bieber, to name a few artists. The shaggy-haired blonde crooner would eventually branch out.
Somebody in my guild said that they got so tired of it, they made a macro specifically for themselves. I asked for it and they said they didn't have it, like it wasn't available.
Out from covers and created his own original songs and acapellas, some of which actually became minor commercial successes. And when I say minor, I really mean minuscule, like the guy might have sold a couple of singles on iTunes or something. In 2010, Austin released his debut album, Out of Character, and associated music videos further helped establish this sort of scene kid heartthrob persona that Jones was clearly after. The target audience for this sort of music and content style is pretty self-evident. Austin's fan base was primarily composed of young women, some coming for the music, others seeing him as this sort of heartthrob figure akin to something like a Family Dollar version of Justin Bieber. But hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. In the early 2010s, this style was poppin', and Austin Jones was doing well on YouTube adopting it. However, what we soon find is that Austin Jones's ease of access to an audience of underage fans proves to be quite problematic in a variety of ways. In the spring of 2015, a horde of damning evidence emerged implicating Austin as a sexual predator of underage girls, with claims coming up to the surface alleging the man of being a degenerate sex pest who would serially slide into the DMs of minors. Around this
Do I sell this for 900 mil? Just to get rid of it? I know it's way under, but I haven't seen that move in like days, months, weeks. I've tried that, Leah. I've tried 950 and it didn't sell.
This time, a bizarre video would surface which appeared
I love, even though this video is sickening, the video is so fucking funny. Have y'all seen the video? Have y'all seen this video? Let me try to see it or find it. Be warned, I'll tell you. Even though this is disgusting, right? Like, this is disgusting. It's just funny because of what he did. It's funny and what he does in the video. So basically, he sent this video to 13 and 14-year-olds, okay?
Hey cutie, so this is like the first basic twerk move. So this is what you do. You stand with your legs apart, you bend your legs, and then you arch your back, and you don't arch it. You do it faster, so it's like that. Now it's your turn. Okay, the second move is like bending over and trying to make it bounce, so it's like this. Like that.
Like, obviously this shit, it's just deplorable, right? We can all agree. But it's just funny because why the fuck would he send a video like that?
to show Austin Jones showcasing to girls how they could twerk.
Oh, he plays it anyway.
So this is like the first basic twerk move. So this is what you do. You stand with your legs apart, you bend your legs, and then you arch your back, and you don't arch it. You do it faster, so it's like this.
Other leaked DMs appear to show Austin Jones requesting one girl to delete a tweet where the alleged minor publicly revealed Austin was requesting twerk videos. Here's some of the other leaked messages. So you like my song Toothpick Booty? Yeah. You should make a video of you booty popping to it. It'll be so awesome. Haha, maybe. Why maybe? That should be a definitely. Let me be honest real quick. I was actually having a really down night, so I asked fans to message me to maybe cheer me up. And out of all the fans, I decided to talk to you.
What a dick. That's so fucking disgusting.
And now these videos are actually cheering me up and making me happy. Can you please make more? How about after each one, I'll make a video of me talking and telling you what I liked about it? Look, you're really nice and everything, and I love you a lot, but no, I don't want to, and I'm just not comfortable, and it's late and cold, and I still have homework. And I'm truly sorry, but I just can't. Great, now I'm in an even worse mood. Other unconfirmed leaked screenshots appear to show Jones giving very specific instructions regarding alleged twerk videos. That was really good. For the next one, do it with your legs apart, but while you're stretching down, move your hips. Additional leaked messages. If you made a video of you booty shaking to Toothpick Booty, I think I'd die of laughter, haha. I've legit been singing that song all week, haha. You should do it, it'd be fun. So as you can see, you've got these screenshots allegedly showing Austin Jones
Context? Question mark?
requesting, favors from minors. The concerning allegations surrounding Austin Jones would begin to circulate around Twitter, and the situation would become something of a viral news event when YouTubers publish videos covering the allegations.
He had told me that in the past, like a couple years ago, if not a year or two ago, whatever, that he asked for girls to twerk for him in videos, to send them videos of them twerking for him.
Why are these people doing this? These are people that have all these people looking up to them, and they're taking advantage of their fans, and honestly, I think that it gives our music scene a very bad reputation.
In the wake of the accusations, Austin Jones would publish a video of his own called Setting the Record Straight, where he attempts to trivialize his actions, claiming that the twerk requests were simply just for fun, and that no sexual...
Yo, it'd be really fun, Leah? Twerk video, naked, oiled up, butt naked, Fred Eagle. That'd be really funny.
Sexual motivation prompted the solicitation of the aforementioned content. Additionally, the 22-year-old attempts to justify his alleged actions by citing loneliness and self-confidence issues.
So that you would understand why I was that desperate, why I was even asking for those things. It was that depression piling up into me searching for attention.
I'm not gonna say that out loud. I was about to say something crazy.
I would read every little comment, every little person telling me to kill myself, every person telling me that life wasn't worth living for me anymore. That entire
It isn't! Kill yourself!
I read those comments, and I began researching different suicide methods.
Despite the disturbing allegations the man was facing, Austin wasn't subjected to any immediate law enforcement investigation. He would avoid incursion from authorities for the next 2 years. However, thanks to the persistence of the alleged victims and a variety of online activism campaigns against Jones, eventually a criminal inquiry was opened. On June 9th of 2017, just over 2 years after the allegations went viral, a U.S. magistrate judge would sign and issue a search warrant for Jones's home in Bloomingdale, Illinois. 3 days later, on June 11th, Homeland Security investigators raided the YouTube star's residence. During the search, authorities discovered illicit child content on the man's devices. He was then arrested and hit with 2 CP-related charges. What followed were a series of court proceedings that revealed the true horrific extent of the abuse committed by Austin Jones. One such discovery was that in messages Austin had exchanged with a minor, he would request the underage fan to announce their age while the individual performed suggestive acts for him. In court transcripts, Austin describes a conversation between him and a 14-year-old girl as a, quote, audition, where she would have to perform suggestive dances and acts for his approval. The man apparently acting as a sort of sadistic director, guiding the minor to perform in a way which he saw fit to appease his sick fantasies. Now you need an intro to the video. At the beginning, get super close and say these lines. Hey Austin, it's name, and this butt is age years old.
Murder's the only option, I think.
And then make it clap for 30 seconds.
Also, this is off topic and weird, but they're children. They don't have the facilities to do that. Like,
Got it? After a series of
like grown women that are grown, they can twerk because they got big butts. I don't think kids have big butts for the most part. Unless they're my family. We all have big ass butts when we were younger.
trials, Jones would eventually be found guilty on one count of receiving CP, and on February 1st of 2017, Austin Jones was sentenced to serve 10 years in prison, with his earliest possible release being in 2027. In the wake of his sentencing, the man's YouTube channel has been deleted and the name Austin Jones has been entered into the ever-growing catalog of YouTubers busted for CP. His reputation likely permanently destroyed thanks to his own abusive activities. The cosplay killer. Next up, the case of Melissa Turner, the cosplay killer. Melissa Turner was born November 25th of 1992. She grew up in North Carolina, as well as Florida, and reports say she had a troubled childhood, claiming to have suffered abuse from a family member that left her traumatized to the point where she began to find solace in compulsive eating, leading to a struggle with childhood and teenage obesity. Because of this, Melissa was said to have been harassed and bullied at school. It wouldn't be until adulthood that Melissa would gain confidence and lose the weight. She worked hard, losing over 100 pounds. And not only did she physically improve herself, she got educated as well, attaining an associate's degree around the time. After losing the weight, Melissa decided she wanted to chase her dreams of becoming an actress and entered many cosplaying competitions to achieve this goal. And she was popular at conventions that she attended. This cosplaying success eventually evolves into Melissa becoming an amateur model. The woman operated numerous online blogs, with these blogs reportedly featuring explicit content.
If you don't know who I am, if you never heard of me or anything like that before, I am Two-Thorn Rose. You can call me Rose. I'm a cam model. I'm an artist. I love fitness. I've lost 100 pounds. I like making videos about that and about my art and just about my daily life.
By 2017, Melissa had found herself a hot online commodity with simps all around wanting to throw money at her. In April of 2017, Melissa would meet a man named Matthew Trussler on Tinder. Matthew and Melissa found chemistry on the dating app and met in person, and it wouldn't be long before they fell in love. By 2019, the two had become engaged and were living in a 2-story, 4-bedroom home together, a home that was purchased thanks to some extra income that Melissa had been earning of late. As Melissa's popularity as a cosplay influencer grew, so did the woman's affinity for creating lucrative, not safe for work content. And it's been reported that Matthew assisted her in the production of said material. While everything described thus far sounds nice, albeit a bit of an unconventional relationship, but fine enough, behind the scenes, the couple's relationship was tumultuous to say the least. It's been said that the two fought frequently, and alcohol was commonly abused by the pair.
Also, hello, Gennaro.
Disputes. Which brings us to the date of tragedy in this story, October 17th of 2019. And this is what happens next from the perspective of Melissa. At around 11 p.m., buzzed off of shots of vodka, Melissa claims to have gotten tired and told Matthew that she wanted to go to sleep. She went to bed, but Matthew stays up. Melissa claims she awoke hours later and noted Matthew had yet to go to bed. She got up to see what he was doing, and it's at this point where she claims to have discovered Matthew outside on the patio covered in blood, and he wasn't breathing. She would contact the police, later telling officers that she was performing CPR.
911, what is your emergency? I woke up on my boyfriend. He was outside this morning. He's cold. He's gone.
When authorities arrived, her fiancé was pronounced dead at the scene. The narrative of events
I'm good. How are you
provided by
doing?
Melissa seemed to suggest that perhaps Matthew had died from alcohol poisoning or had injured himself while intoxicated. But a later autopsy performed on the man indicated that he died from a stab wound. After this discovery, authorities immediately detained Melissa and took her in for questioning. She would initially stick to her story of waking up to find her fiancé dead, but unfortunately for her, a security camera caught audio and visual of what really took place.
What could you hear? What kind of phrases?
So I heard, get up. I heard so, and then there was an explicit die.
You heard so die?
And and then I heard, you know, it sounded like a female voice was crying, saying, what did I do?
What this footage made clear was that Matthew's death resulted from some sort of domestic dispute gone wrong, not him dying outside by himself from alcohol poisoning. When Melissa was made aware of this footage, she changed her story and tried to spin it as it was a self-defense situation, and she stabbed the man to save her own life. Needless to say, the cops weren't buying the excuse and she was arrested. On Valentine's Day of 2022, Melissa stood trial for the murder of her fiancé. During this trial, she would actually take the stand and described Matthew as an alcoholic who had demonstrated unsettling and abusive behaviors in the past. Quote, there were times where he would push me and punch walls beside my head. I had seen him cut himself, burn himself, stab himself. He would stare off at some corner and he would tell me that there's a demon standing right there. It's clear that Turner was attempting to portray herself as a battered victim and her fiancé as an abusive monster. But when the facts are presented in this case, it's clear who the monster really was. It was later determined that after stabbing her fiancé, Melissa waited close to 4 hours before calling 911. Even after being stabbed, the man's life could very likely have been saved, but her intentional delay in contacting first responders ensured that it wouldn't be. The conclusion of this trial resulted in the jury finding Melissa guilty of murder, and she was sentenced to 20.5 years in Florida State Prison.
This jury did not believe her claims of self-defense. Nor does this court.
Melissa will be 50 years old before she's eligible for release. This next story details the biggest fraud in GoFundMe history. Over $500,000 stolen in what's been dubbed the fake homeless GoFundMe fraud.
Oh, I remember this.
This story begins back on November 10th of
320.
2017 with the creation of a GoFundMe page by New Jersey woman Kate McClure. The GoFundMe was called Paying It Forward, and attached to it was a photo showing Kate smiling and embracing a homeless Iraq war veteran that would become known as Johnny Bobbitt. In the details of the page, Kate would go on to explain the touching story behind this photo and why she wanted to raise money for this apparently generous drifter. Kate claimed while traveling to visit a friend, she ran out of gas on an Interstate 95 exit in Philadelphia. Forced to pull over her vehicle on the side of a busy highway, she panicked. Quote, my heart was beating out of my chest. I didn't know what the heck to do. Unquote. This is when a nearby Mr. Johnny Bobbitt, a homeless man living in the area, sees Kate's predicament. And instead of coming up and trying to bum money, he actually offers to help her out. Kate says that Mr. Bobbitt told her to stay in her car and lock the doors and await his return. And not long after, Mr. Bobbitt was said to have returned from a nearby gas station with a tank in hand, spending his last $20 on gas in a selfless effort to get this frazzled young woman back on the road. Bobbitt fuels up her car, reportedly asks for nothing in return, and only wishes that Kate be safe and have a good rest of the evening. And it's an admittedly touching story. I mean, you've got this homeless man with presumably nothing to his name spending his last few bucks to help this panicked young woman out in a tough spot, when the guy himself probably needs all the help in the world. Kate would go on to claim that in the weeks following this incident that her and her boyfriend Mark D'Amico would go back to where Johnny hung out at and bring him some food and a couple bucks here and there, just as like a, show of appreciation for this good deed. But feeling as though Bobbitt deserved more for his kind act, that's when the GoFundMe is created and the story of the gas-toting homeless man gets published to the internet.
$769. Holy shit.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yep.
God, that's amazing.
Kate had intended to raise $10,000 for Mr. Bobbitt, enough to help him get off of the streets and back on his feet. Bobbitt reportedly suffered from a heroin addiction around this time and wanted to get clean. So, the thought was perhaps the money could go towards like a rehab treatment or at least getting him a place to stay for the short term until they could figure something else out for him. But they would end up getting far more than $10,000. Kate's $10,000 goal was completely smashed, with the fundraiser to get Mr. Bobbitt back on his feet raising an eye-popping amount of over $400,000 in about a month's time, which came out to about $360,000 after GoFundMe fees were taken. The GoFundMe was closed by request of Mr. Bobbitt in December, and the funds were then placed in Kate's bank account for the time being. It was the biggest payout in the history of GoFundMe at the time.
So you're not wearing the glasses because you're Hollywood now?
No, man. I got an eye infection in my right eye.
But it's Johnny Bobbitt Jr.'s face and story that's gone viral.
News reports from the time indicated that after the GoFundMe had closed, an RV was purchased for Mr. Bobbitt to live in. It was placed on Kate and Mark's property in the Florence Township of New Jersey. Bobbitt also got a truck around this time so that he could drive. And Kate and Mark claimed that a trust fund was being set up in order to manage future payouts to Johnny Bobbitt. And this was contingent on him getting a job and staying off of drugs. Needless to say, Johnny Bobbitt was blown away by the couples and the internet's generosity. And his story served as an uplifting tale for folks around the world during the holiday season.
You're going from zero, literally, to $300 and some odd thousand.
It's like winning the lottery.
Less than a week ago, Johnny was sleeping under a bridge. Today, he's been given what he calls a second chance.
But unfortunately, there was trouble on the horizon. A little foreshadowing here for you using a quote from the legendary Notorious B.I.G., "Mo money, mo problems." This story doesn't remain a wholesome tale for long, and it quickly degenerates into a clusterfuck of greed-induced insanity and fraud. By early 2018, just months after the GoFundMe had ended, Mr. Bobbitt was claiming that Mark and Kate had reneged on their trust fund agreements and were withholding the money that was donated to him. Bobbitt had claimed that he had only received about $75,000 of the $360,000 sum. And around this time, it appeared that the couple was actively dipping into Bobbitt's GoFundMe money to fund a lavish lifestyle, with Kate and Mark purchasing a $25,000 BMW around the time, Mark making frequent visits to the casino, and the couple suddenly splurging on a variety of expensive activities and a trip to Las Vegas. Despite their apparent recent stroke of prosperity, Mark and Kate would deny that they were using the GoFundMe money for themselves, and Mark D'Amico would even go on to claim that Mr. Bobbitt wasn't getting money at the moment because he was using drugs. Whatever the case, it seemed like these three individuals were in a constant state of quarrel in regard to this GoFundMe money, and eventually this would boil over into a lawsuit.
Soon Bobbitt was broke, homeless, and again drowning in his heroin addiction.
If they had bought him a house and set up the two trusts that they said they were going to do, then we wouldn't be here today.
In August of 2018, Mr. Bobbitt sued Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, accusing them of withholding his donated funds and spending more than half of the $360,000 sum. His suit requested that a judge be appointed to manage the funds rather than Kate and Mark being in control of the fortune. The announcement of this civil suit was a bit shocking to the public, as it was the first indication that something was amiss with the biggest GoFundMe in history. The ultimate feel-good story of 2017 was beginning to show cracks. Many news reports at the time were sympathetic towards Johnny Bobbitt, and online negative sentiment began growing towards Kate and Mark. They felt like the couple was screwing this guy over.
To the people who read that Inquirer account and said these two, they committed a fraud, I know you've been getting death threats now. You tried to do a good thing. Oh, Kate.
I'm sorry.
What do you want
It's
people
my
to know?
family, and I don't know. It's so hard to deal with.
Oh, I hate when white women cry. Sorry, I just had to say that.
It's because these people are getting one side of the story and receiving death threats and, threats to burn my house down and threats against my family and everything like that is so hard to deal with when we know that we did a good thing. And I still believe that we did a good thing, and I would do it all over again.
Amidst the civil case against the couple, Bobbitt's attorney in a press release would state that not just half of the GoFundMe money was spent, all of it was. $360,000 allegedly spent in 8 months' time. This sent the media into a frenzy, and it was being speculated that Kate and Mark were about to be facing criminal charges, not just civil ones.
Says the GoFundMe money of $400,000 is all gone. So the question is, where did it go?
Well, the big question to me is, are we going to see this couple in mugshot soon? Are we going to see them in criminal court and not just here in civil court where this case has been playing out now? Civil matters, of course, no criminal charges, just people fighting over money. So is this fight over money going to be a criminal matter because you think it would? And there's potentially 14,000 plus victims, all those people around the world who donated money.
The media was right in their speculation, as authorities would indeed begin a criminal investigation into Mark and Kate. On September 6th, police would arrive at their residence with a search warrant. They scanned the property and rifled through the couple's home for hours. Police left with bundles of evidence, collected cell phone text records, and even confiscated the BMW. And after the search, things only get more bizarre. On November 15th of 2018, Burlington County, New Jersey prosecutors announced that not only were criminal charges going to be placed on Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, they were also going to be placed on Johnny Bobbitt, the man that was suing the couple. So why was Johnny Bobbitt also charged? Well, it was discovered through text messages and other evidence that the entire premise of the GoFundMe was built on a lie.
On the evening of November 10th, 2017, Mark D'Amico, the boyfriend of Caitlin McClure, took a photograph of McClure and Johnny Bobbitt Jr., a homeless man, standing at the Girard Avenue exit ramp on Interstate 95 in Philadelphia. The paying it forward story that drove this fundraiser might seem too good to be true. Unfortunately, it was. The entire campaign was predicated on a lie.
Kate never ran out of gas, Bobbitt never helped her fill up her tank. The story was completely bogus. Johnny Bobbitt was simply a homeless man that Mark D'Amico knew from previous encounters, as Bobbitt often hung out by the casino that D'Amico frequented. Mark took this photo of Kate posing with Bobbitt, the couple invented a fake sob story to accompany it, and once the GoFundMe and the story took off, Bobbitt played right along with it. This feel-good story was a bunch of bullshit. A $400,000...
Yeah, but who cares? Who cares about the homeless man? Dog, he ain't doing nothing else.
$1 load of absolute bullshit.
It was an elaborate hoax the trio cooked up together, and tonight all three are charged with theft by deception and could face up to 10 years in prison. The online reaction, swift and angry. They used people's hearts to steal. Now someone who deserves help will not get it.
Just take a look at some of these messages allegedly sent from Kate McClure to a friend. Okay, so wait, the gas part is completely made up, but the guy isn't. I had to make something up to make people feel bad. The friend says, this gas story is gonna backfire. She says, nah, it's all good. How would it? The friend gives more advice. They're gonna interview him one day and ask him, but you need to tell him first, make sure he knows. Kate says, yeah, we'll tell him. This week, we have to. I guess discussing the story.
Fucked up.
That Bobbitt had to memorize. Kate also says, my mom just called me and said that people go to jail for scamming others out of money, so there's that. That's what my own mother thinks of me. In the words of Welvin de Great,
got it!
Their conspiracy to swindle the internet with a holiday sob story, it was a dastardly ploy indeed. And for a while, the group had got away with it. If only they could quell their insatiable greed, and if Johnny Bobbitt could have just kept his mouth shut. You really gotta wonder what the guy was thinking when he thought lawyering up was a good idea here. So what would become of these feel-good phonies? Kate McClure, the architect of the now infamous GoFundMe page, pled guilty to one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud in March of 2019. She was later sentenced in July of 2022 to serve 1 year and 1 day in prison in addition to having to pay restitution. Johnny Bobbitt, or the Gas Man as we'll call him, pled guilty to state charges of conspiracy to commit theft by deception in 2019. He was later sentenced to serve 5 years of probation. Bobbitt is still facing federal conspiracy to commit wire fraud charges, which he has pled guilty to and is awaiting sentencing. In November of 2021, Mark D'Amico, often accused as being the ringleader of this operation, would plead guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. In April of 2022, D'Amico was sentenced to serve 27 months in prison. He must also pay restitution and seek gambling addiction and mental health counseling. And why did Mark get a heavier sentence than Kate? Well, it's because Kate was willing to testify against Mark in court. You know what they say, there's no honor among thieves. Those on the internet who donated to the GoFundMe dedicated to Johnny Bobbitt would be refunded by GoFundMe itself. While those who were scammed did get their money back, an example of these conspirators had to be made. Prosecutors ensured that all involved with this ploy were punished for deceiving the public. Their heavy-handedness in this situation, a warning to any opportunistic scammers looking to take advantage of the internet's goodwill. 4chan versus Kenny Glenn. Our next story is the Mac Daddy of all 4chan animal rescue efforts, and it's one that many of you have likely heard of before. It's the original 4chan cat abuse story. It's the story of Kenny Glenn and Dusty the cat. This story begins all the way back on February 15th of 2009 when a YouTube channel called Glenn Spam 1 uploads 2 disturbing videos back to back. These shocking videos featured 2 young men, one recording and one physically abusing a gray cat named Dusty. This is by far the most graphic video in this compendium, and I definitely cannot show it, but I will describe to you what happens. The video begins with a masked individual referring to himself as Timmy saying, quote, "Some people know me as the animal abuser." Timmy then walks into the bathroom and opens the shower stall, revealing a visibly frightened gray cat named Dusty, who is hunkered down in the corner of the shower. The cat appeared to have been trapped in the stall by the boys for some time and was clearly anxious. Timmy then proceeds to pick up the cat by the neck and slam it against the shower wall numerous times. Then Timmy holds the cat down to the shower floor with one hand and strikes its head and back with his fist, all while the cameraman yells and laughs maniacally. The cat, now groaning in distress, is then lifted up and placed face first against the shower head as Timmy turns on the water, spraying the cat with focused jets in its eyes. The cat is then released and the video ends with loud pained meows coming from Dusty, with the battered feline laying helplessly in the corner of the shower. But this wasn't the end of Dusty's abuse, as a second video shows the boys attacking the cat on a different occasion. The second video begins with a shot of Dusty resting on the bathroom floor before he's suddenly approached by the boys and sprayed in the face with an unknown irritating liquid. He's then repeatedly struck by Timmy on the head and back and stomach. This goes on for about a minute until the video ends with more pained groans from Dusty. These videos were textbook examples of animal abuse and almost immediately generated disgust in the video's comment section. This was truly a first of its kind scenario in terms of YouTube, and people in this comment section had a feeling of urgency. Something had to be done to save this poor animal. And that's when these videos found their way to 4chan's B-board. Upon viewing these heinous videos, board members made it their goal to unmask the anonymous individuals responsible, bring them to justice, and save Dusty. They got to work meticulously analyzing the video and looking through the Glenn Spam 1 YouTube channel for any identifying metadata on the account. After a thorough analysis of the Glenn Spam 1 account, many board members came up with a theory that Timmy the cat abuser's real name was Mike Glenn. This theory stemmed from an old comment that was posted to the channel by an account using the same name. You know, Glenn Spam, Mike Glenn, kind of similar, right? This actually resulted in board members identifying a man in New York named Mike Glenn, and this individual's address was doxed and the man was reported to law enforcement for the abuse. The man was harassed and even visited by law enforcement who, upon visiting him, debunked the claim and the lead was proven to be false. It was a swing and a miss, but 4chan went back to the drawing board and actually pulled up some useful information this time. A break in the case came when users discovered that the Glenn Spam 1 username had actually been used on another website called HaitiWow.com, which was bizarrely enough a Haitian current events website. The Glenn Spam 1 account on the Haiti website contained some identifiable information, including the zip code 73505, which narrowed down the Glenn Spam 1 account owner to being a resident of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma. And with this Lawton, Oklahoma zip code in mind, that's when 4chan users got on Facebook and started looking through accounts from the area trying to find anyone that was a teenager with the first or last name Glenn. And eventually, they stumbled across the Facebook page of a teenager named Kenny Glenn. 4chan also discovered that Kenny Glenn had a brother named Weston, and it was suspected that Weston was the cameraman. And then they really started putting some dots together. Using images taken from Kenny's Facebook page, they compared the interior of Kenny's house with frames from the videos, and they discovered that a drum set, a beige wall, green carpet, and some wooden trim seen in Kenny's bedroom perfectly matched up with that of a room shown briefly in one of the abuse videos visible through an open doorway. With this compelling circumstantial evidence, it was clear that Kenny Glenn and Weston were very likely the ones behind these abuse videos. Once this connection was made, people began voicing their anger at the boys in a variety of ways, from posting pictures of themselves with their cats insulting Kenny and supporting Dusty, to digging up Kenny's entire social media history and unearthing racist comments, and even creating a full dox on Kenny and his family, which was hosted on several privately owned websites alongside the videos themselves, to ensure that the evidence of what they had done couldn't disappear. These websites included KennyGlenn.net and NeverForgetDusty.com. With the docs now out there, people had Kenny Glenn's family phone number, 4chan users called the house with prank calls, and let's just say made Papa John's really busy again. Some of these individuals, though, were actually making serious calls to the Kenny Glenn family home trying to get in contact with Kenny Glenn's parents. One of these individuals reportedly actually spoke to Kenny Glenn's mother, and when she was informed about what had happened, said that the boys would be punished, and it was later discovered that that punishment was Kenny Glenn's bike was taken away. Eventually, with the internet reporting Kenny Glenn to pretty much every outlet possible, law enforcement would eventually get involved. The local news would publish articles revealing that the two brothers were to meet with investigators and the district attorney over what had happened. The sheriff would comment that the teens would receive animal cruelty charges and they would investigate to see if these were the only instances that Dusty had been abused. Around this time, Dusty was taken out of the home to be examined for injuries by a veterinarian. While Dusty was being examined at the vet, police would actually make a statement coming forward revealing that they had discovered a third abuse video and revealed that Kenny Glenn and his brother had participated in the abuse of another cat. This cat was also sent to the vet to be examined. The language from law enforcement at this point in the story really made it seem like they were taking this case extremely seriously, you know, trying to press charges on the boy and getting these cats taken care of and rehomed. But an anonymous tip sent to NeverForgetDusty.com would sort of draw this notion into question. This individual would claim that the Glenn family actually had connections with the local judge and individuals high up in the local media, essentially alleging that there was an ongoing conspiracy to get Kenny Glenn and his brother off the hook for the abuse videos. The tipper says, "This info needs to be out there. There isn't going to be justice for Dusty. They are just waiting for it to quiet down and give the boys a slap on the wrist, by which time it will be too late to do anything. The Glenns have a lot of power in town." And as more time passed and updates became more few and far between, folks started to believe this anonymous tipper's suggestion that there was some sort of conspiracy at play. The last piece of news to come out about the Kenny Glenn abuse case occurred on March 3rd of 2009. When it was said that animal abuse charges had already been filed against the brothers and that the sheriff had compiled a list of possible new homes for the cats which they would be adopted out to soon. And for most, this was the update that placated everyone and folks began moving on with their life feeling as if the situation was resolved. However, 10 months later, a shocking development would be published to KennyGlenn.net. Quote, "My name is Redacted. I live in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I have first-hand knowledge of the fact that the two cats being abused in that video have not gone anywhere but back home to his abuser. I know for a fact that the Glenns and Sheriff Stradley are best buddies. I have witnessed Kenny, Christopher Glenn, telling the sheriff that I'll see you when you come over to the house later. Nobody has been punished, the cats are still where they came from in the first place, and for personal reasons I can't give you any more info than that. I'm just letting you know that absolutely nothing happened to the animal abuser. The media ordeal was a big show to make the public think the abuser got punished. Because Kenny Glenn was a minor, his criminal record would be sealed, and if he did actually receive punishment from quote-unquote animal abuse charges, there would be no way for anyone to know. But according to this first-hand account, they claimed that nothing was ever done at all and it was just a big show. In all reality, nobody really knew what happened to Kenny Glenn or Dusty, they just assumed and took the word of law enforcement and local media. In response to this update, the owner of KennyGlenn.com created a section of the website called How You Can Help, which detailed a plan to ensure once and for all that Kenny couldn't escape repercussions. This plan was to bring bad publicity to Kenny Glenn's father's oil company so that I guess the father would be forced into somehow punishing Kenny for the cat videos. But needless to say, there weren't very many people involved in the Kenny Glenn case at this point 10 months later, and Folks just didn't really follow through with this and nothing became of the oil company plan. As of this day, it's still unknown if Kenny Glenn ever went to trial for his alleged crimes, and it's also not known what became of Dusty the cat. But for those of you worried that Kenny Glenn escaped this situation unscathed, you may be comforted by the fact that anecdotal testimony submitted online by Kenny's school classmates suggested that his teenage life was essentially ruined by this controversy. One classmate reported that Kenny was kicked out of school for some time, and after returning he had to be escorted from class to class by a counselor. They say that with the truth out there, students refused to talk to him and he had no friends at school. Another classmate reports that Kenny was compelled to seek mental health counseling until he was 18 years old. And it's even been reported that Kenny Glenn legally had his name changed in an effort to disassociate himself with the abuse videos. Seems like 4chan really did a number on the teenager. But what has become of Kenny Glenn in recent years isn't exactly clear. But there is one possible update out there regarding Kenny Glenn's fate. In late 2016, a Reddit user by the name of Topatok claimed to be Kenny Glenn himself in a response to a post about the correlation of animal abusers going on to become serial killers. The comment read, "Kenny Glenn here, still haven't killed anyone, but I'll keep you posted." There's very little proof that this was actually Kenny Glenn, but this Topatok account would actually go on Reddit several months later and host an AMA reflecting on the cat abuse videos. What I did was wrong. I made a mistake, but my life should not be defined by it. That is not who I am. I am here to clear any misconceptions about me and somehow show that I am not a monster. Kenny would claim that he regretted the situation and that his treatment of Dusty was exaggerated for the camera, but admits that it was abusive. At points he implies that the video was intended to be some kind of reactionary piece and said it was intended to get a rise out of people. This alleged Kenny Glenn account also claims that in the conclusion of his case, he had to pay legal fees and eventually adopted out Dusty to an older woman in his area. Again, I want to stress that there's really no way to know if this was actually Kenny Glenn, but the poster is oddly specific at times and paints a coherent and believable narrative. If you want to read the thread, I'll have it linked below. While it's extremely frustrating that the fate of Kenny Glenn and Dusty the cat are ambiguous, this case is remarkable for being the one that truly established 4chan as ardent defenders of animals and punishers of alleged abusers. This was the first time it happened on the site. They may not always be successful in rescuing abused pets, but 4chan and its users have a proven track record of doing everything possible to separate animals from their abusers. And if they can't get law enforcement and the courts to punish you, they'll make it their mission to enforce vigilante justice, ruin your life, and ensure everyone knows you're an absolute piece of shit. The criminal case of Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz. Something that few people realize is that one of the co-founders of Reddit actually was facing serious criminal charges at one point. Charges that led to the man's untimely death. Aaron Swartz was a computer programmer and entrepreneur responsible for the creation of many prominent websites of the 2000s. One such website being Reddit itself. Aaron helped develop some of Reddit's earliest features and was named a co-founder in 2005, joining Reddit's original two founders, Steve Huffman and Alexis Ohani.
I'm so jealous of Alexis Ohani. He's married to Venus Williams, the tennis player. I'm jealous.
In 2006, the trio would sell their Reddit creation to the Condé Nast Global Media Company, and Reddit's founding members would go their separate ways. After selling Reddit, Swartz would spend most of his time involving himself in progressive activism. In particular, he helped launch a progressive political think tank and also became a fellow at Harvard University's research lab on institutional corruption. Aaron also founded an online group known as Demand Progress, an organization notorious for its various campaigns against the Stop Online Piracy Act, with Aaron maintaining the stance that the internet should be an open place filled with content freely accessible whenever possible.
This bill would be a huge, potentially permanent loss. If we lost the ability to communicate with each other over the internet, it would be a change to the Bill of Rights, the freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution, the freedoms our country had been built on, would be suddenly deleted. New technology, instead of bringing us greater freedom, would have snuffed out fundamental rights we'd always taken for granted. And I realized that day that I couldn't let that happen.
And with mentioning Swartz's First Amendment views and his belief that internet information should be accessible to all, this serves as a good segue into the bizarre criminal charges that he would find himself facing. On January 6th of 2011, Aaron Swartz was arrested by Massachusetts Institute of Technology police for breaking and entering charges after the man had allegedly hacked into the computer network of the school. After connecting a computer to the network, authorities say that the man illegally downloaded over 70 gigs of academic journals and research articles using MIT's privileged subscription.
Basically, yeah. And trying to get a huge. What I'm probably gonna do is once I sell shit from the other page I have, or my other account, once I end up finally selling this shit, I'm gonna buy mastery potions. I know it's a dumb purchase, but I really don't know what else to buy. What do you mean you can't? When have you not been able to? Did it? That's true. Then
Subscription to the JSTOR database. According to reports, during the time of the hack, PDF download requests were sent from an IP address associated with Aaron. Download requests were being sent at a rate of 100 per minute to the JSTOR website. The immense requests would slow the site's performance, prompting the alleged computer used by Aaron to get IP blocked. When this IP would be blocked, a new IP would pop up and take its place and continue the download, so on and so forth. Swartz had allegedly gotten access to MIT's JSTOR by using a laptop connected to a networking switch in a controlled access wiring closet at the university. When MIT discovered where these JSTOR requests were coming from, they activated a corresponding video camera catching Swartz red-handed.
wouldn't he have had like at tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars? He was a co-founder of Reddit, and they sold it. I think they sold it for a couple bill, if I'm not mistaken. Why would you continue? Like, first off, doing this, I mean, that's dumb anyway, but why the fuck would you? No, I don't understand these people. If I had that much money, you would never see me again. I'd buy a decently sized house, or at least, not even that, I'd probably buy a luxury apartment. And then just stay there forever. A little late on that, Leah.
I don't think I've ever heard of somebody getting busted for illegally downloading documents from JSTOR. That's one for the books right there. After his arrest, Swartz was arraigned by the Cambridge District Court on 2 charges of breaking and entering with intent to commit a felony. He was then indicted by a grand jury on charges of wire fraud, computer fraud, unlawfully obtaining information from a protected computer, and recklessly damaging a protected computer. The feds eventually got involved as well. On September 12th of 2012, federal prosecutors filed to even add more charges, which increased Swartz's potential prison sentence to 50 years officers, and millions of dollars of fines were on the table. During this case, some of the prosecutors involved were actively criticized by their peers for essentially throwing the book at this guy. And there was a lot of outrage online with people saying that, you know, the crime didn't fit the punishment here. He was like universally beloved by online figures for this. I mean, let's be real, guys. 50 years for allegedly hacking into JSTOR for some freaking academic papers or whatever this guy was using this stuff for, it just seems kind of ridiculous, don't you think? Swartz would be offered a plea deal, but decided to decline this deal, opting instead to go for a trial, perhaps thinking it was possible to beat the seemingly ludicrous charges that prosecutors were levying against him. However, it seems as though Swartz's confidence on the matter would be short-lived, as the man would never get to see the outcome of his trial. On January 11th of 2013, Aaron Swartz was found dead in his apartment building. He had hung himself. There was no suicide note found. In regard to the cause of why he decided to take this course of action, his then-girlfriend shared the following information with the New Yorker. He could not deal with people talking about him. It's taken me some time since he died to get used to talking about him because I was under such strict instructions not to. But he fucked up something really major. He made a really dumb, bad decision.
Brooke, Aaron allegedly downloaded millions of academic journals from MIT's network. He believed that academic research shouldn't be hidden behind a paywall, and his father said he believed he was innocent.
They went to his apartment, went through all of his personal effects. After he surrendered voluntarily, they arrested him, they strip searched him, and they left him in solitary confinement for hours. And after he met his bond, they kept him in solitary confinement for 3 or 4 hours with absolutely no explanation, all with the goal of attempting to break him.
And those on the internet would be even more outraged in the wake of Aaron's death, feeling as the man had died over some ridiculous bullshit charges. In retaliation, on January 13th of 2013, Anonymous called for the internet community to use his death as a rallying point. What followed was the hacking of 2 MIT-controlled websites with tributes of Aaron Swartz being displayed on each. It's a bizarre case involving a strange crime, an admittedly ludicrous punishment, and tragic ending. That was the story of Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz. Grant Amato, the campsite killer. The story of Grant Amato involves a man becoming obsessed with an online cam girl halfway around the world. The man's deranged fixation with this woman not only ruining his life, but costing the lives of his immediate family. This is the Grant Amato story. There was a point in Grant Amato's life where he could be described as a well-adjusted and even successful young man. Born in 1989 in Chuleta, Florida, to parents Chad and Margaret Amato, Grant had a relatively normal upbringing. Very much an active and family-oriented kid, Grant was closest to his brother Cody. Both attended Timber Creek High School and were on the school's weightlifting team. After graduating high school, the two attended college together, both entering the nursing program at the University of Central Florida. Cody went on to become a nurse anesthetist, while Grant would eventually work as a registered nurse at Advent Health Orlando. But it would be at Advent Health Orlando that the first glimmers of darkness in Grant's character would begin to become apparent. In June of 2018, while working at the hospital, Grant found himself under scrutiny by other hospital workers, with allegations surfacing that he had been stealing medication. According to reports...
What? Can a man not pop a perk? Is popping grandma's perks illegal now? We're not allowed to?
After being confronted with this accusation, Grant became erratic and reportedly expressed suicidal thoughts. Seeing the man as a possible threat to himself and others, police were called to the hospital. The result of this bizarre incident was Grant being arrested on suspicion of stealing drugs. He was later hit with grand theft charges after evidence was discovered that he had stolen vials of propofol, which is a powerful sedative medication, in fact the same one that killed Michael Jackson. According to reports, Grant's explanation for pulling the unauthorized propofol vials was that so he could give it to patients that he thought weren't being adequately sedated by the doctors. Despite the disturbing implications of this explanation, Grant's charges were dropped. While Grant didn't face legal repercussions from this propofol event, the legacy of the bizarre scenario would follow him, making finding a new nursing job all but impossible. Unable to find work, Grant, now in his mid-20s, found himself living at his parents' house unemployed. Not an optimal situation. And with no job to go to and a considerable amount of free time on his hands.
Yeah, imagine living with family in your 20s still. What a loser.
Grant finds himself becoming immersed in the online world, more specifically, the world of online streaming. Grant became fascinated with the idea of streaming and found the concept of making money from the seat of a computer chair a compelling prospect. Seeing streaming as a potential way out of his dire financial circumstances, Grant attempted to build his own Twitch channel, where he would live stream himself playing video games. Though this streaming venture appears to have been a failed endeavor, with the man getting virtually zero viewership and never getting more than 30 followers on the account. But in all honesty,
can't relate. Sorry. Lol.
Grant's failed streaming career is nothing more than a footnote in the context of this story. What's more important is a website that Grant discovered while immersing himself into the world of live streaming. That being a pornographic cam girl website known as myfreecams.com. This was Grant's favorite place on the internet to go to when he wanted to let off some steam, if you know what I'm saying. Now, for those unaware, these cam girl sites are a little bit more involved than your traditional porn website. The whole premise of these things exist off of like parasocial relationships, with viewers coming in, basically donating to a cam girl to perform for them, and you know, you can also get messages sent back.
Leah does that.
And forth. I heard this from a friend, not personal experience or anything. No, seriously. But yeah, it's like built off of a parasocial relationship, similar to like OnlyFans, how that would work. Very transactional, you pay me, I do this. Yeah. Campsite performers get paid with tokens, which is a sort of on-site currency that is bought with real money. Performers usually have an hourly token rate and will perform special requests for viewers if additional tokens are donated. And Grant Amato was a frequent token buyer and special requester. Eventually, throughout his campsite excursions, Grant would come into contact with a woman that he found completely irresistible, a Bulgarian cam model by the name of Sylvie. Sylvie has been described by one journalist as gorgeous with dark hair, a beautiful figure, and an exotic Eastern European dialect. Grant would become obsessed with this woman and frequently watched her cam shows late into the evenings, a practice that would become...
I definitely haven't. I have once been a gooner in my days, in my early adulthood. But I was never that much of a person that I went to a website to watch someone for free. Or not for free, but pay money to watch someone do shit. That's stupid. I instead use my knowledge to find the best website to find each type of porn. Which the best one for... Never mind.
Quite the expensive endeavor, with Grant pilfering his family's credit cards to purchase upwards of 21,000 tokens a night, simply to watch Sylvie's streams. That amount of tokens converts to about $2,500. And we're talking about a guy that's blowing this type of money practically every time Sylvie went live. It's also been reported that Grant used his father and brother's credit cards to purchase custom lewd images from Sylvie, dozens of them, some of which were attached with notes written by Sylvie. She says, "Smile, my light, you make me happy." With such a seemingly personalized note in mind, you might think that Mr. Grant Amato actually thought that Sylvie was a potential love interest and the feeling was mutual. But anyone of rational mind knows better than to think this. In all reality, Grant was simply one of Sylvie's clients. And that's not to disparage the woman or anything. I mean, she's a sex worker. It's a freaking business, okay? I'm not your fucking girlfriend. However, what we find though is that Grant had become so immersed in this online campsite world that he became delusional and actually thought that he was in some sort of relationship with.
That's how they get people, man. You know, I don't think they usually go as crazy as he did, but that's how it works. That's what it's based off of. That's why OnlyFans is a thing. These women will, like, message you the same message they're sending to everybody else. You can pay videos for them to personally make a video for you. And they genuinely, like that's how they make their living, which shout out to them.
With Sylvie. The following video is an excellent showcase of Grant's warped interpretation of the intimacy of their relationship.
All right, Sylvia, look at me. I am outside going to check the mail. And I'm asking you if you can please, pretty please, send me one of your videos. I love it so much when you just send them to me. Yeah, I don't like buying your stuff. It makes me feel weird. Could you please send me one though?
One of the reasons that Grant had an aversion to paying for Sylvie's videos at this time was the fact that his family had began noticing charges on their credit cards. And Grant had done a lot of damage. In the months that Grant had been interacting with Sylvie online, he had stolen upwards of $200,000 from his brother and his father, $60,000 from his brother, and $150,000 from his father. When the families discovered the massive expenditures and realized that it was from Grant stealing their cards, they immediately questioned him. But Grant would lie to his family, claiming that the money was...
Okay. Let's back up real quick. What the fuck do you mean $200,000?
was used to promote his Twitch channel and to donate to other streamers for content. The family was obviously devastated by this financial hit. That's a lot of money. You might think that they would report Grant to authorities over this massive amount of money being taken, but they opted not to. Instead, Grant's father opted to take a more nurturing approach. He could tell that his son had an issue with internet addiction and was clearly suffering after being fired from his job. He didn't want to get police involved and get Grant charged with any crimes that could potentially ruin his life more. He would even still let Grant stay at the house. After the family had discovered the charges, Grant would go with his brother to take a sort of sabbatical away from the internet, a getaway trip to Japan, as a sort of intervention vacation, if you will. The family hoping that time away from the internet would allow Grant to come back to reality. Unfortunately, though, what we find is that this overseas getaway didn't curb Grant's voracious hunger for Sylvie. After returning home, Grant's relationship with his father festered after Grant started just resuming some of the same activities he had already been doing prior. Tension was building. I mean, after all, Grant had essentially blown through the man's retirement fund on a cam girl. His father had to remortgage the house to financially stay afloat, and Grant would refuse to get a job and make amends for his familial betrayal, opting to spend most of his time on the internet again. His father would eventually get fed up and kick him out of the house. After being kicked out, Grant goes to live with his Aunt Donna Amato, and it wouldn't be long until Donna would start seeing mysterious charges on her bank account. He was back at it again, paying...
Like, I don't understand these people. Like, I really don't. Because even my family's like this. They're like, yeah, this... Like, after what my sister did, they're like, you know, she might have tried to kill you, but your family, you gotta forgive her. I'm like, I don't gotta do shit. Like, what are you talking about? You gotta forgive her. Okay, and she's gotta suck my dick from the back. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no. Family doesn't matter.
opened up on activity that was alleged.
Alright. Yo, is that cat a 50 god?
Upon being, however, his claims were disproven as the FBI would search his home and confiscated an 8-gigabyte USB flash drive that was allegedly full of illicit child porn.
Alright. Hold on. Yo, is that cat a 50 god? Alright. I will clip you. I will keep this VOD, I will download it, and I will make a video. Don't you fucking dare try to do that to me.
For Sylvie content. When Donna realized that Grant was stealing from her to fund camgirl activity, she threatened to press charges on him. But Chad Amato, still feeling a fatherly love for his troubled son, talked her out of doing so. In a reportedly tearful phone call with the woman, Chad describes the dark path that Grant had taken. "Yeah, I'm gonna have to work a few more years than I thought I'd have to, but it's okay. I'll do it for Grant. I don't want him to go to jail." The entire family was now aware of Grant's internet obsession, stealing tendencies, and porn addiction. But while most would give up on their loved one at this point, Grant's parents offer the man one more chance. They enrolled him in a South Florida rehabilitation center for people with sex and internet addictions. Grant would attend the rehab and reportedly made quick progress. In fact, he was dismissed from the program after 2 weeks, with rehab staff believing that he wasn't showing any more signs of addiction. After being released from the rehab, Grant was given an ultimatum by his parents, coming in the form of a written contract. This contract mandated that Grant had to immediately end his relationship with Sylvie and get a job so that he can repay all of the money that he owed to his parents and brother. His phone plan would also be canceled, and his father would set him up with a new phone plan that didn't have any data options. And he also had to agree to attend therapy. And if Grant didn't agree to these terms, he would basically be disowned by the family, or he could join the military and they would still keep him around. The contract was broken by Grant in short time. Grant would later be caught using his mother's cell phone and sending messages to Sylvie on Twitter. Once his father had found out about this, Grant was kicked out of the house, this time for good. No one left to financially exploit, and no way to feed his camgirl addiction. Grant had truly hit rock bottom, and it wouldn't be long before dark, murderous thoughts took over. On January 24th, 2019, Grant was at his family's home under the premise of collecting some of his belongings. At approximately 4 p.m., while his mother Margaret was working on her computer, Grant walked up behind her, produced a handgun, and shot her in the back of the head, killing her. Grant then waited for his father to get home from work. Chad Amato carried a gun on him at all times, but despite being armed, he too was attacked and killed by Grant after being ambushed in the kitchen. The final murderous deed committed by Grant was the murder of his once beloved brother, Cody. Cody was shot dead by Grant after returning home from his nursing shift. After slaughtering his family, Grant then attempted to stage a murder-suicide, the setup attempting to implicate his own brother for the killings. He would plant a gun next to Cody's body to give the impression that his brother had shot his family and turned the gun on himself. After staging the scene, Grant would leave the residence and check into a nearby hotel, and plotted his next move. A night passes with nobody having any idea that the Amato murders had occurred, but the following morning, red flags fly. The following day, Cody Amato's nursing co-workers became convinced that something was wrong after Cody didn't show up for his morning shift. One co-worker reportedly stated that Cody hadn't missed a day of work in 5 years. The concerned colleagues got in touch with Cody's girlfriend, who then called police and requested a welfare check to be performed at the Amato home. On the morning of January 25th, 2019, at around 9 a.m., officers arrived at the Amato home and knocked on.
Yo, W Sylvia. To be honest, W her. She didn't have to do shit. I thought she was gonna get killed. W Sylvia. So that retard's money.
The door. After consulting with the supervisor, police got the go-ahead to enter the residence. Inside, they were met with the grisly scene consisting of all three of the deceased Amados, Cody, Margaret, and Chad. Grant, being nowhere to be found, was immediately considered a person of interest. On the following day, January 26th, police managed to track down Grant at the local Doubletree Hilton Hotel. There, they would detain the man and take him in for questioning. While being detained, Grant is strangely compliant and behaves in a way as if he expected police to be arriving, the man seemingly accepting his fate. What follows is a bizarre interrogation. During the interrogation, Grant denies doing anything wrong. He said he wasn't responsible, nor was he at home during the time of the killing, claiming that the first time he had heard about the killings was on the news.
And I didn't do anything at the house besides get my stuff together and take it out to my car.
I know you've searched for something. I know something. I can't tell you exactly, but you said won't you tell me, and I'll tell you if you're being true. What'd you search?
When I had gone to the Panera.
That's an insane haircut. Like, at that point, just shave everything, man. I hate dudes like this. If your hair looks like that, shave the whole thing. Just go bald. It's over. There's no point.
I searched for like top stories, Oviedo or Chuliote or something like that.
And found what?
And then I saw that there was, it was like just the
Guys, that's her Discord. Oh, you typed that, mobbed. Where'd I get mentioned? Leaks? I'm leaking everywhere. Oh. It's just a leak of the update. There's a chest with a police siren on it, and it looks like a new Titanic of some sort.
initial, like it had like a video, but I didn't listen to the video, but it had just an initial thing of that there was shootings in Salton Circle.
But we need to know what happened.
I mean, I can tell that you guys are like leading me into a certain way of what.
The only thing we're leading you to is wanting to get the truth from you. Not trying to make you say something that's not true, that's not accurate. The truth, the end.
Did you leave the house with your brother Cody looking like that? Or did you leave the house with your father looking like that? Or your mother? Is that how you left your family?
Damn! I need her. I need that woman in my life.
No.
Who the fuck's hugging him? Hey, hey, hey! Hey, you missed someone! Cody, you missed someone!
Despite his denials, Grant was considered the prime suspect and was charged with murder. Grant would later admit that he was at home during the time of the killing, but framed the entire circumstance as a sort of self-defense situation. On January 28th, Grant would be charged with 3 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and was held on a $750,000 bail. The defense suggested Grant wasn't in sound mind when he committed the killings, arguing that he was so deranged and delusional from his online addiction that he wasn't in control of his actions. In July of 2019, Grant Amato was found guilty, and on August 12th, he was sentenced to life in prison without a chance of parole. Many of you might be wondering if Sylvie got wrapped up in this case in any way, and the answer to that is no. In fact, investigators and attorneys never even opted to interview the woman. After all, the woman was only doing her job, and anybody that comes psychopathically obsessed with you, it's not your fault that that happened, okay? But in what could be described as an online addiction that turned deadly, that was the story of Grant Amato.
I don't care about her being involved. Oh. I just wanted to know if she, like, knew, or where she's at now, and what site is she on, so I can, like, block the website. Like, I'm just curious.
Mr. Anime is a name known far and wide online. Essentially serving as the godfather of anime reviews on YouTube, this young man was once one of the most prolific creators in the early YouTube landscape. However, beneath the affable persona showcased in videos was a monster capable of committing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. This is the story of Mr. Anime.
Shaky, shaky. Oh, hey, oh yeah, look at that. Oh, oh. Oh, there it is. There it is. Are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna eat this.
Trey Sessler was born August 3rd of 1989 in Waller, Texas. Trey has been described as a loner who had a hard time holding down a job, which is what ultimately led him to starting his YouTube channel. Launching the Mr. Anime channel in the early days of the site, Trey was a YouTube pioneer. When he created his channel in 2006, he was one of the first on the platform to review anime and discuss anime news on a regular basis. His consistent upload schedule and critiques making him somewhat of an early internet tastemaker when it came to both gaming and anime. Trey was also known for his humorously blunt review scale that he used to review media in his videos, with 1 being absolute shit and 10 being rarely given to superb shows. Trey's matter-of-fact and often aggressive style fit well within this AVGN-inspired era of YouTube, and much like other media reviewers of the time, Mr. Anime was no stranger to creating skit videos. Trey created various sketches, which almost exclusively consisted of scenes portraying him as a sort of rogue vigilante. The videos containing a fair amount of simulated violence, gore, and bloodshed, featuring guns as props. Thanks to his reviews and sketches, Mr. Anime found great success on YouTube, publishing over 300 videos and getting 5 million views in the process. A number pretty impressive for like 2010-2011 YouTube. However, as with most stories discussed on this channel, eventually things take a turn for the worse. In late 2011, Trey would begin posting disturbing videos to his channel, which started to indicate that he was experiencing both physical and mental health struggles in his personal life. On December 27, 2011, Trey uploaded a video titled "Very Bad News, Please Watch." In the video, he explained that he had been to the hospital and was diagnosed with pneumothorax, a condition that was causing air to leak out of his lungs. According to Trey, this medical issue caused near constant discomfort, occasional shortness of breath, and many sleepless nights.
But I've had a little bit of shortness of breath lately and a little bit of back pain and stuff. I haven't been sleeping too well. My eyes are a little swollen. That's why I'm wearing these sunshades. And it seems like I've got the diagnosis of pneumothorax. Basically, I'm leaking air from my lungs, and my lungs are running the possibility of collapsing. So I'm going to be out of action for a little bit.
The video portrayed a clearly struggling individual, and fans of Mr. Anime would take to the comment sections showing their support for the guy. Many, after seeing this pneumothorax thing, encouraged Trey to just take a break from YouTube and get some rest. And in a follow-up video that would be posted by Trey, it appeared this was advice that he ended up taking. That follow-up video being the rather ominously titled "Mr. Anime is Planning Something." Despite the uncanny title of this update video, in it, Trey seemed in good spirits and would announce to viewers that he planned to take a 3-week sabbatical from his duties as a content creator.
I'm going to reward myself with probably a 2 or 3 week break coming up here from YouTube videos, anime reviews in particular. I might do some blog stuff. I want to thank you guys a lot for sticking with me and watching the channel. I got more subscribers than ever. I have more views than ever, and everything is going really good.
Mr. Anime would step away from YouTube for about a week or so, but as promised, he would eventually return. And after returning, it appeared as if rest was exactly what the doctor ordered. Not only did Trey seem in good spirits, he announced that he had landed a full-time job in the film industry, citing that the future was bright and that he had opened a new chapter in his life.
Now, found a full-time job in a department that I'm interested in, which is film. And I'm still going to be doing videos. So keep supporting Mr. Anime. I'll still be doing anime reviews, but probably not as many because this job will be full-time. But thanks to all of y'all, I've been able to be recognized by some people, and I'm going to be doing some good stuff.
Unfortunately, though, the optimism showcased in this video was nothing but a feint, as this new chapter embarked upon by Trey Sessler was darker than anyone could have ever imagined. Unbeknownst to fans at the time, that update video would be the last piece of content ever published to the Mr. Anime YouTube channel, essentially serving as a farewell. After publishing this update video, Trey Sessler would go on to commit one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. On March 20th of 2012, Trey Sessler's parents and his brother were found murdered in the Sessler residence, all shot to death by a gunman. That individual being none other than Trey himself. According to reports, after a night of binge drinking, Trey systematically murdered his entire family. Starting with his mother, he lured the woman into her garage and shot her point blank with a .22 caliber rifle. Trey then made his way through the Sessler home, killing his father and brother shortly after with a 9mm handgun. After slaughtering his family, Trey then wrote disturbing messages all over the walls and doors of the home. The assorted messages read, "I love my family. Why did I do this? I love my mom, dad, and brother. I will never forgive myself. I don't know why I did this. God, please help me." Before leaving the Sessler residence, Trey shot his already dead mother an additional 2 times. Then he got in a vehicle. The next order of business was to travel to nearby Waller High School and commit a mass shooting equipped with multiple firearms and over 100 rounds of ammunition. After arriving at the school, Trey waited in the parking lot for a moment, but apparently had second thoughts and made his way to a nearby friend's house. Police would eventually receive concerned calls from family friends of
He is so Dati bio. This is so not Oni-chan behavior.
the Sesslers, prompting them to investigate the Sessler home. Authorities soon arrived at the residence and discovered the grisly scene. After the horrific findings, they immediately began searching for Trey, and it was at his friend's house where the Waller police caught up to the man. Mr. Anime would then be arrested for capital murder. After Trey's arrest, he was interrogated by detectives. He would coldly admit to the murder of his entire family and explained his plan in detail to police. According to Trey, he wanted to kill his family because he didn't want them to be ashamed after he executed his so-called master plan. That plan was to shoot up his local high school and kill over 70 students. He had hoped to become the deadliest mass shooter in history.
They were the first immediate human targets.
See, this is why I don't watch anime. It leads to this. Or a stinky-ass child, so...
And if I was going to go out and do anything, they would have to go. And I'm like, there's my opportunity. Go ahead, go get it. Right after I had killed the family, it was on my mind to do that.
Sessler had other things on his mind. A Columbine-style shooting at Waller High School.
Further investigation from authorities would reveal that Trey had become obsessed with the Columbine shooters and school shooters in general. It's also been reported that authorities would later search Trey's computer and found that the man had ranked several school shootings, logging his personal opinions on which ones he thought were the best and the worst. On Thursday, August 2nd of 2012, Trey Sessler would be sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to all charges. Trey himself even reportedly urged the judge to revoke his right to parole because he feared he would be a threat to himself and others. Mr. Sessler, now 33 years old, resides at the Terrell Prison Facility in Texas and will remain in prison for the rest of his life.
Oh. I misremembered this story. I thought he killed himself. Damn.
Nassim Agdam. Easily one of the most disturbing e-girl criminal stories is that of Nassim Agdam. Nassim was a YouTube content creator with a deep-seated hatred for the very platform that she produced.
Oh, I remember this. Oh my god, I remember this.
videos on. Frustrated with her lack of growth on the site, she goes to YouTube directly to enact revenge. Nasim Agdam was born April 15th of 1979 in the country of Iran. In 1996, Nasim immigrated to the United States with her family as refugees. Once in America, Nasim would eventually move to San Diego, California. And Nasim
Doing that right now. Yeah, that's what I'm doing with my alt. Oh shit. Yay. Now I get to do something else now. Or not do something else, but you know what I mean. Get your first huge pet. Buy it from PS99GG for as low as $5. No. What? No. What am I, gay? What you are about to see is fake
would
news.
make headlines.
I did not sell one of my chess mimic books. That would be so dumb. That would be so dumb to buy mastery potions with selling one of my chess mimic books. I did not do that for the purpose of buying potion or mastery things. I would never do that. Because the only other ones is fucking keys, which, who fucking cares? Just better loot. I already have a 15% chance, 10% more ain't gonna do anything. Also, Leah, it's because for the main setup that people use, they only use one chess mastery book, so fuck
Before
you.
her YouTube venture. At the age of 29, Nasim was featured in a San Diego Tribune article that was covering a protest held by animal rights activists. One of these activists was Nasim herself. Nasim was quoted in this article as saying, "For me, animal rights equal human rights." As years passed and the popularity of YouTube grew, Nasim saw the platform as a compelling way to get out her message and also to entertain folks with her dances and songs.
Oh, does it, Leah? You know, it also helps with that breakable 99 because it gives me a 5 times, gets me more. Gets me 50% chance more mini spawn. You know that, Leah? You know that? Gives more.
Which results in
Which also, it doesn't even matter. Oh, I'm dumb? Let me see your collection of chess mimic books. Where's your chess mastery books, Leah?
Nasim creating a channel featuring quite the bizarre plethora of content. She posted many videos on a multitude of subjects. Her channel showcased her performing art.
So now, how many chess mimic books, though? I want to know. How many chess mimic books, Leah? Curious.
Discussing veganism, exercising, dancing, and more. Nasim, in her About section on YouTube, described herself as a vegan bodybuilder and animal rights activist, and an individual that promoted a healthy and humane lifestyle. While Nassim's channel wasn't very popular in the United States, she did actually find some success overseas in Iran. In fact, the woman was well known in Iranian social media circles under the username Nassim Sabs, which translates into Green Nassim. Thanks to her Iranian popularity, she garnered thousands of subscribers over numerous accounts. One of her YouTube channels had more than 11,000 subscribers and 4 million views collected.
Huge party chant. It's a huge party, y'all. It's a huge party. It's a huge party. It's so big. It's such a huge party.
Effectively, an Instagram account created by Nassim boasted over 54,000 followers. However, despite all of these viewers, followers, and subscribers, Nassim was disgruntled at the fact that YouTube wasn't paying her out any ad revenue, apparently the company deeming her videos not suitable for advertisers. Posts from the time show Nassim complaining about what she perceived as YouTube filtering and shadow banning her content. One post from the woman says, "Be aware, dictatorship exists in all countries, but with different tactics. They only care for personal short-term profits and do anything to reach their goals, even by fooling simple-minded people, hiding the truth, manipulating science and everything, putting public, mental, and physical health at risk, abusing non-human animals, polluting environment, destroying family values, promoting materialism and sexual degeneration in the name of freedom, and turning people into programmed robots. Make the lie big, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they will believe it. Adolf Hitler. There is no..."
Ma'am? That must have been Leah's burner or something.
Free speech in real world, and you will be suppressed for telling the truth that is not supported by the system. Videos of targeted users are filtered and merely relegated so that people can hardly see their videos. There is no equal growth opportunity on YouTube or any other video sharing site. Your channel will grow if they want it to. YouTube filtered my channels to keep them from getting views. Another post from Nassim shows the woman venting about a video she thought was unfairly age restricted. This video got age restricted after new close-minded YouTube employees got control of my Farsi YouTube channel last year in 2016 and began filtering my videos to reduce views and suppress and discourage me from making videos. Here she can be seen complaining about how a video with 360,000 views only netted her 10 cents in ad revenue. Eventually, Nassim's protest against YouTube would take shape in the real world, with Nassim actually protesting in the streets against what she saw as YouTube's secret agenda to censor the internet. YouTube dictatorship, hidden policy, promotes stupidity, discrimination, and suppression of...
Promote stupidity, bitch. Have you not seen your own content? You was dancing stupid.
Truth. Now, I'm sure many of you watching have seen a content
Oh, I
creator
sold
or two
a
complain
chess
about
mimic
YouTube's
book.
policies. I mean, I've done it in the past myself. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist here to sort of come to the conclusion that something was off with Nassim. And future videos and posts created by Nassim would help exemplify this even further. In one video where Nassim discusses her history and experience with YouTube, she reveals that she didn't like living in America. Quote, "In Iran, they kill you with an axe, but in America, they kill you with cotton." Which is essentially her referring to an Iranian expression saying that she's dying a slow death. Nassim had become so obsessed over what she thought was YouTube conspiring to censor her that her family started taking note of her disturbed nature. And it would only be a matter of time before this deranged woman took up her frustrations with YouTube directly. It all begins on April 2nd of 2018 when Nassim had been reported missing by her family after not answering her phone for close to 2 days. Curiously, police would later find the woman in Mountain View, an area just 15 miles south of YouTube's offices in San Bruno.
Hi, are you Nassim? Hey, so you were reported as missing. Yeah, as missing from San Diego? Okay. You don't live with them anymore? Okay. Can I just ask, if you don't mind, why you left?
We don't get along together, so I
It appeared that Nassim had been living out of her car for those 48 hours. After discovering the missing woman, officers questioned her, asking the woman if she was suicidal or was on any sort of
Retarded, Leah? You know, if you get higher key mastery, there's a combine all. You are a special
drugs. Questions to which Nassim responded no to.
Are you taking any type of medication at all? No. Are you supposed to take medication? Okay. You don't want to hurt yourself, do you? Oh, you don't want to hurt anybody else? You don't want to commit suicide or anything like that, right? Okay.
When police asked her if she had any plans on going home, she said no, and in fact stated that she ran away because she wanted to start her life anew away from her family.
Why Mountain View? I mean, I know it's a great city and everything, but...
What are you talking about? It gives less chances of keys.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Okay.
Something new.
Start fresh? Okay.
Ah, very good.
Since the woman was a grown adult, there was really nothing the police could do, and they just let her go on her way. After finding and talking to Nassim, police would call the family and tell them that she didn't want to come home, and this was not the answer the family wanted to hear. They were concerned that Nassim was about to do something rash, but police said that there was nothing they could do. Nassim wanted to be on her own, and that was that. But what we find is that police really should have taken heed of what Nassim's family had to say, because the next day,
Are you really that stingy? Do you need some gems, Leah? You need some diamonds? Are you that poor? You need some help financially? There's no way. There's no way you're doing them one by one for a chance to get extra keys.
she went AWOL. The day following her being
I don't
investigated
know.
by police, Nassim reportedly visited a gun range and practiced shooting firearms for a number of hours. And later in the afternoon of this day, at approximately 12:46 p.m., Nassim traveled to the nearby YouTube headquarters and entered the premises through an exterior parking garage. And she didn't come to YouTube to talk to higher-ups about monetization policy. She came to YouTube for revenge. From the garage, Nassim would walk to an outdoor patio that was filled with employees eating lunch. It's at this point where she pulls out a 9mm Smith & Wesson pistol and begins unloading rounds on these employees. Nassim's initial attack wounded 3 people. These individuals would be quickly escorted away to safety by others, and the facility was locked up in a matter of minutes, with Nassim having no way inside. And it's at this point that the woman turns the gun on herself and takes her own life. Thankfully, no one died in this attack. The victims that were injured included a 36-year-old man, a 32-year-old man, and a 27-year-old woman. All would make full recoveries. Within a matter of minutes of this shooting taking place, there were police helicopters on the scene, and it was a breaking news event. President Donald Trump would issue a tweet about the situation. Was just briefed on the shooting at YouTube's HQ in San Bruno. Our thoughts and prayers are with everybody involved. Thank you to our phenomenal law enforcement officers and first responders that are currently on the scene. Google CEO Sundar Pichai would tweet this out. There are no words to describe the tragedy that occurred today. Susan Wojcicki and I are focused on supporting our employees and the YouTube community through this difficult time together. Thank you to the police and first responders for their efforts, and to all the messages of support. Susan says, there are no words to describe how horrible it was to have an active shooter at YouTube today. Our deepest gratitude to law enforcement and first responders for their rapid response. Our hearts go out to all those injured and impacted today. We will come together to heal as a family. The family of the deranged shooter would also speak out. Her father says, quote, "Our family is in absolute shock and can't make sense of what happened yesterday. Although no words can describe our deep pain for this tragedy, our family would like to express their utmost regret and sorrow for what happened to innocent victims." An autopsy report for Nassim indicated that she had no drugs or alcohol in her system. It was an act committed out of pure hatred for YouTube. In the wake of this attempted murder spree, YouTube would terminate all of Nassim's channels. Her Instagram and Facebook accounts have also been removed since.
Why? I thought it was America. That's free speech.
The Wendy's gator throwing incident.
Okay, time out. Time out. Dog. You can't say something like that without giving me a warning. What the fuck do you mean, Wendy's gator throwing incident? What the fuck are you on? What the fuck?
Many of you watching may be familiar with a meme.
No, I'm not!
Mean-spirited prank that's often pulled on hapless fast food workers. That prank being fire in the hole. The act involves a delinquent fast food customer ordering a large soft drink at a drive-thru window only to then hurl the drink back at the restaurant worker, drenching the poor soul in the process. Sadly, fire in the hole has become a time-tested prank, popular for multiple generations of young people at this point. And unsurprisingly, dozens have actually been criminally prosecuted for performing this stunt. But of the many disturbing examples of fire in the hole being performed, no instance tops the time a live alligator was involved. The story begins in October of 2015 with 23-year-old Florida man Joshua James. Joshua James had been described as somewhat of an outdoorsman, a Florida redneck with a penchant for animal wrestling. Friends of the man say that Joshua recreationally caught snakes, lizards, and most importantly to this story, alligators. On one October day, Josh and a small group of associates managed to wrangle a gator, a young one approximately 3.5 feet in length. Initially aggressive and thrashing, the wild reptile would eventually become docile, likely exhausted from its fight with the Florida men. With a live gator now in their possession, the boys begin to ask themselves, what next? Fried gator? A new pet? Release the poor thing? None of the above. Joshua James and his friends, likely inspired by some of the viral fire in the hole videos on social media at the time, decided they'd put their own Florida spin on the already dangerous prank. They decided instead of throwing soda at a fast food employee, they would throw their live alligator into a drive-thru.
I love this. This is fucking hilarious. Obviously, I feel bad that it happened, obviously, but...
Window. The story goes that Joshua and one of his gator wrangling accomplices would later pull up to the Wendy's drive-thru restaurant located in Royal Palm Beach, Florida. The men ordered a drink and then drove up to the drive-thru window to meet the unfortunate soul on the receiving end of their devious stunt. During the drive-thru interaction,
oh my
the
god,
workers
yes!
turned their back to the group, and seeing their opportunity, Josh pulled the gator from the back seat of his truck and hurled the tormented reptile through the drive-thru window. The startled beast hissed as it landed inside Wendy's, sending workers into a panic. The cashier was so terrified by the presence of the alligator, she jumped out of the drive-thru window as Josh sped away in his truck. The gator-tossing gang likely feeling that they'd committed the greatest act of fire in the hole in history. And while this may be true, the act would come with consequences, as not only did Josh and his friends harm the gator by throwing it, they petrified everybody inside of the Wendy's restaurant. Wendy's management would notify authorities over the gator inside of their facility. It was later captured and released back into the wild by Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation officers. They traced the soft drink purchased at the time of the gator throwing back to Joshua James. After a thorough investigation, the man was arrested several months later. He was taken into custody where he would confess to being the Wendy's gator thrower. As a result of his alligator antics, Joshua was facing some pretty serious charges. The most remarkable of these charges being aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Assault with a deadly weapon. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Assault with a deadly weapon. I mean, I'm sorry, that's so fucking funny. Assault with a deadly weapon. Oh my god, that's so fucking stupid. Assault with a deadly weapon. That's so fucking dumb. Assault with a deadly weapon. Oh my god, my cheeks hurt. That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, that's so fucking dumb. How do you get assault with a deadly weapon for throwing an alligator in the...
Been with the intent to do less than murder and unlawful possession of a gator. After being arrested and charged, the man posted bail and was released from jail. Shortly after getting out, Joshua was approached by a group of journalists and he agreed to do an ad hoc interview with them. And the man was rather candid in the interview, saying that he didn't mean any harm by his stunt, he just wanted to do something funny. And he also claims that he had a friend that worked at the Wendy's, so he thought it wouldn't be that big of a deal if he threw the gator in there. Well, you were wrong about that, pal.
So the person you threw it at was your friend or no?
No, it was a different person, but I'm sure he's working there at the time and got a chance to see it. So.
Do you have anything to say to the people at Wendy's?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry for what I did. I mean,
yeah, sorry you guys can't take a joke. Like, we're just pranking here, bro. Alright. Or somebody else, whoever told me, I spent billions of coins to test the theory if you can get a huge, and he said he gets 2 huges an hour doing this, so we got this max, so let's see if this is dog shit.
being stupid, not thinking, and obviously I found out what the
He kinda sexy, I can't lie. Sorry.
consequences were, and I gotta pay for them, so...
And so you never meant to harm anybody, you're saying?
No, absolutely not. I never meant for anybody to get hurt or anything like that, you know, it was a good laugh.
What I personally do is I leave, so I have it's called Auto Clicker by Polar 2.0. You could pick a spot on your screen and it'll click like as many times as you want. I set it to 9999999999999, and I have it click every, like, a 0-second delay. So what it'll do is it'll, yeah, Polar Client, the one you use for Blaze. So basically what would happen is it would go through and hit all the shit. Or it would hit both sides of my screen because I'd also have my alt on. And it would just do that over and over and over again. So, that's how.
Kind of thing, yeah.
In May of 2016, Joshua would plead guilty to his charges, which had been slightly softened. These charges included misdemeanor assault and unlawful possession of a gator. The man was given 12 months of probation and compelled to complete 75 hours of community service, and he had to pay a fine and court costs of $1,200. A Florida wildlife worker commented on the judge's sentencing. He may have thought this was something funny he was doing, but I've been bitten by alligators. I've seen what alligators can do, and I think that's probably something the judge took a look at. The gator tosser's disregard for public safety landed him a criminal record. This streamer arrest involves a self-described incel who would do just about anything to entertain his degenerate fan base. This is the Smooth Sanchez story. Born in 2001 and residing in Manhattan,
There's
New
a
York
new one
City,
tomorrow.
Malik
Shut up.
Sanchez gained a cult following in the edgy IRL streaming community. 18-year-old Malik went by the streamer name Smooth Sanchez and began to broadcast his antics roaming around New York City while harassing residents and getting into trouble in the process.
Could you answer me that question? Why am I the only one getting things done around here? Look, NPCs, you don't even want to acknowledge my question? Baby, baby, make eye contact with me. Eye contact? Eye contact? Can I get your number? No, you should get a life. Maybe you should go back to the state that you came from. Your parents did a failure job with you. They did a failure job. You're a disgrace.
Smooth Sanchez was a boisterous, loudmouth New Yorker who
There's a new update in 12 hours. Bitch, you fix it. Good update. I don't really care about
pushed
it.
And went beyond every line imaginable in his streams, being encouraged to do so by his ravenous viewer base that would donate for him to do ridiculous stunts.
I gotta time this right, guys.
Day in and day out, Sanchez essentially humiliated himself and put himself in danger for money. Which of course leads us to the day that Malik's boneheaded live-streamed behavior got him arrested by the New York City police. One day in October of 2020, Malik was streaming in Queens, New York City when at around 4:45 p.m. he began to illegally climb up the nearly 350-foot tall Queensboro Bridge. Malik's self-stated goal for wanting to climb the bridge was so that he could be deemed the King of New York. During the incel's ascension up this bridge, chatters donated to his text-to-speech, causing racist messages to play from his speaker while he scaled up further. Malik Sanchez's live-streamed climb would begin to go viral on social media, causing more people to flock into the stream and witness this 2-bit daredevil risk his life for a handful of YouTube super chats.
Thank you so much for that interaction. At least you know who the King of New York is. Shit. Many of these fools don't recognize. Undisputed King of IRL. What can I say, man? What can I say? This has been the time of my life. We have to cross this. I could fall right through these gaps, but we have
That is, Lee is a liar, and I will ban you from my stream. Bitch.
to cross this to get up there to the top. Let's do it.
As you can see on the footage here, Sanchez had scaled up almost the entire bridge and was hundreds of feet up in the air. Falling from this height would almost certainly result in death, even if you landed in the river. A crowd of concerned citizens had formed beneath Malik and pled with him, trying to get him to come down. New York police officers arrived and made their way upwards towards Sanchez, risking their own lives to retrieve this reckless teenager who was putting himself in extreme danger for internet clout. As police began to close in on his bridge position, Malik Sanchez knew that he was about to get busted, and while live, he requested that his mother access the donations that he had been receiving through PayPal and use that to get him out of jail.
Oh, Mom, if anybody in my family is watching this, access all this donations through my PayPal. If I do get arrested,
Hold on.
you know,
Hello, Sipu,
access this and get the king back out in New York, please.
Officers would reach and detain Mr. Sanchez and pull him down off the bridge unharmed. He was charged with reckless endangerment, unlawful possession of a noxious substance related to the pepper spray, and criminal trespassing. He was also taken to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. The man would later be bailed out. Now you think old Malik, Smooth Sanchez, he would have learned his lesson after something like this. But no, unfortunately, this is only the beginning of his degenerate bullshit. However, nothing lasts forever, and eventually Sanchez would get got for good. In February of 2021, Malik live-streamed himself at an outdoor seating area of a restaurant in New York's Flatiron District. And here, he would begin to publicly start yelling out terroristic threats.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Bomb detonation in two minutes. I take you with me and I kill all you. I kill all you right now. And I kill all you for Allah. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for Allah. I'm going to do it for Allah. Allah.
After yelling this at two women,
How much IRL? Get one for like $200.
women that were at the restaurant, Sanchez fled the area and went about his normal sort of trolling antics. And he didn't face any immediate punishment the day of making these comments. However, apparently sometime later, the feds found this footage and didn't take his threats lightly. Months later, in April of 2021, Malik Sanchez was arrested and charged by federal authorities for perpetrating a hoax bomb threat. Apparently, a number of his videos were reviewed by the FBI, and the man was arrested in the process. After being detained, prosecutors argued that Sanchez should be held without bail due to his proclivity for creating dangerous IRL live streaming content. There was also concern after police had searched Malik and allegedly found 5 magazines fitting a Glock pistol. Taking recommendations from the prosecutor, the judge agreed to hold Sanchez without bail. In November of 2021, Malik Sanchez pled guilty to 1 count of converting false and misleading information in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1038, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. Malik's sentencing was in April of 2022. During the hearing, he apologized to the women he had threatened and said that his behavior was that of, quote, an immature and reckless child. Due to good behavior and acquiring his high school diploma since committing the crime, Malik managed to avoid jail time and was ultimately sentenced to serve 3 years of supervised release. And it appears as if Malik has learned his lesson after being wrapped up with the feds, as he hasn't been live since.
Sorry, I was looking up, I was trying to see, because I keep trying to grab those orbs from the pink chest, because I thought that's how you were gonna get the shit, but I've realized now it's not even a thing like that. It's literally you just immediately get it.
The Madden tournament shooter.
I've seen aftermath photos of this.
Gamer could be described as a mental athlete of sorts, and whoever outplays the competition and wins on the big stage takes home not only the cash prize, but all of the pride and bragging rights that comes along with that. And the losers leave dejected and humiliated. Beef is common in esports, with heated exchanges between rivals seen both online and offline. It's extremely uncommon for a gaming feud to turn violent, and even more rare for one to turn deadly. Which brings us to the story of Madden player David Katz. At the time of this story taking place, David Katz was a 24-year-old man from Baltimore, Maryland. Katz could be described as a troubled individual from a well-off family. David's father was a career engineer for NASA, and his mother was a state toxicologist. This family was said to have had a drawn-out and traumatic divorce that deeply affected David. As a young adult and adolescent, David had been hospitalized on numerous occasions related to mental illness. The young man apparently suffering from frequent psychotic bouts. David was prescribed the medication Risperdal at a young age that helped curb some of his symptoms, but lapses would still occur. Documents from the Katz family divorce also speak on the young man's mental health struggles. These papers claim that David was being treated for schizophrenia and that David would, quote, go days without bathing, play games until 4 a.m. on school nights, and would walk around the house in circles. Documentation also says that David Katz once punched a hole in his mother's door when his game controller was taken by her. He also frequently threw tantrums that ended in him curling up into a ball and crying. David struggled with mental health throughout his formative years, and only one thing really brought the young man joy, that being Madden. As a child and teenager, David found refuge in the Madden video game franchise, playing these games religiously hours upon hours a day. In the Madden community, David would become a feared competitor. and was known throughout the community by his various gamer tags, including Ravens Champ, Bread, and Texas Have a Heart Attack. David would eventually begin entering Madden tournaments and found success in 2017 when he won the Madden 2017 championship. An excerpt written about this event describes David's apparently clutch victory in what some are calling the most exciting moment in all of the 2017 NFL Club Series championships. David Bread Katz won with a walk-off victory by completing an unbelievable pass as time expired to be crowned Buffalo Bills champion. The crowd at 7
y'all suck,
Food and
low-key.
Sports in Buffalo, New York was amazed with the clutch execution in the fourth quarter.
17 players would like to go for it. I'm about winning. By any means necessary. He's
Go!
Oh, Brandon Cooks. He's got the speed. Does he have enough juice? Last play of the game. Oh my goodness. Touchdown, the young man from Columbia, Maryland. The last play of the game, and he gets it done. It's a touchdown alone.
And while many competitive gamers celebrate their victories with a ridiculous pop-off of sorts, David was always said to have been rather stoic after securing the dub. Esports commentators have described David as not showing emotion when he plays, and one has been quoted saying, "To even get him to open up and talk to you about anything, it's like pulling teeth."
He came in as a 7 seed and he just knocked off the 2 seed and he did pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I don't think of myself as a 7 seed. I think personally I'm one of the better players, and I like to let my game prove that.
As David became more proficient at Madden, he would tour around the country and enter various Madden tournaments in the hopes of getting some cash prizes. And for the narrative of this story, none of those tournaments are important. But day 2 of a 2018 Jacksonville, Florida tournament is critical. The date was August 26th of 2018, day 2 of competition for the local Madden NFL 19 qualifier event. The day begins with 30 or so gamers hunched in front of TV and computer screens, donning headsets and preparing to eliminate one another in a tournament where the winner takes all. A $5,000 cash prize as well as a shot at entering the marquee event in Las Vegas, Nevada. And the prize for that marquee event was $125,000. These Madden qualifier events attracted some of the highest level Madden players from the country, and thousands were watching this live on Twitch. The venue hosting this event was the Good Luck Have Fun Game Bar. And as the day's Madden matches commenced, let's just say David wasn't playing his best. It's been reported that David had been acting strangely all day, even more so than his normal impassive self. During the event, one player that had beaten David said that Katz refused to shake his hand after a loss. Quote, "I went to shake his hand and tell him good game and he just looked at me and didn't say anything." Additional concerning behavior from David was witnessed after losing against another player named Bugs. And this loss would knock David out of the tournament, and needless to say, he didn't handle it well. He reportedly had an outburst, wouldn't shake Bugs' hand, and stormed off angrily. Most likely thought that after storming off, David had packed his bags and went home, but in all reality, he had gone to pick up some guns. David would return to the tournament floor with 2 loaded handguns, one of which had a laser sight. At 1:30 p.m., 2 hours into the tournament, David Katz re-entered the venue and rained down 12 shots upon the establishment, sending a foray of bullets towards competitors and spectators. David's first shot was actually caught on live stream, with the red dot from David's laser sight.
Yep, I've seen that video. Seen that. Yep. That
being seen pointed at the chest of 22-year-old gamer Elijah Clayton. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the venue, with everyone in attendance making a mad dash for survival.
A live stream from the tournament captured audio of the chaos that followed.
Oh, what are you shooting with?
Tables were flipped as contestants hid from...
What the fuck are you Yo, was that a BB gun? Was that a BB gun? Was that a BB gun? Why do I hurt? Why does it hurt now? Did he shoot me? Why am I bleeding?
David as the shots rang out throughout the rooms. Some of those who made it to cover would make frantic calls to 911, prompting a police and SWAT response to the ongoing active shooter situation. Sheriff deputies arrived to the Madden tournament around 1:36 p.m. What followed was a standoff of sorts with some people who had actually escaped the event.
Oh, he didn't say that. He said it was even worse. He said, "What he shoot me with? Bullets." What do you mean? What did he shoot me with? Like, what the fuck?
Live tweeting the situation on Twitter. I got out. Police escorted me. I'm done going to any Madden events, not EA majors with security. Eventually, gunfire from inside the venue would stop. That being because David had taken himself out. Officers and firefighters would then begin a methodical scan of the building for victims, and they would soon discover the bodies of the deceased. Those individuals being 27-year-old Taylor Robertson, 22-year-old Eli Clayton, and David Katz himself. Authorities would go on to discover another 11 wounded individuals who would...
Hey. He should have played Call of Duty. He pretty good shot. Sorry.
Would all survive. One of these survivors had actually been shot in the chest, but luckily was stabilized due to the fast response time from authorities, EMTs, and fire departments. The sheriff's department held a press conference and gave updates on what had happened. Later that evening, family members of the surviving victims tweeted out updates to show that the survivors were in stable condition. EA Sports would put out the following statement in regard to the shooting. The tragic situation that occurred...
They put out a statement, yo, in support of the victims, we're going to be lowering the price of the new packs by $5. Much love.
Sunday in Jacksonville was a senseless act of violence that we strongly condemn. Our most heartfelt sympathies go out to the families of the victims whose lives were taken today and those who...
And if you were wounded in the event, you get 50% off the next game.
...were injured. All of us at Electronic Arts are devastated by this horrific event, and we also join the community in thanking the first responders who were quickly on the scene. Our focus right now is on those affected and supporting law enforcement as they continue their investigations into this crime. This became an international news story, and the country came together to support those who had been involved in this shooting event. In one interview, a man who was present at the shooting itself, Toshiba Sharon, would say that he wanted the families of Eli and Taylor, the deceased victims, to know that they didn't die alone, and that they died with family. That family being the Madden community itself.
I just wanted to pay my respects to the family and just let them know that their family member didn't die alone. They died with,
He died with gamers. I would send a...
They died with family. And they died with a brotherhood that loved them, and they died doing something that they love to do.
Taylor Robertson was a successful Madden player in his own right, winning 13 of his prior 18 matches and had career winnings of over $80,000. Eli Clayton was an up-and-comer in the Madden scene. This young man was a former high school football player and had won Madden tournaments. He was passionate about football in real life and in the gaming world as well. Rest in peace to these victims. It's been some time since this shooting had taken place, and the biggest question surrounding all of it was, why did David perpetrate an act like this? There is an obvious explanation for it, being that David comes from a troubled background, has a mental health history, and that combined with competitive gaming just resulted in a psychotic break. But there are also alternative narratives out there that try to explain why he did this. Mutual acquaintances of David Katz, who have remained anonymous, claim that David and one of the shooting victims, Elijah Clayton, the man who was seen with the laser sight pointed at his chest, had a long-standing underlying gaming beef. In addition to the clear friction between David Katz and Elijah Clayton, it also seems that David specifically targeted other Madden players in his attack. Both of the deceased attendees were players and competitors, and a number of those wounded were as well. I think it would be reasonable to say that David's attack could have been motivated by revenge, with the twisted man wanting to hurt the gamers that knocked him out of the tournament. Needless to say, David Katz was an emotionally unstable individual and apparently was willing to kill to settle minor scores. On October of 2019, Jacksonville Landing, the greater location of where the shooting took place, was completely demolished. While the venue may be gone, its destruction won't erase the memory of what happened the morning of August 26th of 2018. That was the David Katz story. Our next story details the horrifying case of the Flomo Clown, a 2016 incident involving a self-described killer clown threatening a school of children.
What?
Before we deeply get into the Flomo Clown, I'd like to first give a dash of context on the whole killer.
I was about to say, why did my thing not skip the ad? But I just realized it's not an ad.
Killer clown epidemic that we saw in 2016, as the fear that these clown sightings caused, well,
Our clown? You're just mad that you don't know where the gay clown that hides from gay people are. He told me he's been hiding from you.
well, that fear was very real and caused somewhat of a panic amongst the public, and it was something that law enforcement was taking very seriously from day one.
Creepy clowns staring at a local family as they eat dinner in their home. Just the latest.
I remember. Y'all might have been a little younger, probably not. I remember this was a big thing. Like, this was stupid,
In a rash
honestly.
of sightings from the South Bay to the North County. 10 News reporter Emily Thode is live in Imperial Beach.
The 2016 creepy clown wave really all started with this image of what would become known as Gags the Clown, spotted in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Taken in the early summer, his presence prompted numerous 911 calls, and the image went viral on social media, in a way inviting copycats who wanted attention. After Gags went viral, suddenly menacing-looking clowns began popping up across the United States, especially in the South. While definitely...
Yeah. I saw plenty of them. Or not saw. I knew about plenty of incidents, like, happening to my friends and shit. I even knew some people that were doing it.
creepy, almost all of these clowns were harmless trend followers just looking to freak people out and maybe get a drop of some viral clout.
This is an absolute nightmare.
We've been doing this for 3 days.
Welcome to the Cali Killer.
Yeah. See, they're respectful. They didn't use the hard R. See, those are kings right there. They knew not to use the hard R and killer. Oh shit. I'm done.
Clown lair. It's actually an attic.
You're scaring people. Not so much as scaring people, but we're walking around taking pictures, and if they happen to see us and get scared, then there's nothing we can do about that.
But there were a handful of
Oh, we have some lawyers. Oh, I like that. I hate a lawyer-ass bitch. I hate it. Oh, I hate a lawyer-ass bitch. Yo, why'd you rat me? It wasn't ratting, it was stealing.
disturbing reports that really blurred the lines of exactly what this whole clown thing was, and raised concern that there might be some danger associated with this phenomenon. Just check out some of these reports. In late August, South Carolina police
I remember this.
warned the public of reports that a group of men dressed in clown attire and makeup were attempting to lure children into the woods of a suburban area. The following month, the clown was reported to have repeatedly stalked children at a Pottsville, Pennsylvania playground. And another clown in Georgia reportedly chased a 12-year-old boy and his brother as they were waiting for the school bus to arrive. With the actions of these particular clowns in mind, it becomes clear that some were taking this act or prank a little bit too far, and you may have actually had some legit degenerate weirdos like participating in horror fantasies out here. Like this was something that they were getting off to, scaring children. I don't know. As the onslaught of clowns escalated late in the summer, so did their influence on social media. As mentioned briefly in the video's introduction, there were many who created clown alter egos on sites like Facebook. These clowns would often post disturbing photos and make threats to the public within these pages, creating a bizarre horror in the cyber landscape as well as the real world. Which of course brings us to the Flomo Clown Facebook page. So what exactly is Flomo Clown and why the name Flomo? Well, the name of the town that the Flomo page targeted was Flomaton, Alabama, a small tight-knit community located near the Florida state border. In early summer of 2016, the Flomo Clown Facebook page was created and quickly started getting attention in Facebook's sharing algorithm thanks to the shocking content that it posted. The page featured what appeared to be several different clowns who collectively were known as the Flomo Clowns. Its bio sets the tone of the whole operation. I kill people for a living.
Disturbing images on a Facebook page belonging to someone calling themselves Flomo Clown.
Looking further into this page, you can see that whoever was behind it embraced one of the worst parts of the 2016 killer clown epidemic, you know, the harassment of children. Who's in Flomaton? Guns and knife emojis. I love kids. As intrigue in this page grew around...
Got a 50, God. This is your time where you say, where's the video? Stupid ass.
Around Flomaton, many school-age students in the area would actually follow the Flomo Clown out of morbid curiosity, resulting in the clown allegedly sending threats of physical violence to the children who followed. Which is sick if true and would scare the absolute shit out of me if I was a middle schooler. The Flomo Clown degeneracy would persist on for weeks, but eventually toying with kids and Flomaton residents on Facebook would eventually come to bite the Flomo Clowns in the ass.
I'm sorry, Flomo just sounds like an anti-Semitic name. I don't know. It sounds like that guy we saw earlier, Shlomo. That,
This disturbing image was posted on a Facebook page called Flomo Clown, along with messages telling school students, "We want to play, see you at school, and it's going down tonight." It's the latest in a spate of incidents across America in which creepy clowns are terrifying whole communities. What is it about?
On the morning of September 15th, a concerned parent whose child felt threatened by the Flomo Clowns traveled to the local police station and provided the police with the Facebook messages you just heard in that report. Police took a particular interest in these veiled threats that the Flomo Clown was making against the schools of the area, and needless to say, they were taking these threats very seriously. Police also say they received additional reports of a threatening phone call that was made to a local elementary.
yeah, if anybody's gonna be hurting the innocent people of the public, it's gonna be the police. They earned that right with that badge. Matter of fact, they probably they heard a dog at the residence arresting him. So, you know, rest in peace.
School. And with these pieces of information in mind, combined with the backdrop of clown...
Matter of fact, I mean, did you know 41% of cops actually speak a second language? Just look up cops 41%.
Fear sweeping the nation, the cops weren't taking any chances, and as a result of the Flomo posts, on September 15th, almost all schools in Escambia County, Alabama were put into lockdown, and the community was in full Flomo frenzy.
Now, a News 5 community alert. Creepy clown sightings in the South and threats of violence in Alabama forced several local schools into lockdown today.
These people are going around trying to kill kids, and...
Oh, Lord. Ma'am, please. You making everybody in the South look bad. Please change your accent. Bitch, you ruining it for everyone.
That's not going to happen in the South.
This individual had
No, sir. No, sir. They ain't happening in the South.
Emojis with guns and things of that nature.
And all 3 Flomaton schools were placed on lockdown, while police made sure everyone was safe.
I'm waiting on Flomo to step on my bed. I'm going to put something in the butt.
Police were working hard to unmask the Flomo Clown and stop this online nonsense once and for all. The FBI was brought on board to help unmask the Flomo Clown. IP addresses were recovered, and within 24 hours, 4 suspects were named and reportedly had pending charges because of the threats posted to the Flomo Clown Facebook page. 3 of these suspects were minors, but 1 was an adult, and her name was Michaela.
Her? Leah! Why would you do this to kids?
Smith. Smith was implicated as
Yeah, that definitely is Leah. That bit fugly.
one of the people behind the threats posted to the Flomo Clown page. It's not exactly known what she specifically said, but she was allegedly involved with the page's operation. I have a suspicion that this image that was reported to be on the Flomo Clown page is actually Michaela Smith wearing makeup. Could be wrong though. Who knows if Michaela Smith actually co-signed or agreed with the threads posted on the page, or if it was a prank or not. Engaging in stuff like this on social media is a one-way ticket to the feds, bro. Now, with Michaela Smith being the only adult in this case, she would be getting the harshest punishment. Smith would end up pleading guilty to one count of making terroristic threats and was initially given the maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. However, fortunately for her, this weighty sentence would be suspended, and Smith walked away from the Flomo Clown situation with a sentence of 5 years probation. As part of the probation terms, it's been reported that Smith was forbidden to create any kind of social media account, and if she did create one during this 5-year probation term, she could be subject to that 10-year sentence. The Flomo Clown case was notable because it was really the first time that someone actually faced criminal charges for engaging in this threatening clown activity. It sent a message to the world that this creepy clown bullshit was no longer going to be tolerated. Sure, it started off as spooky, harmless fun, but as clowns started to go viral, you started seeing other clowns doing crazier shit to up the last one, to the point where they're making threats against schools. After the arrest of the Flomo group, authorities cracked down hard across the country, and other arrests of clown cells followed suit. And
Clown cells? Dog, not everything has to be a cell.
by the end of fall, the clowns seemingly vanished, dissuaded by the potential of legal punishment and also...
I was an adult, so I didn't give a shit. I was just like, damn, hope y'all don't die. I don't give a shit. I got a car. I'll just run them over.
So the trend simply falling out of...
I don't know why people did it in the South. Like, do they not realize motherfuckers down here got AKs? And they've been waiting for a reason to be Saving Private Ryan.
Vogue like many of the participatory internet fads that we've seen come and go. For most of us, the summer of 2016 clown invasion was just one of the many wacky happenings of 2016. But for the select few who dove too deep into the killer clown rabbit hole, it was a time when they made one of the biggest mistakes of their lives.
Yeah, you dumb
Patrick
bitch.
Mashoni, the YouTube stalker.
Isn't that the guy? Isn't that the Kansas Chief quarterback?
This story involves a disturbed stalker who used both Facebook and YouTube to harass a woman named Kristen Pratt. This man's YouTube stalking behavior would become so destructive that it would ultimately land him in prison. This is the story of Patrick Mashoni. Patrick Mashoni and his eventual victim, Kristen Pratt, first began interacting in 2008 after Kristen had responded to a random friend request sent by the man. At the time, Kristen was attending the University of Central Florida, and Patrick messaged her claiming that he had once taken a class together with her at college. While Kristen didn't remember Patrick, she did go back and forth with him for a couple of messages, even later citing that Patrick seemed like a pretty nice guy in these initial interactions. But additional messages began flooding in from Patrick.
Email me today.
Sorry.
It's up to you now. Save your own life.
And it wouldn't take long for the truly depraved nature of this individual to become apparent. Patrick Mashoni was an aggressive stalker who used Facebook and YouTube to perpetrate harassment, and Kristen Pratt of Florida was both his obsession and victim. Despite Kristen not wanting much of an interaction beyond that first back and forth about them apparently being classmates, Patrick continued to incessantly message her. The man made obvious romantic advances towards the woman that she would ignore, and after being ignored, he would grow extremely aggressive. While most would move on after rejection, Patrick was a mentally unstable individual that became fixated on any woman that showed him attention. And Kristen responding to his initial message was enough for him to think that he had a chance with this girl. Disturbing messages quickly evolved into full-on harassment videos being sent to Kristen. Patrick would send these threatening video messages via YouTube.
You don't want me for life, Kristen Pratt? That's a very, very unwise decision. Don't make me do something stupid. You're still playing games. All I'm asking, so let me over one night. You can't keep ignoring me. You can't.
In addition to these videos, Patrick would incessantly call this woman, upwards of 20 times a day. Patrick had become obsessed with a delusional idea that he could perhaps win this woman over and they could move away and live on some remote piece of land and start a family together. When in all reality, Kristen hadn't reciprocated any messages with this guy outside of like the first 3 minutes of them talking back and forth on Facebook when he asked if they took a class together. And this stalking had gone on for months and eventually would evolve into over a year. Patrick would frequently get sexual in his harassment, making it clear that he wanted to see her naked, and once stated that if he saw her naked, it would help him stop thinking about death.
I don't know if I can get vulgar here, but he wanted to just have me stand there naked, and that would be the best thing that he could think of. It would keep him from thinking about death for at least 6 hours.
YouTube messages sent from Patrick at the time
Guess I'll just kill myself. No, it's whatever. Who cares anymore? Who cares? Okay, so first things first, like I said earlier, which y'all should have heard me even though I was muted. That's y'all's issue. But, I was saying, I said speaking of sexual, and then I'm like, oh wait, first I probably shouldn't say that. And then I said, alright, first thing's not sexual. Rest in peace to Doge, the Doge dog. R.I.P. the goat. They passed away today. R.I.P. I mean, I'm gonna be real, the dog was 18. So that's pretty fucking good. I'll keep it real. So. And then I said, also speaking of R.I.P., R.I.P. to Goon Caves. The shitty liberal media. The libtards took Goon Caves from us.
Showcase the man's depravity. Sorry, Kristen, I've done too much. I try harder than the other guys. I want to tie your wrists together, strip you naked, secure your arms above your head, blindfold you. The man would even send veiled threats on Twitter. Quote, it's up to you now to save your life. I have no option. As these messages began escalating to near constant threats, she would reach out to authorities hoping someone could intervene in this matter. However, initially, police provided little assistance, stating that because Patrick hadn't gone after her physically or showed up to her workplace or residence, that he posed no imminent threat. With no intervention from law enforcement, the cyber-stalking intensified, as Patrick continued to send YouTube videos to Kristen in which he would describe his sick and twisted fantasies.
Quit wasting my time. Look me in the eye and talk to me like a person. Anyone who stands in my way will be guilty of treason.
And eventually, his harassment would get physical, with the man showing up at her work. At one point, Patrick would videotape himself in front of Kristen's workplace, and even briefly chased her car on camera, the woman not even realizing the person filming was Patrick. She would later be made aware of this video, and in light of this disturbing breach of privacy, Kristen was finally able to get the attention of authorities and was granted an injunction by the courts against Patrick. This injunction essentially a restraining order commanding the man to stop contacting her. However, unsurprisingly, this threat of legal punishment didn't stop Patrick's unwanted.
When you love someone, you gotta fight till the end. I understand, brother.
Advances. He fully ignored the court.
Holy. Who could not love that face? Besides this bitch. Sorry.
Injunction. Patrick had grown convinced that being with Kristen was his fate, and he used this delusional belief to personally justify breaking the legal barriers that Kristen had tried to set up to avoid him. He refused to be ignored and continued to show up to her workplace. The man escalated things further, showing up to her college campus as well. Kristen was so desperate to get away from Patrick that she would frequently change her appearance so as to not be recognized by him. It seemed as if nothing would stop him, but eventually Kristen would catch a break. This break coming when a police officer caught Patrick stalking her red-handed. This officer stopped and searched Patrick after the man was behaving suspiciously. While searching Patrick's backpack, the officer was likely expecting to find some sort of paraphernalia or stolen goods, but instead he found pornography, condoms, and a video camcorder. Further inspection of this camcorder revealed some of the horrific stalking videos that Patrick had been creating and sending to Kristen.
Please just listen to me and let me be nice. We need to talk face to face.
The camera also contained newer unreleased videos that had been recorded outside of Kristen's workplace. These videos concerned the officer, who then looked up Patrick's name in state databases. When the officer searched Patrick's records, he discovered that the man had been served.
I'm begging you, just one piece of coochie.
Had police reports associated with his name related to stalking Kristen. This officer was convinced that if something wasn't done immediately about Patrick's stalking behavior, he was going to hurt Kristen. So the policeman would present his findings to the state attorney, who would then work on getting a warrant for the man's arrest on account of his stalking behavior and violations of his previous.
Oh my god. What is that? I don't remember cameras ever looking like that. What the fuck is that? That's a USB, my brother.
Injunctions. Finally, Patrick Mashoni, who was 24 years old at the time, was eventually arrested in 2011 for his harassment of Kristen Pratt.
Oh, so it's illegal to Riz. Are we not allowed to Riz anymore?
During court, Kristen testified against her harasser, confronting her cyber stalker face to face, testifying to the court that in her view, Patrick was an unrelenting psychopath who wouldn't stop unless he was locked up.
I was always nervous and frightened that at any moment I could walk out of a building and nobody would ever see me again.
I know what's gonna happen. He will kill her.
Patrick's defense argued that the man was overcome with mental illness during his stalking spree.
I don't... That ain't a good defense. How is he mentally ill? Proof? Those videos are AI.
And blamed his actions on untreated psychiatric issues. Patrick himself would address the court and apologize for his behavior, claiming that he didn't remember making many of the disturbing communications issued to his victim.
I want to apologize to her, definitely for scaring her. I honestly don't even remember.
The man would later be found guilty. State prosecutors were seeking a 15-year sentence, arguing that Patrick was a danger to society and it would be a benefit to the public if the man was locked up for as long as possible. However, the state was only able to get a fraction of the time they requested. In 2012, Patrick Mashoni was eventually sentenced to serve 4 years in prison after being convicted and found guilty of cyberstalking. his lesser sentence resulting from him taking a plea deal. Patrick would spend a total of 2 years in prison and was released early in 2013 due to time served. As a part of his sentencing, Patrick was reportedly given probation that banned him from using the internet, and he was prohibited from ever contacting Kristen Pratt again. It appears this punishment has kept Patrick from stalking other victims online. As for Kristen, she has spoken out on many occasions regarding Patrick's harassment, her story being a testament to just how destructive.
You know, like, this guy just wants to make one video. Like, after a recent one, he's like, I ain't even stalked you in 10 years. Man, you always complaining. I ain't even do that shit in a while, man. Why are you still doing press?
Online stalkers can be to one's life. That was the story of Patrick Mashoni. Infamous criminal troll.
Yo, guys, is that the year he's born? Guys, I think that's the year he's born, right? That has to be the year he's born, right? No other reason he would have 88 in his name, right? That's his birth year. That clearly is his birth year. There's no other reason why he'd have 88 in his name. You understand what I'm saying, though, Mob, right?
European 88. There was a point in time where Joshua Ryan Goldberg was one of the most wanted men on the internet. A self-styled internet troll, racist, religious extremist, and cyber terrorist, this man, using Twitter, Reddit, and a network of online aliases, spread hate, bigotry, and misinformation across the internet. Joshua's online hate campaigns eventually evolved.
Alright, because there's there's somebody that joined my stream on Twitch, and I asked him what his it was like Penguin Diver 88. I'm like, hey man, what's up with your name? Like, what you mean? I'm like, why you got 88 in your name? He's like, oh, it's just a random number. Like, oh, okay.
Into real-world encouragements of violence, which would lead to this guy getting locked up in prison. This is the story of Josh Goldberg, aka European 88. Joshua Goldberg, 20 years old at the time of this story, could be described as a terminally online loser in the most strict sense of the phrase. The man lived with his parents in Orange Park, Florida, and was said to have spent close to 20 hours a day stirring up trouble on the internet. His online activity dedicated almost entirely to trolling and spreading hatred. Josh had a network of sock accounts that he used to push destructive ideologies. His Twitter account, Australia Witness, was dedicated to promoting ISIS and jihadi Islam. This account claimed to be an Islamic extremist from Australia and is notable for echoing extremist calls for a terrorist attack to take place at a Texas convention center that was hosting a Draw Prophet Muhammad contest on May 3rd of 2015. And anybody that's familiar with that old South Park episode knows the implications of drawing the Prophet Muhammad. On the day of the contest, 2 shooters thought to be jihadi terrorists actually attacked the event, resulting in a security guard getting shot and the 2 attackers being killed by police. In the wake of the shooting, Joshua on the Australia Witness account would praise those involved for their violent attempt at sabotaging the event. Quote, "This is a war that will be won through the power of social media. I support what our Mujahideen did in Texas, but I take no responsibility for it. Allah commanded them to attack, not me. May Allah reward the Garland Mujahideen with a seat right next to the Prophet." Joshua would use this Australia Witness account to call for jihadi bomb.
Dude, can we... So it's illegal to do pranks? Is that it? Is it illegal to do jokes? Is comedy illegal now? Is cancel culture taking another victim?
Bombings at a variety of locations worldwide, and also allegedly disseminated guides detailing how one could make improvised explosive devices on this account. Outside of his Twitter presence, Joshua maintained a plethora of Reddit sock accounts that he used to spread hateful ideologies. One such account was known as European 88. Taking a detour from his jihadi persona, European 88's posting activity was almost entirely dedicated to posting white supremacist propaganda. Under the
that's just allegations. I don't know how you would assume, even from his username, that he would be racist.
This account, Josh would frequently contribute to some of Reddit's most controversial subreddits, the most notorious of which was r/Coontown.
Ooh. Hold on real quick.
Propaganda.
I just gotta
Under
see
this
the
account, Josh would
Oh, hold on.
dedicated to posting white supremacist propaganda.
As Europe, room for French government, Jews say God gave Jimmy Carter cancer.
Under
Sweden, yes, liberal degeneracy. The Goyim, I know. No, this ain't old. This ain't old. I can tell you that. This is 2010s. Wonder why that's blocked. Ferguson, Gas the Snoo, Polax, Ben Garrison, Feminist Hate, not saying that, U.S. Black Culture, Great Abos, Go Ebola, Hard Right, Draw Muhammad Day, Race Reality, not saying that one, Hate Pyre, Horsey,
Its most controversial.
I don't know what the fuck, Osphalia, Modern, Mod Everyone Reborn, not saying that one, Black People Hate, 8chan Meta,
Subreddit.
Reich's Post, Shit Reddit Says X, Gaming X, True 8chan, Videos X,
The most
History X, Another Blank, Classic 8chan, Eric Garner, oh my God. Gifts X. Let me see if these are still up. There's no way these are still up, right? I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe this. Let me check. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's just porn. GIFs. GIFs X. That one's taken down.
Notorious of which was r/.
No, why did you go so fast? You know, fuck it.
Coontown, a racist subreddit that promoted violence against black people. One controversial subreddit moderated by European 88 was the Eric Garner subreddit.
Oh no.
The page intended to mock the at-the-time recent death of Garner, who had been killed after being detained by police for selling cigarettes on a street corner.
Fuck the police for that still. That was a senseless death. Fuck them. But, of course, all the racist people were like, he shouldn't have illegally been selling cigarettes. Like, oh, so you kill him? I remember that was the, like, thought process when, RIP Trayvon was killed. Everybody was like, he's smoking weed, and he owned a gun. He was posing with guns on social media. I'm like, oh, well, let's just pull up your Christmas pictures. I'm sure you guys aren't posing with ARs. And, oh yeah, I forgot, the punishment for smoking weed is death. I forgot. That's my fault.
Almost every single thread posted by European contained some sort of vulgarity or racial slur. Among other things, Josh was notable for promoting a subreddit known as the Philosophy of Rape. A subreddit
What?
that advocated for corrective sexual assault against, quote, whores and feminazis. Yeah, we're dealing with a real degenerate piece of shit
Dude, those are allegations. He looked like a functioning member of society.
Here, a guy that's spreading hate and vitriol of the highest degree practically everywhere he went on the internet. It would only be a matter of time before the feds caught up to this guy. Due to the threats issued by the Australian Witness account, an investigation by the Australian Federal Police was opened. This investigation led to authorities discovering the true identity of the poster after Josh leaked identifying information about his true identity to an informant who was working for the feds. This informant was reportedly communicating with the Australian Witness account under the guise of them being a terrorist. According to FBI documents, Josh would reveal to this informant that he was seeking out potential agents to perpetrate a jihadi attack at a 9/11 memorial event in Kansas City, Missouri. He even...
Alright, that ain't good, but why the fuck would Missouri do why would they do that? They weren't, they didn't have planes go to their places. Why the fuck are they going? Why the fuck are they doing that? That makes no fucking sense.
gave instructions to the informant on how to make bombs out of pressure cookers and ways to enhance an explosive's lethality. It goes without saying, after telling all of this to a federal informant, getting locked up was in his near future. On September 9th of 2015, Joshua Goldberg was arrested after his parents' home was raided by the FBI. After being arrested, the man displayed erratic behavior and had to go under a 30-day mental health evaluation to see if he was even able to stand trial. Psychologists eventually ruled Goldberg mentally incompetent to stand trial, and he had to undergo professional psychiatric treatment for 4 months before facing a judge.
On to at 5:30, a federal judge has unsealed the mental evaluation of the Orange Park man accused of sending bomb-making plans to an FBI informant.
According to this report, she noticed that he functioned poorly and had to be placed on suicide watch. She said he was guarded and evasive. He had mood swings during this evaluation, and she called his thought process remarkable for his grandiosity and paranoid delusions, including delusions of being persecuted.
Goldberg's lawyer later said that the man suffered from Asperger's and autism, and
Aw, shit. That's gonna be my excuse when I do some terrible shit. Aw, man, I got the tism. That's why I made those threats against that group of people. You know how us autists do.
Josh was known to have a schizophrenia diagnosis on his record. Eventually, the man would be deemed competent to stand trial, and on December 20th of 2017, Joshua Goldberg would plead guilty to attempted malicious damage and destruction by an explosion.
By the way, hopefully this ain't anti-Semitic or anything, but isn't Goldberg like a Jewish last name? Or am I tripping?
Of a building. He was sentenced to serve 10 years in federal prison to be followed by a lifetime of supervised release. Laughing Jack, a creepypasta killing. While many creepypasta-influenced crimes have been inspired by the story of Slender Man, there is one creepypasta killing that's often overlooked and, in my view, might be the most disturbing of them all. It's the child killer inspired by Laughing Jack. The legend of Laughing Jack is a creepypasta tale almost as old as the art form itself. A dark clown with sinister intent, Jack is said to approach children in an ethereal state, masquerading as what some might describe as an imaginary friend. Once the child trusts this insidious being, that's when it strikes, unleashing psychological horrors and eventually physically manifesting and murdering its child victim. The original Laughing Jack stories were written by a DeviantArt user known as Snuffbomb. The story was published to the site on March 3rd of 2013. In the story, Jack is described as, quote, a clown with long hair, a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with...
Or are you trying to sell it for like a lot of money, or are you just selling it willy-nilly? Like, are you undercutting, or are you trying to like sell it for more than what you paid? Because if you're trying to do that, I have bad news for you, feller. Oh, hell. It's also like 1 a.m. in the morning where I live. Probably a reason.
stripy socks, and he always smiles. Snuff Bomb would also go on to upload various cosplay photos and art of the newly created character, which helped showcase the vision that he had for the creepypasta creature. The Laughing Jack story would become a creepypasta hit, so popular that Snuff would go on to write a prequel expounding on the origins of the character. These stories describe Jack's origins as being that of a Victorian-era Jack-in-the-Box toy that possessed supernatural powers.
I would say so, because speaking of which, I'm glad you just said that, because I'm about to go send myself my books back from my alt account.
While initially a benevolent entity, Jack would become cursed after its first human-child companion grew up to become a vicious serial killer. Apparently doomed to emulate the behavior of its owners, Jack would then undergo a harrowing transformation, becoming the malevolent Laughing Jack and commit killings of its own, the seemingly immortal being hunting children to this very day. It's a simplistic, almost tropish horror tale that we've heard variations of throughout the years. I mean, the It influence is all over the place here. But Laughing Jack would resonate with an entirely new generation of horror fans. Similar to how supernatural movie killers like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees captured the imagination of youths in the 80s, early 2010s online creepypastas like Laughing Jack were terrifying millennials and Gen Zers around the world. It was a darkly magical moment in internet culture, and some got whipped up into
I pray to God. I'm praying to God, please don't add another rank. I'm begging you, please don't add another rank.
a frenzy. Sadly, for younger folks, it was often difficult for them to differentiate fact and fiction, and this becomes problematic when creepypastas are intentionally written in a way that makes them seem real. And when a young child genuinely believes that a supernatural being is out to kill them, well, nothing good comes out of that. Which brings
allegations
us to the tragic killing of Maria Torres. This is Maria Torres. At the time of this story taking place in 2015, Maria was a 50-year-old woman from Elkhart, Indiana. Maria spent much of her time raising her 12-year-old stepdaughter, who we'll refer to as JT. They, together with father Edwin Torres, lived in a small apartment building in Elkhart. The family didn't have much in terms of financial resources, and it's been said that raising JT was quite the struggle. JT reportedly experienced a traumatic and abusive early childhood.
Yeah, I don't know why they specifically did that, but yeah, like I said, the biggest thing I can say is it's gonna be expected just because they aren't doing frequent updates like that. So, you know, why the fuck would they, you know. Hold up, I'm setting up my alt account to grind eggs. Alright, cool. Ah!
Childhood and suffered from PTSD and emotional issues. These problems manifested themselves in bouts of extreme fear, paranoia, and difficulty socializing. Maria's stepdaughter's mental issues would only be exacerbated after she got heavily involved into online creepypasta communities. Online, JT would become immersed within the world of creepypasta lore and spent much of her free time consuming stories and online urban legends about mysterious creatures and supernatural killers. One story that JT particularly became obsessed with was the tale of Laughing Jack. JT was enthralled by the myth. Disturbed yet intrigued by the story's implications and titular character, the young girl began to believe that the monster described in the online story may have in fact been real. While Laughing Jack is first and foremost a killer, the character has often been described in writings as charismatic, charming, and quick-witted. And JT was said to have been somewhat attracted to this being's devious combination of traits. Fully immersed into the gruesome world of Laughing Jack, in some way you could say that JT was possessed by the creature, or at least convinced herself that she was. Reports say that around this time, the 12-year-old claimed to have been hearing voices from the cackling clown. It's alleged that on one occasion, the delusional child begged her father to help her stop these voices, but the man apparently had no solution. With this girl apparently living in a fantasy creepypasta world and hearing voices urging her to kill, it was only a matter of time before
Why would you sell your fur?
the impressionable 12-year-old would make an ill-advised decision. Heavily under the influence of the creepypasta, the mentally unwell girl eventually began plotting to murder her own family to appease these voices. In preparation for this heinous deed, she reportedly searched online how to hide from the police, make poison, sharpen knives, and how to hide in the woods. She would also reportedly watch a video of a stabbing and would frequently listen to Pop Goes the Weasel, the song that the souls of Jack's murdered victims are subjected to hearing on repeat in a hellish afterlife. And then the night of her heinous deed would come. On the night of July 23rd, 2015, JT would send a text message to her friend, requesting to meet up with them later in the evening at 10 p.m. In this correspondence, she reportedly texted in capital letters that she wanted to leave and that she could not take it anymore. She also reportedly stated in the text that she was going to snap. After scheduling this dubious meeting, JT would then join her family for dinner and to watch television with them. During this family time, JT would reportedly express bizarre behavior. She was said to have flashed a wicked grin at her parents, showing her teeth on multiple occasions. JT was also said to have been seen standing in a strange, hunched, ghoulish posture, but when asked if something was wrong, she would simply reply that everything was fine. It seemed like the family knew something was up, but eventually everybody would go to bed. But the family's sleep wouldn't last long, as they would soon be awoken and have to face a horrifying scene. Later in the evening, Edwin and Maria would be awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise. As they came to their senses, they immediately smelled smoke. The smoke was coming from JT's room. Maria would go investigate, and as she opened JT's door, she was blasted with a cloud of smoke and met with a chilling sight. It's been reported that Maria found JT ominously standing in the middle of her room, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Maria would call out to her stepdaughter, but JT wouldn't answer. The father would then enter the room and soon found that a portion of the bedroom floor was on fire and that the girl's closet had been set ablaze. As Edwin tried to put out the fire, Maria would take JT into the hallway. While escorting the girl, it was at this moment that Maria noticed that JT was wielding a knife. The woman let out a scream, and Edwin would immediately come to see why his wife was screaming, but he was moments too late. JT had allegedly stabbed her stepmother, an assault that would later turn fatal. Edwin was met with the visage of his fatally wounded wife and his daughter, who was standing with a hunched posture. It's been said that throughout all this, JT was speaking in a terrifying, grating, and high-pitched voice, almost as if she was possessed by a demon. Despite the attack on his wife, Edwin attempted to save his daughter from the burning building. He pled with JT to follow him out. She reportedly ordered him to stay back and allegedly attacked him, slicing the man's arm up with a knife. Edwin was able to wrestle the girl off of him and disarmed her. He then picked her up and took her out of the home, his arm bleeding heavily. Police and firefighters would arrive shortly after to investigate the scene and put out the blaze. Firefighters discovered that Maria suffered multiple stab wounds to her face and torso. One wound was over 3 inches deep. She was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. Now, during all this commotion, JT actually managed to flee the scene and ran off into the woods. After fleeing, she would meet up with the friend that she had previously texted, and the two began walking the wilderness using railroads until they discovered a house. There, they would knock on the door of this home and interact with the property's resident, a local man named Zachary Sleeper. Naturally, the guy was extremely confused at the presence of these two girls at his door, and he started questioning them. The man asked why they had come and what they were doing out at night. It said that in response, JT and her friend attempted to spin a ruse, suggesting that they had been hiking and had run out of food. Mr. Sleeper found their story suspicious and knew something was up. It was at this point that the man invited the two disheveled girls inside and went into another room, pretending to prepare a meal for them. However, what he was actually doing was calling the police to his house. A short time later, cops would arrive, and it would be at this moment that JT was identified and connected as being the at-large killer. The girls were then detained and taken into custody. Upon being arrested, it was noted that the girls were carrying backpacks. One of the bags contained a pair of blood-stained pants. It was clear they had found who they were looking for. Being too young, JT couldn't be arrested as an adult and was instead passed over to juvenile authorities for a mental evaluation. After an evaluation by multiple doctors, it was determined that the young girl wasn't mentally fit to stand trial, and she was subsequently diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. What exactly happened to JT after her arrest is very difficult to ascertain, and almost every sort of proceeding pertaining to her has been sealed. But there are some tidbits of information that we know about JT in light of this arrest. It's said that after the killing of Maria, JT has been refused by 16 psychiatric facilities. So with this context, it appears that the state is trying to get her in a psychiatric facility instead of having to take her to trial and potentially send her to prison. But apparently this has proved quite difficult, I guess because of the extreme nature of her psychiatric component. Unable to get into a psychiatric facility, JT was made to stay in a juvenile detention center, apparently having to do so for a couple of years. Finally, in September of 2017, JT was deemed fit to stand trial, and juvenile court would allow the case to proceed in January of 2018. Prosecutors would attempt to have JT's case transferred to an adult court. However, apparently efforts to do so have failed. Given the sealed nature of this juvenile case, the outcome of JT's trial is unknown. This case is an absolute tragedy and goes down as one of the most disturbing incidents of a creepypasta indirectly contributing to the deterioration of a child's mental state, ending in tragic consequences.
I don't think we can put the blame on creepypasta. I'm gonna be real. I think we just blame that child's the devil, and they should be disposed of like Abraham's child. The same fashion too.
The RuneScape stabbing incident. Our next story is a bizarre case involving a gamer and his long-distance love interest. After experiencing rejection, this young gamer goes to disturbingly extreme lengths to get revenge on his former online sweetheart. Our story really begins all the way back in 2007 with Shane Coffey from Weymouth, Massachusetts. 14 years old at the time, Shane Coffey was an avid RuneScape player and actually managed a YouTube.
It's not even profit at 99. Don't do it. Unless you're just lazy to sell them and you're like, oh, I'm feeling lucky.
Channel at the time documenting his adventures in the MMO. Often known by his in-game alias Ice the Elf and Xbox gamer tag Coffee522, Shane actually had some degree of success as a RuneScape content creator in the early days of YouTube. Several of his God Wars dungeon tutorial videos received over 100,000 views, which is extremely impressive for this era of YouTube. Shane was also one of the first to discover one of RuneScape's most notorious glitches, the infamous Mew glitch. This glitch involved the player using alt keys to type the Mew character into in-game chat. When Mew was submitted to a public chat room, the Mew character would crash the game client for any players within your vicinity. RuneScape is also where Shane would meet one of his first romantic interests, a girl from the United Kingdom named Farah Dalwood. Farah and Shane played RuneScape almost every day together. The two would maintain contact for years, with Shane reportedly sending the girl Christmas gifts. Shane would eventually quit playing RuneScape and move on to Call of Duty on his Xbox 360, but he still kept in close contact with Farah through Skype and other messaging services. And this sort of close communication would continue on into their late teenage years. But what we find is that as Shane got older, he became more obsessive and a borderline stalker of his long-distance romantic interest. Shane, 19 years old at the time, reportedly tricked Farah Farrah into downloading a virus that would give him remote access to her computer. And doing this, he looked into chat logs and discovered that she was talking to other guys. And just to add, I've never seen any reporting explicitly stating that these two were like boyfriend and girlfriend. I think they were just flirty online friends. And let's also keep in mind that these two live literally thousands.
I get that. Leah keeps flirting with me all fucking day. She keeps trying to hurt me, but she's actually flirting with me, y'all.
Thousands of miles away from each other, okay? When Shane discovered Farrah's conversations with other guys online, he completely blew up on her. This creepy invasion of privacy prompted Farrah to cut all ties with Shane, blocking him on Skype, WhatsApp, and other services. He was completely cut from her life. Apparently, the kid wasn't able to handle rejection because he immediately starts planning out revenge. If you thought the computer virus bit was unhinged, wait till you see what he does next. In the wake of being rejected, Shane would purchase a plane ticket, fly to the United Kingdom, and book a hotel. Because Shane had previously exchanged Christmas presents with Farrah, he knew what her home address was. And on April 18th of 2014, Shane would make his way to Farrah's residence, equipped with a hunting knife. Late in the evening, Shane would break into the home and made his way to the young woman's room. As she was sleeping, Shane jumped on Farrah and began viciously attacking her, stabbing the woman repeatedly. Farrah screams for help, and moments later, her brother Muhammad enters the room. Muhammad springs to action, grabbing Shane's neck from behind and throws the blonde-headed intruder from atop his sister. It's at this point where Muhammad produces a metal rod. Using the rod, he quickly overpowers the knife-wielding gamer, beating him into submission. Battered and bruised, Shane eventually yields and pleads to Muhammad for him to stop hitting him. Muhammad would comply, calls emergency services, gets help for his sister, and the team.
Yeah, that's how, like, whenever I hear about these cases of people, like, traveling hundreds of miles, I'm like, how do you stay angry that long? Like, how? Like, you travel hundreds of hours and you stay mad the whole time?
Teenager is arrested. Fortunately, despite receiving numerous stab wounds, Farrah would survive the attack and make a full recovery. After his arrest, Shane would be charged with attempted murder. Further investigation would reveal that sometime before coming to the UK, Shane had Googled some pretty suspicious stuff, such as how to engage in hand-to-hand knife combat and the quote, life in UK prisons. Speaking of UK prisons, in November of 2014, Shane Coffey was sentenced to serve life in prison with a chance to make parole after 8.5 years served. They completely threw the book at him, which was well-deserved in my opinion, considering the lengths that he went to get revenge for simply being turned down by a girl. I'll bookend this segment with a quote from the lead detective of the case. While this kind of incident could not have been anticipated and is extremely rare, it is a clear reminder of the dangers that the internet may pose. We would always urge caution when engaging with people
Game
you
is
do not
game.
know online, and would strongly advise that you do not give out any personal details whatsoever.
Guys, I live in South Carolina. I live at the address.
Redditors solve a cold case. Our next story involves a Redditor spreading awareness of a missing persons cold case from the 1990s. Their interest in the case inadvertently sets off a series of events that leads to it being resolved and the family getting closure after decades of confusion. This story begins 27 years ago on June 26th of 1995 in Virginia. Around 1:30 p.m., Greensville County Police respond to reports of a car wreck along U.S. Route 58 just outside of the town of Emporia. When police arrive, they find a smashed-up Volkswagen van that had driven off the road and violently collided with trees bordering the highway. Inside, they find two young men, both deceased. Curiously, both men were wearing tie-dyed shirts with logos from the Grateful Dead. The famed American rock group had performed the day prior at Robert F. Kennedy Stadium in Washington, D.C. Upon further investigation of the bodies, scalped tickets were found in the pockets of the vehicle's passenger. So it looked like those two individuals were returning from that Grateful Dead concert in D.C. No drugs were found in the vehicle, and police came to the conclusion that the wreck was likely caused by the driver simply falling asleep at the wheel due to exhaustion. The vehicle's driver would later be identified as 21-year-old Michael E. Hagar, thanks to a state-issued ID found on his person. Police say that Hagar's passenger was a hitchhiker that had been picked up somewhere between Fairfax and Gloucester, Virginia. The theory being that the two individuals either met at the concert or met slightly after while on the road and became friends because of their obvious sort of love for the Grateful Dead, considering their clothing. After a thorough crash scene investigation, authorities ultimately determined that there was no foul play in regard to the death of these two individuals and the car wreck that caused it. But that wasn't case closed. See, there's an element to this case that has made it infamous over the years, that element being the mysterious identity of Michael Hagar's apparent hitchhiking passenger. Authorities were never able to identify who this person was. The individual didn't have a state-issue ID on them, their face was heavily lacerated during the car crash, Michael Hagar's family didn't know who it was, and the person didn't have fingerprints that were in any sort of national database. The only real clue regarding the name of this individual came in the form of a handwritten note found at the crash site. The note read, "Jason, sorry we had to go. See you around. Call me at redacted number at Caroline T and Carolyn O." So this note naturally suggested that the person's name may have been Jason, but the number never led to anyone, nor were the individuals who wrote it ever identified. For all intents and purposes, this individual would become what's known as a John Doe, an unidentified individual. And considering the clothing he wore, the term Grateful Doe became a popular name for the unidentified person in this case. With no family or evidence coming forward, the Grateful Doe case went cold and was forgotten about for years, with the Doe just simply fading away as this unidentified lost soul. But that would change in 2012. Due to the serious nature of the Grateful Doe's facial injuries, photos of his face weren't released at the time of the car crash. However, in 2012, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children managed to digitally render a facial reconstruction of the Grateful Doe, giving a face to the nameless victim for the first time. With the face now attached to the mystery, online web sleuths became attracted to it and banded together on sites like Facebook in an effort to possibly match an identity with this unidentified Doe. Eventually, the hunt for the Grateful Doe's identity would spread to Reddit, which brings us to Reddit user Zombie Gray, aka Gray Metal. Gray had become interested in cracking the Grateful Doe case practically since the release of the 2012 photo, and they often took time out of their days scouring through what little clues were available trying to find a match. Gray was also a founding member of the r/Grateful Doe subreddit, a place dedicated to identifying the Doe. With so little to go off of in this case, Gray came to the conclusion that it wouldn't be something one person could solve alone. The only way to get this thing solved was if they put the face of the Doe on as many screens as possible in the hopes that somebody from the 1990s recognized this individual and would come forward with information regarding their identity. Skilled in the art of viral Redditry, Gray gets the idea to compose this rather compelling Imgur post. It's a missing poster of sorts, which compiles the face of the Doe along with their clothing and other identifying elements found at the crash site. Accompanying it was a humble request to all who encountered the face of the Grateful Doe. Can you help give him back his name? Gray's missing poster went live in early 2015, and it almost immediately went viral due to its compelling nature. The internet loves a good challenge, and solving the mystery of the Grateful Doe's identity was priority number one for online detectives. With Gray's missing poster about the Grateful Doe virally spreading, all that was needed was for someone who knew the Grateful Doe back in 1995 to stumble across the post and come forward with information. So basically, you needed an internet miracle. It really was a needle in a haystack situation here. But you know the drill here. Reddit seems to defy all odds when it comes to this kind of stuff. Sometime after the Grateful Doe missing poster had gone viral, a man going by the name of Steve sends a private message to Gray on Reddit. Steve would go on to explain that not only did he recognize the Grateful Doe, but he was fairly sure that this individual was one of his old roommates while living in Illinois named Jason Callahan. Steve's testimony corroborated the note found at the crash site, which suggested that the Doe's name was Jason. Steve's anecdote was definitely worth investigating further, so the internet went on a collective manhunt trying to find anyone potentially related to someone named Jason Callahan. But due to the inescapably viral nature of this story, not much of a hunt was needed, as reported Jason Callahan family members began revealing themselves in due time. In January of 2015, a woman named Margaretta Evans would post the following in response to one of Gray's Grateful Doe missing
No, a South Carolinian died. Oh no.
Posters on Facebook. Oh my god, this is my son Jason Callahan from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I've been looking for him all this time with no luck. Today my other son saw this Facebook page, and after all these years of praying for him just to call me or come home, please inbox a message or phone number to contact me. Evans would go on to explain that her son left home after becoming an adult to partake in a free-spirited lifestyle, essentially traveling around the country and attending various music shows and festivals, specifically Grateful Dead concerts. The last time she claimed to have saw him was in 1995. A missing persons report wasn't filed at the time, and this was likely foregone for several reasons. First off, this was a grown man who left the house on his own accord. Secondly, she didn't know what jurisdiction to file it in if she wanted to. And thirdly, it just didn't really seem like Jason wanted to be home, if you know what I'm saying. So in lieu of discovering this story and the photos of the young man she believes to be her lost son, the Grateful Doe's apparent mother files a police report, and a new investigation is open. Investigators then requested a family member to submit DNA samples for comparison, as this would be the best way to prove without a shadow of a doubt that the Grateful Doe was in fact Jason Callahan, as they still had his DNA on file. This is when Shannon Michelson, the Grateful Doe's apparent half-sister, comes forward, eager to submit her DNA in an effort to solve the mystery. She told a Boston radio station, quote, "When I looked at that picture, it looked like my dad was looking back at me. He had the same face, and he even had a lot of my facial features. My forehead and the shape of my face, I knew in that moment deep down, that was Jason." Shannon would submit her DNA for testing in early 2015. In the meantime, Gray and the other online sleuths who had dedicated their time to solving this case were on the edge of their seats.
Does anybody know off the top of their head if digging deeper gives you more better chest or no?
It was the closest anyone had come to identifying the Grateful Doe since the day of that car accident in 1995. Finally, after a year of waiting, in late 2015, DNA results came in, and it was a match. Shannon Michelson was indeed related to the Grateful Doe. This meant that the Grateful Doe was indeed 19-year-old Jason Callahan from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. One of the most famous Doe cases in history had been solved thanks to the internet, and more specifically the awareness granted to the Grateful Doe case by Gray. It was a bittersweet moment as Jason Callahan's family had thought he was alive this entire time, thinking perhaps he had just decided to spend his life living elsewhere in the United States and didn't want to come home. The realization that he was gone was indeed saddening, but at least they had some sort of closure, an answer as to what became of young Jason. This story is a fascinating example of the internet's ability simply to raise awareness about an issue. I particularly like this example in regard to Reddit's armchair investigations because it doesn't involve Redditors prying into someone's personal life.
We did it, Reddit! We did it! We did it, Reddit! Do you know the origin of that, or no?
For participating in roughshod investigative journalism to solve a mystery. With the viral missing poster, Gray and the r/Grateful Doe community simply made a decades-old...
So, if you remember the Boston bombing, right? Well, after that happened, Reddit decided, I mean, I guess after, like, from this case or before that, they decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to try to track down and find the guy. So they ended up, like, searching and searching, and they found a college student that matched all the prerequisites, and they started spreading everywhere. They're like, the Boston Bombers, this guy, this guy. And everybody was in the comments like, we did it, Reddit, we found the Boston Bomber. Turned out it was a college student that had killed himself like 3 days beforehand. Everybody's, now it's just mocked. It's like, we did it, Reddit! We did it! We found him!
Story accessible to the vast internet populace, putting the ball in motion that eventually led to the right people becoming aware of the Grateful Doe and the family finally putting to rest the decades-old mystery. Zell the Wolf.
This is what I think it is. I think I remember this from my time being a furry. I think he, like, fucked his animal. If I'm not mistaken.
Our next story involves a depraved member of the furry community using DeviantArt to lure in a 12-year-old victim.
Wait, I think I remember this. No, I remember this. If I'm not, I'm gonna call it now. If it's what I'm thinking it is, he like they met up and he like went on the run with the kid.
This story begins with 21-year-old Mesa, Arizona man Aaron Usuri. Usuri could be described as an internet-addicted loner and spent most of his days in front of a computer screen. A self-described artist and furry community member, Aaron was a regular visitor of a variety of furry fandom forums, but his favorite website in particular was none other than DeviantArt.com. Under his furry pseudonym Zell the Wolf, Aaron posted to the site frequently, sharing his furry artwork to the message board on a regular basis. Aaron's artwork was crude, derivative, and oftentimes contained sexual themes, with many of his drawings portraying his Zell character romantically involved with other DeviantArt furries. One image in particular shows Zell cuddled next to a wolf-like character that he had just bitten on the neck. The 21-year-old furry also created poems that bordered on melodrama, these poems indicating that the man had some sort of inner turmoil that he was going through. Time will tell. Where do I go when I just want to be okay? What do I do when nothing seems to go my way? I will sit here and wait.
Fortnite.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Which of course brings us to some of the more questionable friendships that Aaron aka Zell the Wolf would make using DeviantArt. In some point in September of 2014, Zell the Wolf found himself becoming considerably close with two 12-year-old girls that he met on the DeviantArt website.
This ain't.
These two minors were from Kansas and frequently spoke to Aaron online, thinking highly of the man for his artwork. Initially bonding through their shared interest in furry fandom, the relationship would expand over time. What started with text chat evolves to voice and video, with Aaron conversing back and forth with the 12-year-old girls using Skype and Google Hangouts. It's said that in these calls, Aaron would attempt to counsel the young girls regarding their issues with school, bullying, parents, and depression.
Dude. And they called Drake a pedophile. He was just trying to help Millie Bobby Brown with boy advice.
Things that Aaron claimed he dealt with growing up. But let's be honest, guys, I don't think it takes much of a rocket scientist to tell where this story was going. Zell the Wolf was grooming these 12-year-old girls. During the later stages of Aaron's interactions with the 12-year-olds, he would begin chatting explicitly, sending and receiving nude photos with the minors on a regular basis. And if that wasn't sickening enough, it's been reported that at one point, Aaron would send a video of himself having sex with the family dog.
Furries are never beaten the allegation.
To the 12-year-olds. Yeah, the man filmed himself committing bestiality and sent it to minors. This horrific arrangement would go on for months until an adult would finally get involved. In February of 2015, the disgusting relationship was terminated after one of the 12-year-old's mothers discovered the repugnant chat logs and videos. The mother would contact the police and a criminal investigation was opened against Aaron Usuri. On April 11th of 2015, Aaron's home was raided and the police would discover messages between him and the two kids. And CP was present on the man's electronic devices. Aaron Usuri would be taken to jail with the bond set at $25,000. Sometime later, Aaron Usuri, aka Zell the Wolf, was found guilty on charges ranging from bestiality to luring a minor for sexual exploitation. The man was convicted to serve 17 years in prison with no possibility of parole. Since being incarcerated, a news crew has performed a jailhouse interview with the man, and this is his side of things.
Was able to help one of them through her cutting and suicide issues for a long time.
Dude, I helped her not kill herself. I deserve some coochie.
I was making progress. And then, over time, it became more about me and less about them, and that's when I lost everything that I stood for. Everyone seems to just take into their own minds that it's not possible. You can't be in love with someone. Well, you can. Let them know, hey, I know that you're on the internet a lot. I know that this is really exciting for you, but But be mindful that there are things out there that you will want to avoid, and here are what some of those things are, and here's why we want you to avoid them.
Despite his apologetic demeanor, I think the furry community and the public in general will be happy to know that this man is behind bars for over 10 more years. This next story involves a police manhunt for the...
Oh my god. I thought that was a butt. I thought that hand was an actual butt. Holy.
Suspect behind a fatal hit-and-run incident. Unable to find the perpetrator, the police turned to the internet for help, and Redditors picked up the slack. This story begins August 9th of 2018, just outside of Eatonville, Washington.
Probably not.
Thanks to this area's natural beauty,
I think I went from 87 to 93, and I had like 80,000 of each. So.
State routes and highways around these parts were popular with cyclists. Cyclists like Susan Rainwater. Susan was a local resident, and part of her morning routine was hopping on her bike and going for a ride down Highway 7. But unfortunately, Susan's August 9th outing would end in tragedy. In the early hours of the morning, while biking along this lonely road, a careless driver swerved onto the shoulder of the highway, striking Susan from behind at high speeds.
Oh, he hit it from the back. Ooh.
This sent her and her bicycle careening off of the road, seriously injuring her in the process. Instead of stopping to render aid, the driver chose to shirk responsibility and fled the scene, continuing to drive down the highway as if nothing happened. With no one around to help her or provide medical aid, Susan Rainwater would pass away on the side of Highway 7, the victim of a fatal hit-and-run. Later that morning, confused as to why his wife hadn't returned home, her husband, 81-year-old Al Rainwater, goes out looking for her, only to find Susan's mangled blue bicycle on the side of the road. He immediately starts a search of the area and eventually finds the body of his deceased wife. Upon making this gruesome discovery, the distraught husband called law enforcement, who promptly arrived to investigate. Considering the scene they were presented with, it wouldn't take law enforcement long to come to the conclusion that Susan's cause of death was likely a hit and run. Their next step would be to track down the driver and bring this individual to justice. The only issue, though, is that there were no witnesses, thus nobody to identify the vehicle responsible. In fact, the only clue left behind by the at-large criminal was a chunk of black plastic found at the crime scene, presumably knocked off the perp's vehicle during the bicycle impact. This was all police had to go off of in regard to tracking down the driver responsible for killing Susan. And admittedly, it's not much to go off of. I mean, hell, any black vehicle could produce a chunk of plastic like this during a collision. For the time being, police had no real leads. So stumped for the time being, one of the Washington state troopers on the scene would make an appeal to the internet for help, tweeting out the following. Troopers and detectives are still looking for a black vehicle believed to be involved in this morning's tragic bicyclist fatality. If you know anything regarding this collision, please call the Washington State Patrol. The trooper likely didn't realize it at the time, but this tweet would inadvertently spark a massive online investigation into this hit-and-run incident, with thousands of individuals meticulously examining this black chunk of plastic in an effort to solve the crime. And it all took place on Reddit, specifically r/whatisthisthing. This subreddit was a community dedicated to helping folks identify the origins of strange objects.
I love that subreddit. I think the #1 post of all time was... Hold on, I'm gonna look for it real quick.
On the evening of August 9th, a user creates a thread showing the photo of the black vehicle chunk collected by the trooper. The post read, "Car part found in bicyclist hit-and-run fatality today." So naturally, this post was like a call to arms to the users of the subreddit. Let's identify what vehicle make...
Yeah, this guy, the #1 post is a guy being like, oh wait, hold on. It was, they're like, hey, what is this? And someone said, oh, you have a grenade. You have a grenade. Don't
model this black plastic piece came from so we can help police narrow down the search. This was their time to shine. I mean, it was exactly what the subreddit was born to do. Theories began pouring in. My guess would be an aftermarket bumper lip. I'm assuming it's from the front of the car. My guess is that it's the part of the bumper where the wiper for one of the headlights is located. Looks like it's from a window where the door's locking mechanism sticks out. Early guesses as to what the black chunk was varied, but eventually you saw multiple Redditors coming to the exact same keen observation. That curved notch in the plastic looks to me like a spot where you would insert a screwdriver through a grill or a headlamp bezel to adjust the aim of the headlamp. And when one looked up various photos of vehicle headlamp bezels online, there were many images featuring this curved notch mentioned by the previous Redditor. More so than any other vehicle part found on a car's front end, this black chunk seemed like it came from a headlamp bezel. So Redditors had a pretty good idea of what the black plastic piece was. Their next step was to figure out what make and model this headlamp bezel came from. And this is a pretty tall order. I mean, seriously, you gotta think, there are dozens of different car brands on the road, each with countless models, years, aftermarket parts, etc. Even when you know the part is a headlamp bezel, finding the exact make and model match just seems impossible. But the thing is, you just can't discount Reddit's ability to have a random
Yeah, you can't discount Reddit's autism.
expert on an extremely niche topic browsing the forums at any given time. As on this day, there just so happened to be an expert in headlamp bezels browsing the page. Meet Reddit user Jeff's Nuts. So Jeff, for his job, just so happened to be a headlamp inspector for the state of Maryland, making sure that vehicles were up to codes before reissuing registration. And about 2 hours after the initial Reddit thread was posted, Jeff stumbles across it and finds the black plastic piece in it looking oddly familiar. Jeff would chime into the thread explaining that he recognized the chunk as being part of a headlamp bezel specifically used for Chevy Silverado trucks produced in the mid-1980s, claiming he had done, quote, a shitload of headlamp checks, and recognized the semicircle as the place where he would insert a screwdriver to adjust headlamps on this particular model of trucks. He included a link to the auto parts website which showcased the bezel and concluded that the perpetrator was driving a Chevy Silverado style pickup from the mid-80s. Jeff's write-up and expert testimony was the most compelling theory the thread had seen thus far. Convinced that Jeff had just solved the case, users of the Reddit forwarded his conclusion to the troopers on Twitter, informing them to be on the lookout for a mid-1980s Chevy pickup. After sending off Jeff's testimony, Redditors sat back and waited to see if his theory would prove useful. Days would pass with no updates, and it was beginning to look like Jeff's detective work was all for nothing. But finally, on August 14th, 5 days after the hit and run had taken place, a major breakthrough. The troopers who had been investigating the crime took to Twitter to post breaking news, not only revealing that the suspect had been arrested, but directly attributed the Reddit tip as being key to the arrest. The trooper wrote, WSP detectives made an arrest today for Thursday's fatal bicyclist hit and run in Eatonville. Reddit users identify a photographed broken car part as a mid-1980s Chevy truck headlight assembly. Local anonymous tip confirms and led to the arrest of a driver of a 1986 Chevy K10. The suspect's vehicle is attached, and as you can see, there's some damage to that right headlight bezel. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Thanks to Jeff Nutt's headlamp inspection expertise along with the local citizen that identified the mid-80s truck, Susan Rainwater's killer was now in police custody. The man behind the wheel of the Chevy K10 and responsible for the hit and run was 37-year-old Jeremy Simon. While under arrest, Simon allegedly told police that he fell asleep at the wheel and that when he hit Susan, he thought he had hit a deer or a mailbox. Though this story would later change, with Simon allegedly stating that he knew he hit somebody and didn't want to stop to help because he didn't want to see a dead body. Additionally, heroin was found in Simon's possession during his arrest. Jeremy Simon was charged with vehicular homicide, hit and run resulting in death, and unlawful possession of a controlled substance.
Yeah.
He was later sentenced to serve 4.5 years in a drug offender sentencing alternative, meaning half of his sentence was spent in prison and the other half out of prison on supervised probation. While I personally feel as if his sentencing was a bit light, I'm glad that this man faced some semblance of justice. Without the assistance of Reddit, police likely would not have cracked this case as soon as they did, which could have possibly given Jeremy Simon enough time to cover his tracks and make his killing of Susan Rainwater untraceable. This case shows the power of numbers. A handful of small-town detectives...
No, it shows the power of autism. What?
Never would have been able to match this ambiguous black chunk to the correct vehicle in any sort of reasonable amount of time. But when you bring the vast populace of Reddit into the equation, an expert is bound to stumble across the dilemma and provide the niche know-how needed to crack the case. So shout out to Jeff Nuts for doing exactly that. Members of the Rainwater family have reportedly reached out to the man behind the Jeff Nuts account personally, thanking him for his help in the case. In many ways, he is an internet hero. Our next fast food disaster story involves another highly ignorant man. A man so dumb that he posted a video of himself committing a fast food related crime onto YouTube. When you're surfing the web, it's often common to see articles and videos showcasing secret menu items and menu hacks. One fast food hack out there is actually illegal to participate in, which brings us to the topic of the Del Taco scammer. Meet Robert Echeverria. In 2008, Robert was featured in a rough shot video published to YouTube titled How to Scam Del Taco. This infamous video showcased Robert making a call to his local Del Taco restaurant wherein he attempts to trick the restaurant workers into giving him free food under the pretense that they had screwed up a previous order he had made, which he never actually made an order. Robert and his affiliates shot this video in the parking lot of the very Del Taco that they would wind up scamming. The act took place in Rialto, California, about 50 miles.
Dog. What? Who cares? Like, who gives a shit? This should not be part of the video. This is such a non-issue. Boo-hoo. Guaranteed. I've worked in fast food. And you aren't paid well, so you generally don't give a shit. They probably did fuck up somebody's order. At least somebody got some food out of it.
East of Los Angeles, and the man was aided by two friends, 18-year-old Ian Roman and 18-year-old Brian Fawcett. Rob's deceptive phone call ruse involved him telling a story where he claims that he sent his two sons to pick up Del Taco and that the restaurant had completely screwed up the order and put sour cream on everything. He claims that after getting this screwed up order, he called Del Taco corporate over the matter and was given the green light to get a free meal.
How you doing, Rosie? My name's Robert Kennedy. I frequent your establishment about 2 to 3 times a week. And I'm calling about an incident that happened earlier. I talked to the manager. They were getting off at the time. They told me to call in when I got home from work. Basically what happened was I sent my son Isaiah and my son Cody in for not a substantial.
That is... Why would... What? You are a Hispanic man. Those are not Hispanic names.
Amount of food, but for a good amount of food. And when the food came back, I told them to take it back. They had no receipt from the order, and the order contained sour cream, and I don't eat sour cream. And at the same time, our sodas were wrong. And when I called, I actually called corporate. Corporate told me to call the manager and that they will fix it. So that's what I'm basically calling for.
It seems like Rob has rehearsed this story. You gotta wonder how many times he's pulled this stunt. Now, when it had become clear that the restaurant workers were buying his tall tale, he would send Ian and Brian inside to pick up their free meal. Under the guise of them being his sons, the two 18-year-olds would go in and pick up the fraudulent spread. The Del Taco evac was caught on camera by Rob's gang of scammers. Rob's minions would then return to his vehicle with a bag filled to the brim of Del Taco. The Tex-Mex kingpin could be seen braggadociously munching his spoils as the video comes to a...
I love Mr. Breast. I fucked, Arya? Whatever Chris goes by now, I fucked them.
Close. The Del Taco scam was a complete success. Rob's Del Taco scam tutorial video was uploaded to YouTube on February 22nd of 2008 to the Nickel and Dime YouTube channel.
2008? That's a good quality video for 2008. They steal a fucking camera from a TV or movie set?
Opinions from the public would quickly flood into its comment section, with many praising Rob for his elaborate scheme while others warned him of potential Del Taco retribution. This guy is a good con man. The simple details he adds really makes it more believable. The son's name, saying he has salmonella, etc. That seems like quite a lot of effort to go through to avoid paying even a few bucks for a few tacos. Using Del Taco's kindness against them, this is what makes the world a colder and less kind place.
Oh my fucking god. Not these vigilantes getting mad a brother got some tacos. Like, who fucking cares?
I hope this guy pays the maximum price under the law for this. He's a true jerk. Clever social engineering tactic. I don't think this was a good idea in any way, but I'll give the dude credit. He's a good talker. I frequent your establishment 2 to 3 times a week. Yeah, right. Looks more like 23 times a week. If this guy needs anything, it's not Del Taco. In the early days of YouTube, the Del Taco scam video was truly one of a kind, and it went viral, amassing tens and eventually hundreds of thousands of views. Unfortunately for Rob, though, this attention meant that the Del Taco scam video would eventually make it back to Del Taco themselves. Perhaps with YouTube being so niche at the time, Rob never expected his fast food victim to find the video. For this naivety, he would be punished severely. Apparently, a viewer who knew Rob in real life recognized him in the video and called police over the matter.
What a bitch! What the fuck? Called the police? What the fuck? Am I losing my mind?
Reporting his fraudulent activity to authorities. With all the evidence they needed publicly viewable on YouTube, they promptly tracked the man down and arrested Rob. This obese fraudster was hit with a felony commercial burglary charge and placed on a $125,000 bond.
Felony burglary charge? Like, am I tripping? It's tacos!
Police had this to say about Rob after he was arrested and put in jail. He was quite proud of himself there in the video, but he cried like a big baby back here. Both Brian Fawcett and Ian Hobbs were also arrested due to their connection with the Del Taco scam. In March of 2008, Robert would plead guilty and was sentenced to serve 30 days in jail along with 3 years of probation and was
3 years of probation over some tacos?
completely banned from the Rialto del Taco. After the conclusion of the case, the district attorney commented, "I tried to get him to stay away from all Del Tacos, but the judge said just the one." As for Ian and Brian, unfortunately, I'm unable to ascertain exactly what their sentences were, but I would imagine it was less than Rob the Kingpin. The fake disabled con men. Fraudulent impersonators and imposters usually come in the form of individuals trying to masquerade as a professional or a sort of esteemed practice, such as a doctor, a military serviceman, or a police officer. Well, there's also a cohort of individuals that fake being disabled to get special treatment.
Good thing you don't ever have to worry about that. You are disabled, Leah. You don't ever have to fake it. We know.
And that's what this chapter is all about. Take, for example, the case of Rutledge Diaz IV. For over a year and a half, this 29-year-old Louisiana man used babysitting apps to secure women's aid in taking care of his 17-year-old brother named Corey, who was said to be mentally and physically disabled. However, Corey wasn't actually a real person, and Rutledge would use this persona to trick medical workers into coming to his house and changing his diapers.
What? Okay.
Rutledge had convinced these women to treat Corey like he was a child. And he would invite these women to his house under the premise of them taking care of Corey when he in fact was Corey and was faking being disabled. On top of diaper changes, Rutledge would also convince these girls to transport him around town in a child's car seat. Rutledge pulled this sick scam on multiple women, and his diapers changed many hands in the process. But he couldn't roleplay it as a disabled person forever. Eventually, he got exposed. On November 13th of 2019, Louisiana State Police arrested Rutledge Diaz for convincing a series of women to change his diapers after a woman reported suspicions to police. Investigators say that Rutledge confessed and claimed that he was trying to address his own sexual trauma. As a result of his crimes, he was hit with 4 counts of sex trafficking. Diaz.
What? Sex trafficking? What?
initially pleaded guilty to the charges, but immediately withdrew his plea after finding out the victims and prosecutors were requesting jail time for him. Rutledge's attorney claimed that she didn't realize prosecutors would push for incarceration.
Like, my thing is, right, yes, he's a sicko, he should go to jail, but sex trafficking? Couldn't you just, like, perversion? Like, do we not have, like, a charge for perversion? Like, indecency? But sex trafficking?
The man was facing up to 10 years for the charges. As a result of his crimes, a judge would sentence Rutledge to serve 5 years probation, where he was also requested to maintain employment, undergo internet addiction counseling, and is banned from using social media. He was also compelled to complete 400 hours of community service. The women that were deceived into changing the diapers were concerned that probation wasn't enough and that he would reoffend. Unfortunately, they were correct. Police
Sorry, it's not fun.
discovered that while on probation, Rutledge was in contact with a Jefferson Parish woman who he had hired to change his diapers. Rutledge sent the woman $50 in advance and told her that he had prior issues and was being cared for by family members. Because of this, he would be arrested in December of 2021 and charged with more human trafficking charges.
Human trafficking? Human? Am I losing my mind? Like, am I going crazy? Just put him on the sex offender list. Like, there's gotta be a charge for, like, sexual perversion, but sex trafficking?
The man later pled guilty and received 1 year in prison and 5 years of probation for this infraction, which pretty much serves as the end of Rutledge's story for the time being. But surprisingly enough, that's not the only individual that has faked being disabled for diaper changes. Meet
What? Excuse me?
Paul Anthony Menchaca. This is the face of a man accused of faking Down syndrome in an effort to get favors from female medical workers. In 2018, Paul Anthony Menchaca, 31 years old at the time, worked as a school crossing guard. This man decided to take advantage of mobile apps like CareLinks and Care.com. Using these apps, Paul allegedly posed as a woman named Amy, and using this Amy persona would hire women to take care of her son. Amy being Paul and the son also being Paul. Using Care apps, Paul managed to trick the women to go to his residence, where he would act extremely disabled, essentially role-playing as if he had Down syndrome. One woman claimed that she changed his diaper and helped him bathe over 30 times. Quote, he needed shower and grooming. He couldn't use the bathroom himself. He couldn't really be alone by himself. He acted like a child. His whole demeanor was childlike. He would act in tantrums, talk like a child, act like a child. Another caregiver is quoted as saying, he did ask me a few times to come over and help him shower, but I was incredibly uncomfortable with that. In addition to diaper change,
the other person's just a freak. Why the fuck she accept 30 times? Maybe she got the poopy fetish. That's even weirder.
In bathing care, Paul, while posing as Amy, would tell these caregivers to take him on trips and take him shopping as well. Posing as Amy, Paul would allegedly request that caregivers give special attention to sensitive areas of the body, requesting thorough cleanings of his genitals. Women involved with these cleanings later reported to police that Menchaca would become sexually aroused when they put their hands around his private parts. Some claim that during cleanings he could be seen smiling and would even clap. This diaper-changing abuser would eventually be busted in September of 2018. Menchaca was exposed after one of his caregivers became suspicious of the Amy persona and dug into Menchaca's background and found he had a different family entirely. This would result in the caregiver talking to the family, explaining what they were doing for Menchaca. The family would explain that their son didn't have Down syndrome and certainly didn't need any sort of diaper changing or bathing assistance. Soon after discovering this, the mortified caregiver would call police. In September of 2018, Paul Anthony Menchaca was arrested and charged with 3 counts of sexual abuse and 1 count of fraudulent.
See? Those are the charges you should get. Not sex trafficking and then human trafficking. Sex abuse. Yes, those should be the charge. Those are the right charges.
Schemes. In a hearing, Menchaca addressed the court, stating the following. Quote, I just want to let you know I am special needs. I do have a low IQ level, and my mom and dad both have paperwork to prove that. And I'm starting to talk to my dad about getting me some help and getting me into a counselor and probably like a rehab center to talk to somebody. According to the Maricopa County Court Records website, it appears Paul pled guilty to at least 1 count of sexual abuse and seems to have also received some probation. That's me saying it appears that way, though. I can't speak with confidence regarding the outcome of his trial. Whatever the case, the reports describing Paul's alleged behavior in this story, extremely disturbing stuff. The Ohio incel hate crimes.
Only in Ohio. Only Ohio.
In many incel circles, Elliot Rodger is considered a legendary figure. There have been many a incel that have aspired to go out with a bang like Rodger did, wanting to commit some heinous act of revenge on society for allowing them to be involuntarily celibate men. One such terminally online incel inspired by Elliot Rodger was Ohio man Trey Jenko. Approximately 21 years old.
Damn! The thing is, the funny thing about Elliot Rodgers, he wasn't even terrible looking. He just probably had to be terrible to be around.
At the time of this story taking place, Trey was a young man utterly incapable of finding romantic partnership. Disgruntled with his circumstances, Trey often spent hours browsing through online forums like Reddit, commiserating with other men struggling with female companionship, with him and others lamenting the transgressions they had been dealt by the opposite sex throughout their lives. Trey's
I would think at a point they would just try to fuck each other. Like, at that point, you got nothing to lose. Like, you ain't getting pussy, you might as well get some butt. Like, at that point, just pay for pussy. Keep the prostitution game alive, man.
His online journey into the incel rabbit hole eventually led him to more notorious communities like incels.is. On one popular incel forum,
that website's still here. Oh my god, it is. So I already see the N-word on the website, so I will not be showing you all that. No fucking way. Dog, no fucking way. You can't make this up. The first person I see on the page is a guy with an Elliot Rodger profile picture. There's no shot.
Jenko had a profile where he authored hundreds of posts, many of which described disturbing acts that Trey had committed in real life against women. In one post, Trey describes an instance where he filled up a water gun with orange juice and sprayed a random couple with it in public, hit and run style. Those familiar with incel lore know that this orange juice spraying was something that Elliot Rodger had done shortly before his killing spree. Trey, who idolized Elliot, perpetrated this orange juice act on Rodger's birthday in celebration of the incel killer. On a forum, he stated that perpetrating the assault felt empowering. Quote, I put some orange juice in a water gun. I was planning to spray some foids and couples like Elliot Rodger did. When I finally did do it, it was Elliot Rodger's birthday, and I didn't even know that. It felt like I was spiritually connected to the saint on that day. I drove up to them saying hi that day,
Saint.
and they didn't even look up.
Die.
They just went, so they got sprayed in the fucking face. I suggest it to all incels. Extremely empowering action. Much like his incel hero, Trey would allegedly author a sort of incel manifesto, a document detailing his many frustrations with being an involuntarily celibate man. This manifesto was published online and was titled A Hideous Symphony, a Manifesto by Trey Jenko.
You know what I want to do? I want to infiltrate one of these places and write a manifesto, but just bullshit it and see if those retards believe it.
In this manifesto, the author describes how he intended to slaughter women in order to get revenge on them for not having sex with him. He refers to death as being the great equalizer. He also alludes to murderous plans he had created. The loose details of this plan involving Trey getting military training and then once prepared going on a mass murder spree against women, college sorority girls in Ohio to be particular. Quote, I would hope these words resonate in sweet familiarity to fellow incels, either cognizant of their situation or not. I am already set up to go into the U.S. Army. This training will be for the attainment of one reality, the death of what I have been deprived most, but also cherish and fantasize at the opportunity of having but as neglected of, women. I will slaughter out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge. I will take away the power of life that they withhold from me. By showing there is more than just happiness and fulfillment, there is all in.
Hey, do they just need some pussy, or are they looking for, like, relationships? Leah, you need to start doing the Lord's work. You need to go fuck some incels. I know the perfect place. You can go to the Hypixel forums.
Encompassing death, the great equalizer that will bear all of us into its seductively calm velvet of silence and serenity. And Trey wasn't just blowing hot air. Around this time, he would actually stockpile a plethora of items that were going to be used to enact his murderous plot. The items allegedly purchased by Trey include tactical gloves, a bulletproof vest, a hoodie bearing the word revenge on the front, a Bowie knife, a skull face mask, 2 Glock 17 magazines, and a concealed carry holster. In the summer of 2019, Trey would enlist in the United States military and was sent to Army basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia. There he gained some combat expertise and got physically fit in preparation for his hypothetical Elliot Rodgers-style revenge plot against.
How do you go to the army, get fit as hell, and then still decide, oh yeah, I'm still gonna be an incel, and I'm gonna be a loser? Like, dog, you're in the army. Do you know how many women will fuck you just so they can get some health insurance? Like, come on.
Against women. Trey would never actually finish basic training though, as he was discharged from the Army. While the specifics of what led to his dismissal aren't known, in December of 2019, Trey was let go for entry-level performance issues and conduct violations. In January of 2020, Trey found himself back at home living with his mom in Ohio. Shortly after returning home, he writes yet another manifesto, this one implying that his day of reckoning, if you will, was drawing near. This manifesto was titled Isolated. If you're reading this, I've done something horrible. Somehow, you've come across the writings of the deluded and homicidal. Not an easy task, and for that I congratulate you for your curiosity and willingness to delve into such a dark topic. He signed the document.
I just don't understand the incel mind in the sense of, like, just being like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on forums and talk to other losers. Like, why would you put yourself in a situation with other, like, virgins? Also, Gutierrez, that guy that told you that's full of shit.
Your hopeful friend and murderer. Around this time, Trey would also begin conducting surveillance at his chosen attack location, that location being an Ohio university. It's said that for 4 days he intermittently scoured the university and studied its layout in preparation for a shooting.
No, that fucking guy that says he gets 2 huges an hour, he's fucking full of shit.
Around this time, the man had also searched various keywords into Google relating to his proposed crime, such as, quote, planning a shooting crime, and even phrases like, when does preparing for a crime become an attempt? At this point, it had become crystal clear that Trey was seriously committed to attempting some sort of mass murder spree against women at this Ohio college. And he very well likely would have killed sorority girls if it wasn't for intervention from Trey's mom. On March 12th of 2020, police would receive a phone call from Trey's mother, the frantic woman reporting to authorities that her son had just threatened to kill her with a gun. Apparently, after calling police after being threatened, Trey would lock himself in his bedroom with the firearm and refuse to come out. Police would arrive to the residence and order Trey to come out with his hands up. While initially hesitant, the gravity of the situation would affect the Ohio incel, and he would eventually come out compliant with his hands up. After briefly questioning Trey, police sussed out that they were dealing with a deranged guy that they very likely just stopped from committing a mass shooting. He would be detained, and they started searching the property and Trey's vehicle. In the home, they reportedly discovered an additional hidden 9mm pistol and various writings drafted by Trey detailing his violent thoughts. But the smoking gun in this matter was found in Trey's vehicle. Inside of Trey's car, police discovered an AR-15 with a bump stock attached. The presence of such a firearm carrying ominous implications in the context of Trey Genco. The presence of the bump stock in particular being extremely concerning, as the device improvises a semi-auto rifle to shoot.
I am Mastery 99. I just paid like $2 for it.
In the wake of these developments, the Ohio incel Trey Genco was arrested and charged with one attempt at committing a hate crime. A hate crime charge such as this is punishable by up to life in prison. Trey was also charged with possession of a machine gun, which is punishable by up to 10 years. The charge stemming from the presence of a bump stock. In October of 2022, Trey would plead guilty to plotting an act of gender-based hate stemming from his incel ideology. The man has yet to be sentenced and hypothetically could face up to life in prison for his crime. However, in my opinion, it's unlikely that Trey will face serious prison time due to his crime. Many have made the argument that Trey didn't fully realize the seriousness of his actions and words around this time, and the man would likely be a good candidate for rehabilitation if only he received psychiatric help and therapy. Whatever the case, we're lucky that Trey was caught when he was, as it's very likely if things went differently and his mom didn't step in, we could have been dealing with a serious tragedy. But that, my friends, was the story of Trey Genco, the Ohio incel. This story involves a careless and inconsiderate drunk driver live streaming themselves on Periscope. This is the arrest of Whitney Beal. On a Friday night in Lakeland, Florida, in October of 2015, 23-year-old Whitney Beal was live streaming.
'Cause he lied. He's a bastard. He's a lying bastard.
Streaming herself on Periscope at a local bar. After finishing her drinks, the woman makes one of the worst decisions imaginable and loads up in her vehicle and heads home and live streams the entire drive, considerably drunk.
Hi guys. If you're not new, I'm driving home drunk.
The idiotic woman even commenting to the viewers of her stream how she might get arrested for a DUI. That would be so crazy, right?
Let's see if I get a DUI. In the USA, people, let's see if I get a DUI. I don't think I will. I really don't.
And this was one of those rare circumstances where the live stream chat was actually giving this woman good advice, encouraging her to pull over and stop. She faded. Bad move. Hey, call a cab. I hope this is a joke. It is so sick to say that you're drunk and drive a vehicle. Ticket, you're about to die. Whitney would continue her drunken drive around Lakeland for close to an hour, rambling about. Throughout the stream, many indicators of this woman being completely plastered are apparent, such as her stopping at a green light and the car behind her literally honking at her constantly.
Driving drunk is not cool.
The woman was so fucked up, she was asking her chat how to drive.
Please supervise me because I feel like I'm not driving straight. date right now.
The drunken romp eventually becomes destructive after the woman drives through a street sign in the median of the road, puncturing her front tire in the process.
Get into the neurologist. Ooh. Oh my god. I really hope I don't end. I hope really. I'm a fucking tire.
Chad continued to plead with her to stop. This is a bad idea. Why are you doing this? Watch her previous post. She torn a street sign down. Seriously, you gotta stop. You're embarrassing yourself. When it became clear that Whitney wouldn't listen to them, chatters took matters into their own hands and made calls to the police. Police would receive numerous 911 calls about Whitney from the viewers. Around this time, Whitney had gotten lost in a residential neighborhood and was low on fuel and also had a flat tire.
Can I help you?
Hi there. I just saw a girl on Periscope driving drunk. She doesn't know where she is, and she's driving really fast on the
What is Periscope?
Periscope is something that people broadcast live.
You want to send me the link? I'll see if I can figure out where she's at and get somebody with her to check on her.
Officers were able to review the live stream footage and use that street sign that she ran over as like a way to determine where she was at. And eventually, Whitney Beale was tracked down by police and pulled over. The drunk woman refused a breathalyzer and completely failed the sobriety test that she was administered. Whitney Beale was arrested at the scene and charged with a DUI. In February of 2016, Whitney pled no contest to driving under the influence. She received a 6-month license suspension, 10 days of vehicle impoundment, and 12 months probation. She was also issued 150 hours of community service and 10 days of weekend work release. This is one of the most fucked up things you could do, and it's a miracle that this woman didn't kill somebody, but yeah, that's the story of the dumb woman that live streamed herself fucking drunk as hell while driving.
I misheard what he said at the beginning. I thought he said that she killed somebody.
The Call of Duty mobile killer. During the COVID-19 pandemic, with some people quarantined and people just generally staying inside more, you saw a massive influx of new gamers and gaming in general. In 2021, Latin America in particular saw a 200% increase in sales and merchandise connected to gaming. Competitive mobile gaming rose to popularity, thanks to battle royale shooters like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone being ported over to smartphones. Which brings us to the subject of our next murderous gamer, 18-year-old Brazilian man Guilherme Alves Costa. Guilherme played Call of Duty Mobile competitively under the name Flashlight for the gaming team Gamers Elite. As far as the man's bio information, Alves was said to have come from a loving family, with his mother describing him as a good boy. However, Guilherme was not without struggle. This young man reportedly battled with depression, at one point expressing that he was completely unhappy and tired with life. He was said to have had few friends and had a difficult time getting along with people. However, one individual that he did get along with was a female gamer from a rival Call of Duty mobile team. While playing COD Mobile, Guilherme met 19-year-old Ingrid Oliveira Bueno de Silva, who went by the alias Soul online. Ingrid competed professionally for a group of players called Fantastic Brazil Impact, the team frequently competing against Guilherme's team. Through their Call of Duty rivalry, Guilherme and Ingrid apparently had gotten close to each other and had met in real life on at least one occasion, with Ingrid visiting Guilherme's house and his mother commenting that the two seemed like good friends. It's unknown if there was a romantic element to this relationship, but needless to say, the two enjoyed each other's company. At least, it seemed that way on the surface, as what we soon find is that Guilherme's motive for becoming close to this woman wasn't to seek romance or friendship, it was to kill her. On February 22nd of 2021, Ingrid would visit Guilherme at his Sao Paulo home, under the premise that the two would be playing Call of Duty in person together. What Ingrid didn't realize at the time is that Guilherme had been plotting for close to 2 weeks to lure her over and kill her. After Ingrid arrived, Guilherme would lure the young woman into his bedroom. Shortly after, the deranged man would procure a sword and began violently slashing and stabbing at the woman, continuing his assault until until she was dead. In a sickening display of depravity, Guilherme would then record footage of her dead body after committing the murderous deed. In this not safe for life footage, it said that the sword handle could be seen protruding from the victim's stomach while Guilherme maniacally chuckles to himself. This gruesome footage was later uploaded to a WhatsApp group that Guilherme's gaming friends used. Guilherme comments, "You're thinking it's ink or that it's editing or something, but it's not." In this grisly video recorded by Guilherme, he would also add some commentary, claiming that he had written a 52-page manifesto that would explain why he committed his killing, but he didn't elaborate on the motive directly. "I really killed her. Got it? I've got a book too. I asked some people to share it. I hope you read it. It contains some truths."
Bom, vocês estão achando que é tinta, que é montagem ou algo do tipo, mas não, não é. Eu realmente matei ela, entendeu? E, bom, eu tenho um livro também, pedi para o pessoal tá divulgando já esse meu livro. E é isso aí, eu espero que vocês leiam. Tem algumas verdades.
The gamers in the WhatsApp group who were sent the video and the messages from Guilherme would immediately contact police over the matter. Meanwhile, Guilherme would flee the scene of the murder. His brother would arrive home shortly after, found the dead body, and called police as well. Surprisingly, authorities wouldn't have to go on any manhunt to find this killer, as Guilherme turned himself in. Arresting officers noted that Guilherme seemed relatively calm about the matter, also stating that he seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation. When they asked what his motive was, Guilherme stated, quote, "Because I wanted to."
Mas por que você fez isso? Porque quis?
Você tá rindo de uma situação, Guilherme. Você matou uma menina novinha, Guilherme. Por que você fez isso?
He would inform police that his killing was premeditated and had been meticulously planning this murder for close to 2 weeks. After his arrest, authorities would search Guilherme's home and found the 52-page manifesto that he referenced in the grisly video. This manifesto was titled My Dictionary, and in it he claimed that the killing of Ingrid was done as a methodical attack against Christianity. The details of exactly what Guilherme meant by this isn't exactly clear. His writings were said to have consisted of incoherent ramblings, loosely detailing his depression and dissatisfaction with life. It has been reported that Guilherme mentions wanting to attack a Christian church in the manifesto. A psychoanalysis performed on Guilherme would reveal that the man suffered from a persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. Outside of this, the only other clues to his motives comes from a statement that he gave to an arresting officer. Quote, "She crossed my path." And outside of that and what we've previously discussed, that's really all that's known in terms of motive. Sometime after Guilherme's arrest, Gamers Elite, his gaming team, would issue a statement to local media, stating that the team's leadership had never met Guilherme in person and that the team members were appalled by Guilherme's actions. Most players said they had never even seen his face until the video was sent to them. As the news spread online, many took to Twitter to voice their opinions regarding the incident, with most paying tribute to Ingrid and expressing their condolences to her friends and family. Eventually, the man was set to
She's really pretty. I mean, she was. My bad.
face trial for his killing. Guilherme's defense team would hire a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. On August 15th of 2022, Guilherme Costa was found guilty for aggravated murder and he was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
Huh? Yo, I'm taking you to Mexico, Leah. I'm gonna Guilherme you.
Curiously enough, it's been reported that the reason Guilherme got 14 years instead of life in prison is because a psychiatrist had found him to be semi-imputable, meaning a medical professional had determined that a delusional state contributed to the killing and Guilherme wasn't fully of sound mind when he perpetrated his crime. In a sad case involving a delusional psychopath who simply wanted to kill, that was the story of Guilherme, the Call of Duty mobile killer. Next is the story of a Newgrounds user who planned to burn down his school, only to be stopped by the Newgrounds community itself. This story begins all the way back in 2006 when a teenage boy living in Norfolk, England creates his Newgrounds account, Sir Tom 93. Not much was known about Sir Tom at this time, other than that he was an aspiring Flash content creator. Like many others on Newgrounds at the time, he wanted to create compelling games and animated shorts for other people to play and enjoy. Sir Tom's creative aspirations can be seen in some of his earliest archived Newgrounds BBS posts. He was very much active on the forums, and he often solicited others for advice on making games or inquired to collaborate with amateur developers on creating assets. Game help. Hey, I need to make a mouse game where the mouse is the cursor, if you get me. Can anyone help with code or know a good tutorial? I already know how to make custom cursor. Thanks. New animation. Hey, I'm making a new animation about a fat German boy, and this is what I need. Good voice actor who can do a German accent, but who isn't German. Animator, preferably using MX, not MX.
Do you want to get the...
Hey, can someone put a free trial of Flash 8 on a blank disc, then send it to me in the post? My original copy doesn't work for some reason. That's why I have the code. After spending much time consulting other users on the Newgrounds boards, Tom would eventually start posting some of his own creations. His first effort was a top-down point-and-click zombie survival game. While interesting in concept, it seemed more or less a tech demo, and the game ends after just killing the first wave of 4 zombies. His next game was one where the goal is to land this rocket ship on the adjacent platform by steering it with the directional keys. It was a bit more fleshed out and had some decent physics, but it's really nothing special. Then he makes a tower defense game. It's rudimentary, but has an interesting concept with the enemies being funneled through a maze and you set traps. It's rough around the edges, but decent. Tom's final game and magnum opus was a game called Space Cave. It was his proudest work, as it was the only game that he had made thus far where he designed, coded, and animated it entirely by himself. In all of his previous works he had help, if you can believe that. Player was asked to steer this rocket through a series of 9 caverns, with later levels actually being somewhat difficult, and relatively speaking, this was easily his best game, and it actually got some decent review scores by users. Wrapping up the discussion around his creative catalog here, Tom would also create some Flash animations around the time as well that were very simplistic and seemed to just be him toying around with software. While he wasn't making masterpieces by any stretch, he was definitely a prolific and hardworking creator. Around the time of Space Cave's release, Tom would actually show his face on Newgrounds to those who kept up with his games and Flash content. And he would also attend the Newgrounds London meetup of 2008. This was a gathering of Newgrounds fans and creators alike in London, with it sort of being like a micro version of YouTube's VidCon event that we have today. You know, nerd out for a few days, meet your favorite creator, stuff like that. There's actually an infamous photo to come out of this event that shows famed old school Newgrounds creator Oni NG standing next to Sir Tom 93 with the whole group enjoying some
Wait, what?
event that shows famed old school Newgrounds creator Oni NG
Oh,
standing next
I thought
to
it
Sir
said
Tom 93
owner.
with the whole group enjoying some ice cream. I think that might be Harry Partridge over to the left too, but I'm not sure. Sir Tom can also be seen in other photos from the event that were later uploaded to the Newgrounds website. The guy was involving himself in the community and having fun. For the most part, Tom seemed like a decent kid, just trying to make his name as a content creator on Newgrounds. Sure, he wasn't the most talented at game design or Flash animation, but you had to at least respect his hustle. Perhaps given some time, Tom could iron out the kinks to his approach to making games and make some solid projects. Unfortunately, that refinement would never happen. As beginning in late 2008, Tom appeared to have taken a dark path that not only derailed his creative aspirations, but also got him in trouble with the law. Taking a cursory look through some of Sir Tom's forum posts from late 2008 and early 2009, you quickly find that he stops talking about Flash development and is almost like exclusively talking in threads discussing metal music and Viking lore. Which, don't get me wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with those two subjects. But when you start combing deeper, you begin to find some comments and opinions from Sir Tom that suggest that he might have not been in the healthiest place mentally. In a thread called What Cheers You Up, Sir Tom says, "Nothing. My life is endless and depressing. I listen to drone to make it more bearable. So yes, drone music makes me happy." In one thread that was discussing the at the time recent March 11th of 2009 school shooting at Germany's Albertville Secondary School, Sir Tom appears to be praising the perpetrator for killing 15 students. He says, "Good day all around. Tim did very well, so congrats to him." Tim was the name of the shooter. In another thread where a user is talking about an upcoming school dance, Tom says, "Bring a Tech 9 and enjoy the night." In a thread called Another School Shooting in Germany, which is again discussing the 2009 Albertville Secondary School massacre, the thread's OP begins his thread by mocking Tim Kretschmer, the school shooter. And Sir Tom can be seen soon after going into this thread replying to the OP, vehemently defending the school shooter for his actions. In a thread simply asking users, "Are you happy with life?" Sir Tom replies, "I am not happy with my life, no." Among these concerning posts, Tom would also on occasion share his frustration with his school. School in general seemed to cause him a great deal of anguish. He says, "I go back on Tuesday, thanks to teacher training day. I really hate school. You wouldn't believe how distressing an experience it is for me." The contents of Tom's postings from around this time were indeed concerning, especially his defense of the German shooter. And that said though, there are some who adopt edgy personas online for attention. Maybe he was just playing a character and nothing was really wrong with him. But as we'll soon find, Tom was no fly-by-night edgelord. He was the real deal. On March 17th of 2009, Sir Tom 93 would create a thread on the Newgrounds General Board called "This Is It." His post included a photo of presumably Tom himself holding a filled-up gas can. He writes, "This is it. Today at 11:30 GMT, I will attack my school with arson and other forms of violence. Those bastards will pay." He links the website for BBC News and adds, "It says Sir Tom's Petrol, but my webcam fails," referring to the blurred text on the gas can. Some users would initially interpret Tom's post as a twisted joke, while others took the threat more seriously. One user named Rig, who will become important here, replies to Sir Tom, saying, "So you're gonna walk around the school with a gas can?" Tom replies, "Pretty much." You'll find that Rig takes a particular interest in Sir Tom's threats and continues to probe him. Kinda conspicuous, don't you think? I mean, once someone sees a guy spilling gas everywhere, they're gonna call the police. Sir Tom then replies to another user, asking if it's enough gas to start a fire. He says, 5 liters full. Cost more because most of petrol went on the ground. I have cans, matches, lighter, knives, compressed explosives. Shit will go down in flames. Another user who would become key in this case, Deckhead Hottie, chimes in. I am just about to phone the police. You have 3 minutes to explain yourself. Sir Tom replies, going to school now. Have fun with your conscience and lack of police speed. Around this time, Wade Fulp, brother of Newgrounds creator Tom Fulp, enters the thread and comments, leave this topic. Authorities are being contacted. Sir Tom would then cease his postings to the thread, and the clock starts ticking in regard to stopping him from potentially causing havoc at his school. You think with Sir Tom being some random guy on a Newgrounds board that it would be difficult to track down who he was, where he lived, and where he was potentially going to attack. But that wasn't the case. The guy...
Alright, so that guy, this is probably why. Apparently you can get it from the, hold on.
guy had left his prints everywhere. In the About section of Tom's Newgrounds profile, there was a link to his personal website, and on this website's welcome screen, one could find not only the area that he lived in, Norfolk, you could also find his full name, which I will redact. Deckhead, Hottie, Rig, and others were quick to realize this and took note. The only issue was that they weren't exactly sure what school Tom attended, as there were several in the Norfolk area. Well, fortunately for them, Tom's bio had also featured his school's abbreviation, AHS, or Attleboro High School. And just like that, within minutes, the concerned Newgrounders had figured out exactly where Tom was threatening to attack. Finally, with Sir Tom's identity, location, and plot in hand, Deckhead, Hottie, and Rig both made calls to the Norfolk police, informing them that a student may be threatening the high school in a matter of hours. It's reported that at around 11:30 GMT, the time Tom had threatened to start his attack, police found him on school premises and enacted a search. Police reportedly found a knife, matches, and a canister of flammable liquid stashed inside of a book bag. Upon the discovery of these items, Tom was detained by police and taken into custody under Britain's Mental Health Act.
Oh, wait, time out. Oh, hold on real quick, y'all. Bitch, suck it from the back. I don't care about that. I'm trying to show y'all something good. Matter of fact, I'm not showing you. Fuck you. Nah, my guild just posted this. Look. Stacks 1, stacks unlimited, stacks 3, stacks 1, stacks unlimited, stacks unlimited, stacks 1, stacks 1, stacks 1, stacks 2, stacks 2, stacks 1, stacks 2, stacks unlimited, stacks 3, stacks unlimited, stacks 2, stacks unlimited, stacks 2, stacks 3, stacks 1, stacks 2, stacks unlimited, stacks unlimited, stacks unlimited, stacks 1, stacks 10, stacks 3, stacks 3, stacks 1, 1, 2, unlimited, 2, 1, unlimited? Really? 1, 4, 1, 1. It was from, disc. It was from my guild. So, that's good to know. Okay, cool. Give me a second.
According to an additional report from the Toronto Star. Fortunately, no one was harmed. It's unknown if Sir Tom actually intended to deploy those weapons that day and cause harm, or if this was some kind of stunt. But regardless, no one was willing to take that chance, and thanks to Newgrounds and the collaborators on there, his plot was foiled. After Tom was apprehended by police, updates in regard to punishment for what he did became scarce. What we do know comes from those Newgrounds users who were involved in stopping him in his March 17th plot. A little over a year after the event, Rig would create a thread on the boards claiming that he had been mailed a letter in regard to Tom's pending legal case, and that Tom was indeed facing charges for bringing the knives and gasoline to his school. The thread's titled "The Trial of Sir Tom 93. It says, I have a letter here that states that he is to have a plea and case management hearing on June 9th at the Norwich Crown Court. This is where he's going to plead guilty or not guilty. Does anyone live in the area and would want to go down to tell Newgrounds all about it? Now, if he pleads not guilty, I will most likely be flown down there to testify, in which case I'll be telling you guys all about it in this thread.
There you go.
In the case that he actually pleads guilty, however, I won't be flown down there at all. Anyone want to do some Newgrounds reporting on the 9th? I'm really curious, and I'm sure the rest of you guys are curious as well. In this thread, in a response to a question about what Tom's charges were, Rig claims, no, he's not being charged with attempted murder. He has several charges, but they relate to arson with intent, explosives at school, and making threats. Rig would return to the thread after the hearing and update the users, saying that Tom pled guilty to these charges. I would like to note here that I'm unable to verify exactly what Sir Tom's charges were, so don't take...
I was also asking my guild if you can get it from advanced, and from what I can see, they think you can, and it's actually better chances. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Like, that just sounds counterintuitive. Like, you're able to get the huge from the fucking...
what Rig says as an official, decree of what the guy was hit with. But I really don't see any reason why Rig would fabricate this information. As for updates from the troubled teen himself, Sir Tom 93, the last time Sir Tom ever spoke on Newgrounds was in November of 2009, about 9 months after his stunt. He gives a brief word saying that he was receiving treatment at a hospital, which many assumed was psychiatric treatment. After this brief 2009 morsel of information, Sir Tom disappeared, never to post on Newgrounds again. In the aftermath of the chaos, Tom became a figure of infamy on the Newgrounds BBS. Many threads were created discussing his actions, with users gawking.
Well, I've already spent hours in the regular dig site, so I might as well just try here. Fuck it.
At the stupidity of what he did. His foolish stunt was a cautionary tale. Some would even go the extra mile and make games and flash videos mocking Sir Tom after the fact. Fast forward to today. It's still a mystery as to why Tom did what he did on March 17th of 2009. It's unknown if he did this as an attention grab from his fellow Newgrounders and thought that bringing those weapons to school would make him cool on the boards and he didn't actually intend to hurt anyone, or maybe he really did have a deep-seated hatred for his school and was going to enact violence. Fortunately, he was stopped. We'll never really know what his motivations were. In terms of closure to the Sir Tom 93 saga, I'd like to point you to this thread. The title of this is Sir Tom is Doing Well. The poster purports to be an IRL friend of Sir Tom and provides an update as to what supposedly happened to him. Attached are 2 photos that the poster alleges to be a grown-up version of Tom himself. I have these images blurred as I'm unable to concretely verify the person depicted is Tom, and I don't want to falsely attribute someone's identity to him. Many believe this update post to be legitimate, and I'll end the story by reading you its contents now. I met Thomas last year after he moved to Australia. He told me about his past on here. He wanted me to tell you all he was very sick back then and was living in a fantasy world where he lost touch from reality, and he has since grown up and gotten treatment and has started a new life abroad. He wishes to apologize for the trouble he caused you all and to tell you that he has recovered 100%. He no longer has any desire to come onto this website, but if you would like me to pass any messages on to him, I will. If this anonymous poster is to be believed, it seems that Sir Tom got the help he needed and has moved on with his life. Help that was in many ways initiated by his fellow Newgrounders on March 17th of 2009. Moral of the story: don't make threats against people online. And if you're gonna make threats against other people online, make sure you don't do it on Newgrounds, because they'll stop your ass in 3 hours flat. The furry triple murder.
Alright, I know that's probably a younger girl.
When 2 furry community members are forbidden from talking to a 17-year-old girl, the men hatch a dastardly plot to re-establish contact with the minor, a plot that quickly turns deadly. This is the story of the furry triple murder. Our story begins with the Yost family from Fullerton, California. The Yost family consisted of mother Jennifer, stepfather Christopher, and their 3 daughters, the oldest, 17-year-old Caitlin, pictured here. The Yosts were a happy family and active members of the furry community. 17-year-old Caitlin took her involvement in the furry fandom quite seriously and even had her own persona known as Daydreamer Fox.
Alright, that bitch had some money. Ain't no fucking way she got ahead. That's a couple hundred right there.
She would use this foxwolf persona online and at IRL furry gatherings. The Yosts would often participate in family-oriented furry activities, such as fur bowling events and a variety of furry conventions. And it would be within the furry fandom that Caitlin Yost would meet 2 individuals important to the narrative of this story. 25-year-old Frank Inti Felix and his...
Well, she's probably dead, so I mean...
friend, 21-year-old Josh Acosta. Both of these men were linked to the community, with Frank Felix reportedly being a regular attendee of furry cons. While the exact circumstances of how the 3 met are unclear, Frank, Josh, and Caitlin would form a friendship. Frank in particular got close to the 17-year-old, so much so that furry community members often suggested that something inappropriate may have been going on behind the scenes. The thought being that perhaps Caitlin was being groomed by these older men. Caitlin's interaction with these 2 men would go on for some time, but eventually the relationship between Felix Acosta and Caitlin would come to a close after Caitlin's mother Jennifer, seeing how close her daughter had gotten to these grown men, decided to step in, compelling the men to no longer contact the girl. But this wouldn't be the last the family would see of Frank Felix and Josh Acosta, as the 2 men would make a grisly return to the Yost family in the near future. In the early morning hours of September 24th of 2016, Fullerton...
Wait, yeah, timeout. Why the fuck would you not be able to get huges from here? This is the only place that the mastery chest is at. I just realized that. This is the only place where the mastery chest is.
In California, 911 dispatch receives a phone call from a young girl claiming that an unknown man had broken into her home and killed her mom and dad. Turns out this caller was the 6-year-old daughter of Jennifer and Christopher Yost. Police soon arrived at the family residence only to find the Yost parents dead. Both had been fatally shot point blank while sleeping. Additionally, a visiting family friend named Arthur Boucher had also been killed during this
Okay, you can make that joke now, Leah. She didn't die.
Home invasion. And curiously, Caitlin was nowhere to be found. Police would open a criminal investigation into the matter, and it wouldn't be long until they discovered the controversy that occurred between Caitlin, Felix, and Acosta. Naturally, the 2 men would become prime suspects, considering the recent falling out. The 2 were heavily questioned by authorities and the truth would eventually surface. Frank Felix and Josh Acosta were both linked to the killings, with Felix allegedly escorting Josh to the Yost home in a truck, and Acosta entering the home and killing the family with a shotgun. Both were hit with a slew of homicide charges. Now, in regard to the motive behind the killings, you might think it's pretty self-explanatory. The 2 guys got pissed off at the family for the parents cutting Caitlin off from them. But court proceedings would reveal the situation was far more complex. During the trial, Josh Acosta's defense made a number of disturbing accusations regarding Caitlin and the Yost family. Acosta claimed that the 17-year-old girl had convinced Felix and himself to kill her parents, accusing the family of multiple forms of child abuse. During the trial, Caitlin herself was granted immunity and would testify, alleging that she had been molested by her stepfather and confided this information in Frank Felix. And according to Caitlin, Felix would use this information as blackmail to sleep with the 17-year-old girl. However, eventually it appears that the girl no longer cared to preserve her family relationship and decided to run away from home, asking Josh Acosta and Frank Felix with help in doing so. And according to Caitlin, that's when Frank Felix and Josh Acosta come to pick her up so she can run away from home. But I guess, you know, in the moment, one of the men decide the best thing to do is to go in the house and just kill the family to get him out of the picture, to make the situation easy for them, I guess. Josh Acosta's defense team would blame Caitlin for the killings.
Yes, let's blame the child.
saying, quote, "I know she is not on trial, but she is the villain, and the finger that pulled the trigger that..."
Yeah, that dumb bitch got molested. She's the issue. Just say it.
killed her parents belonged to Katie. The defense would claim that Josh Acosta was autistic and he was unable to tell people's motives and just went along with Caitlin's apparent murderous ideas. Needless to say, the jury wasn't satisfied by the autistic defense. Whatever the case, the sexual abuse story was never verified, and even if that was the case, it doesn't justify you killing 3 people. Joshua Acosta was eventually found guilty of murder and was given 3 life sentences plus another 75 years. Frank Felix is still awaiting trial for his alleged involvement in the murder. In the time following this tragedy, furries held memorials for the deceased family and created a GoFundMe for the 2 daughters of the Yas and Boucher's daughter as well. The Yas children were also taken into the custody of a family member and were given counseling after the traumatic events. And what was likely one of the saddest tragedies in furry history, that was the story of the furry triple murders. The Fursuit Killer.
Okay, so how you gonna say that was assassin and then be like, alright, fursuit killers?
Our next story is a disturbing case involving 2 fursuit makers. After the couple's mental health and financial situation enter a downward spiral, they soon find themselves accused of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. This is the story of the fursuit killers.
Which one's
One
the
of
guy?
Most interesting elements of the furry community is the fursuits. Fursuits could be described as the physical manifestation of a furry's idealized image. The furry character they see themselves as and roleplay online made into a wearable costume that could be worn to gatherings and events. Now, unsurprisingly, there's a lot that goes into making a fursuit. While some can be simple in design, the more custom suits require quite a bit of craftsmanship to pull off, and admittedly look impressive when well executed. And it goes without saying that a quality suit can be costly, with suits ranging from, hundreds of dollars to potentially like $10,000
Can you quit sucking
for
at
a
the game?
well-made suit. With prices like that, it's no surprise that some turn to budget options when it comes to getting a fursuit. Some small-time indie fursuit makers are able to offer deals on suits, such as fursuit makers Vex and Jax, real name Jacob T. Berkovitz, and Tanya R. Dillard. These 2 furries were well known in the furry fandom and on occasion would make custom fursuits for community members. Under the name Lockjaw Arts, the duo offered their services, making relatively affordable fursuits of decent quality. The 2 reportedly made dozens of suits in their time as creators. But aside from their fursuit creation, the duo was also known for having a depressive social media presence. The 2 would frequently use Twitter to openly lament about personal struggles. Taking a brief foray through the individual's accounts, one finds many distressing posts regarding the mental health of Vex and Jax and updates regarding suicide attempts apparently made by these people. These personal mental health struggles would often get in the way of the duo finishing their commissions, and eventually their fursuit making business would halt entirely, with the story of Lockjaw Arts suddenly taking a bizarre criminal turn. In March of 2020, Vex and Jax reportedly posted an ad to Craigslist that led the couple coming into contact with Las Vegas man Hector Mendez Hernandez. Reports as to what exactly this ad requested varied, but I've seen claims that it was a dating style ad, but I've also seen reports saying that it was like hailing taxi services. Whatever the case, at some point during this interaction, Vex and Jax find themselves at Hector Hernandez's home and allegedly murder the guy. According to reports, Hernandez was beaten with fists, a dumbbell, stabbed, and shot. On the day of the killing, it's reported that Vex would contact a friend. And in this purported phone call, it's alleged that Vex would claim responsibility for killing and skinning a dog. When the shocked friend replied in disgust, Vex reportedly replies back with, quote, "If you think that's strange, I'm sitting next to a dead body." According to this friend, Vex would then go on to explain what had happened, candidly describing the killing and how they had perpetrated it in great detail. The friend that the duo had confided in would notify police over the killing, and not long after, authorities would arrive at Hector's residence. According to reports, the couple would attempt to flee using Hector's own vehicle, but they would be caught not long after and taken into custody. The abrupt killing of Hector Hernandez...
To be honest, I'd have to kill my... I'd have to kill her. Like, bitch, why would you talk about it?
As by these two furries is a bit confusing at first, but after the police interrogation, the story starts to come together. In a police interrogation, Jax would claim that they were using Hector as a ride to California, but at some point claims that Hector had inappropriately touched Vex. Apparently outraged by this, Jax says he saw red and just started beating the man. So that was Jax's excuse for killing Hector. However, Vex on the other hand said that it was planned out. Vex reportedly told police that the couple intentionally used Craigslist as a way to lure in a random victim with promises of sex, only to then rob them after being invited into their victim's home. According to police, Vex admitted that after killing Hernandez, the couple had plans to take the man's car and live in the wilderness. Whatever the case, both were facing a slew of murder charges. While these individuals haven't been sentenced yet, it's safe to say that they'll probably be behind bars for a long time. It's a bizarre story showcasing two of the most deranged minds in the furry fandom. The 4chan coupon fraudster.
How you gonna follow up 2 murder stories with a coupon fraudster?
Next up, the 4chan coupon scammer. There's some folks out there that take couponing to an extreme level, spending hours upon hours a day collecting insane amounts of coupons and racking up big savings in the process. Everybody knows at least one person that's like a coupon freak that knows how to essentially break the system.
The 4chan couponer.
Or even at some point have the manufacturer send them money.
Your last transaction is $343.61.
All right, are you ready for my coupons?
Ready for your coupon. All right. We actually owe you money.
Yes! That is awesome!
We owe you $6.17 today.
But the 4chan user we're going to be
Yeah, I dare a kid try to do that to me if I'm working at a grocery store. I'm killing myself in front of him.
discussing today took breaking the system to an entirely new level. Back in 2010, an anonymous 4chan user managed to reverse engineer the coupon creation process. Through their efforts, they devised a way to create fake coupons that not only looked official but were able to be redeemed in actual stores. These coupons were relatively innocuous, looked extremely legit, and didn't raise a suspicion. The individual's coupons varied from less severe infractions such as energy drinks, laundry detergents, and other common grocery items. But some of his coupons bordered on absurdity. One particularly infamous coupon minted by this scammer promised a free PlayStation 3. While most retailers would object this outlandish coupon, images do exist of people showing off successful purchases, meaning there are a few documented cases of these seemingly ridiculous coupons working. 4chan would serve as a repository for the anonymous fraudster to post many of his fake coupons, and members of the community would use it to get savings of their own. The fake coupon trend would go undetected for about a year as internet users took full advantage of these newfound savings. The would-be ringleader of this coupon fraud wave would eventually release a highly detailed guide on how to create them to 4chan. The guide would go viral on the internet. I think it goes without saying that this coupon fraudster was getting a little bit brazen, and naturally, a little law enforcement heat would follow. As time progressed, many of the businesses that were being ripped off by the coupons began to notice something suspicious was happening. Chief among these was News America Marketing, a coupon-centric division of the Rupert Murdoch-owned news company. The company began to notice unusual coupon redemption trends, which resulted in authorities being alerted and an investigation being launched. After a long and extensive investigation, this unlikely fraudster was eventually discovered. The culprit was eventually caught in May of 2011, the entire operation being headed by a 22-year-old student named Lucas Henderson, who was ironically studying computer security at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Henderson used his technical expertise learned online and through school to make these fake coupons, and allegedly used a Tor browser to hide his location while making them. However, the man would eventually slip up and reportedly exposed his IP address to the administrators of a website called Zocklet.net. The admins would then forward this information to authorities. During the FBI's investigation of Henderson, he would admit to being the one responsible for creating the coupon fraud guide that ended up on 4chan.
He's the hero.
And when it came to damages, the man had racked up a serious price tag with these fake coupons. The biggest loser was Procter & Gamble, who had reportedly lost over $200,000 in profits because of Henderson's actions. Charged with wire fraud and the trafficking of counterfeit goods, Henderson was eventually sentenced to 3 years of supervision by authorities and was ordered to pay restitution of $900,000 to the companies that he affected. Despite Henderson's arrest, the trend of fake coupons would continue for the foreseeable future. As far as Henderson goes, it's not publicly known what became of the man, but I think it's safe to say that the guy's not printing any more fake coupons.
Oh, that's when it's time to up the ante.
Minhaz Zaman, a Discord killer.
Ooh. I'm a Discord killer. Discord killer, Coochie.
Our story involves a small group of players from an old MMORPG discovering disturbing images posted to a Discord server. These images would eventually lead to a criminal investigation and the arrest of a deranged killer. This story begins with an online game called Perfect World. Perfect World International is an MMO that was released back in 2005. Essentially a Chinese knockoff of World of Warcraft, the main game is pretty much dead today, but the private server community surrounding the game is still thriving. And in 2019, one of these thriving private server communities was that of Perfect World Void. And it's a Perfect World Void player that will be the focus of this tale. That player was known by the name Minhaz, a highly active player inside this Perfect World private server.
Like, why would you keep playing a dead game like this? Like, what's the reason, man?
Minhaz was also an active member of the Perfect World Void Discord as well. In the Discord, he had a bit of a reputation and was known for being a troublesome troll of sorts. In particular, Minhaz was also known for being a staunch atheist, and he often left incendiary comments disparaging religion to the Discord server and in the game itself under the name Allah.
My hat.
Minhaz had a particular dislike for
My
the religion
atheist.
of Islam, citing his hatred came from parents pushing their religious beliefs on him growing up. Now, Minhaz would often type in this sort of edgy / 4chan influence dialect, so at times it was kind of difficult to tell if he was joking around. He really kept his intentions ambiguous at times. A lot of people wrote Minhaz off as being nothing more than just an edgy shit poster. So you might imagine when he sent the following message to a Perfect World Void community member on Discord, they probably thought he was kidding around. I just slaughtered my entire family and will most likely spend the rest of my life in jail if I manage to survive. His Discord associate replies, Nani? I just woke
Sorry.
up. The member likely thinking this was another one of Minhaz's trolling bits. Minhaz then replies, I'm sorry, do you want the pics? The friend replies, okay. Moments later, Minhaz begins sending over graphic photography showing 4 dead bodies covered in blood with their throats slit. Briefly in shock, the friend quickly replies, that's not your family. Minhaz says, it is. If that's true, why did you do it? Hello? Is this another troll? The apparent killer replies with, no, I'm sorry to say. Minhaz then stops replying for the time. In a state of panic, this online friend, who would later reveal himself to the media as being a man named Maroon Ayub, he would start contacting other members of the Discord, informing them of the situation and the photos that had been sent. And when presented the situation, other Perfect World Void members would confess to Maroon that Minhaz had sent them the photos as well. The recipients of these horrifying photos would then band together and formed an impromptu investigation team regarding the situation. Maroon and his associates were initially skeptical, thinking that perhaps the images were downloaded from the dark web or some shock site, and Minhaz was simply using this as some sort of trolling campaign to mess with them. But after performing extensive reverse image searches on the photos that they had received, they weren't able to yield any results and couldn't find any other matches of what they were sent on the internet. It appeared that these photos that Minhaz was in possession of were original photography never before uploaded online. And with this realization, the group was facing the grim reality that Minhas was likely not joking in his messages. They were dealing with an extremely serious situation here. Moments after they had reached this conclusion, Minhas begins typing more messages to Maroon, explaining himself further. I know I'm a pathetic coward subhuman. I'll be turning myself in. Why did you choose murdering them though? I've been planning this for 3 years. Why? I started skipping university in the first year I entered. It was for mechanical engineering. Believe me, if I could rewind time, I would. But after failing half my subjects, I had to repeat my courses. It is here in second semester that I started getting depressed and became an atheist and ultimately created this plan. So for 3 years, I've been telling my parents I go to university when actually I was just hanging out at the mall 4 days a week. The mall is on the same route as my university. I told my parents that my classes weren't that long, so I would just chill at the mall from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. while also going to community gym. I did this because I don't want my parents to feel the shame of having a son like me. I chose to kill them instead out of my own cowardice. Due to me being an atheist, I believe that this is the only life we get. I know it might sound confusing, but what's done is done and what had been planned has been concluded. I'm sorry if this makes you upset. Please try and remember the good times. So according to what Minhas had typed to Maroon here, it appeared as if the young man was living some sort of double life, lying to his family about attending college for multiple years, when in reality he was just skipping classes, going to the mall, and doing little more than playing a bunch of video games. And with this being college, there would be an eventual graduation date, and with this graduation date apparently looming, Minhas would decide to murder his family instead of simply going through the shame and telling the truth of what he had actually been doing for the past few years. Maroon replies, "It honestly doesn't affect me. I'm just sad that you chose to go this way, though I am sure your family loved you since you were able to kill them through their trust of safety. Even if you were at your lowest spot, you can fight your way up. But as you said, what's done is done. I can't see why your actions make any good or sense, but you do. Murder remains a major crime of selfishness, though. I'm just sad that you chose to damage others and yourself. Though, why their lives and not yours?" Minhas says, "I'm a pathetic coward and subhuman. Since I'm an atheist, I believe there's no afterlife. So I was scared to die, and I wanted them to die so they didn't suffer knowing how much of a pathetic subhuman I was. It's all very selfish. I'm just pathetic." Minhas would go silent again. It's at this point where members of the Perfect World Void community started working on doxing Minhas as to reveal his full name and address so they could report him to police. Doing a meticulous social media deep dive, the Discord group managed to discover that the man's full name was Minhas Zaman, and an IP address associated with one of Minhas's accounts indicated him as being a resident of the Greater Toronto, Canada area. One online friend would discover that Minhas had at one point accidentally shared his home address with them during a PayPal transaction, and this address synced up with the Greater Toronto docs found in the IP grab. Members of Maroon's impromptu Discord investigative squad would then make calls to the Toronto police, informing them of the grisly photos sent on Discord and the messages that Minhas had been sending about his family. Taking the matter seriously, police looked over the reports and verified the address was indeed the Zaman family residence. It was a nice-looking home located just northeast of Toronto in the city of Markham, 1006 Castlemore Avenue. With a confirmed address in hand, on the afternoon of July 28th, police would set out to the family home to perform a wellness check. When the squad cars arrived at the house, Minhas noticed them outside and sent the following message over Discord: "The police are here. Goodbye." Moments later, cops enter the residence and are met with a horrifying scene. Police would discover the dead bodies of all 4 of Minhas's immediate family members. Each had been brutally beaten with a crowbar and their throats slit. The victims
Vaccinated? Question mark.
included his 50-year-old mother.
I was about to after this fucking
59-year-old
case.
father,
I was actually gonna
his
say that.
21-year-old sister, and 70-year-old grandmother. In the wake of the gruesome discovery, Minhas was immediately arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. This Perfect World Discord killer had been taken into custody thanks to the help of the online community surrounding the game. It was later discovered by police that Minhas had actually systematically executed his murders the day prior. On the afternoon of July 27th, his father and sister went to their respective jobs. Mother and grandmother would remain home with Minhas. When his mother and grandmother would take a nap, that's when Minhas started his killing spree, killing them in their sleep. After dispatching the two, Minhas would log on to Perfect World and began messaging people about the killings on Discord. Several hours later, his sister would come home. The deranged man ambushes her at the door with a crowbar.
Alright, we'll see how it ends. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.